that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Auspicious Signs. Tang Xiaoli helped Lu Chuan buy the necessary materials using the money from the Tang family account. Lu Chuan wanted to use his own money, but was rejected by Tang Xiaoli. In his words, Lu Chuan was his eldest nephew, and although they had just met not long ago, he, as his uncle, had to show his appreciation. And although the Tang family was in financial difficulties now, it was only a small matter to take out more than 10 million. If Lu Chuan could really help sell all the houses in Yunwu Villa, not to mention spending 10 million, it would be worth spending 100 million. Lu Chuan did not refuse and went to Yunwu Villa with the materials. 3 days later, at the gate of Yunwu Villa, a bus stopped, and a group of reporters with microphones and cameras got off. Tang Xiaoli came over with a warm face and said, "Everyone, thank you for coming. I have prepared red envelopes for your hard work. I will send them to you after today's work is over." A reporter turned his head and looked at the domineering gate of Yunwu Villa and said, "Boss Tang, didn't you say there was big news today? Why did you bring us to Yunwu Villa? Wasn't this place haunted before?" "Yes, I'm timid. Boss Tang, don't joke with us." Many people agreed. Tang Xiaoli's face sank and said, "What haunted? It's just a rumor deliberately made up by the Sun family to deal with our Tang family. Now you can see that the Sun family has gone bankrupt, and the head of the Sun family is suspected of colluding with others to use evil methods to harm people. The real ghost is the Sun family." Many reporters nodded in agreement. They all reported the bankruptcy of the Sun family and heard some rumors. Even if this place is not haunted, it doesn't feel like a place where big news will happen. I deliberately turned down several interviews today. Boss Tang, please don't let us make a wasted trip, a reporter said. The other reporters looked at Tang Xiaoli, obviously thinking the same thing. Tang Xiaoli's face darkened and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you make a wasted trip. If there is no big news, I will give you double the red envelope." The reporters smiled and said they were willing to wait here for the big news. Tang Xiaoli sighed, turned around and found a shady place to sit down. These reporters were called by Lu Chuan, saying that something big happened in Yunwu Villa today, and he must find reporters to record it. He didn't know what Lu Chuan was doing, so he could only do as he was told. Not far away, the reporters were whispering, "What do you think Boss Tang wants us to do? What can we do? We just want to make some news and revitalize Yunwu Villa." Although this community used to be a prime real estate, it is now so unpopular that it can't be revived, right? That's right. There were rumors of ghosts in the past, so no one dared to buy a house here. Even if those were all rumors, people's impression of this place is not good. If the house price was cut in half, it would be okay, but I heard that Boss Tang has invested a lot and can't lower the price at all. Now it is probably just a dying struggle. If you want to revitalize this kind of real estate, unless there is a miracle from heaven, it is impossible. We can only deal with it and take the hard work fee. Although these people tried to keep their voices low, they still reached Tang Xiaoli's ears. He showed a trace of sadness on his face and sighed helplessly. There was nothing wrong with what these reporters said, but it became a bit discouraging to him. "Lu Chuan, you must make a big news for me, otherwise these reporters might report Yunwu Villa as a joke when they go back, and then there will be no hope for us to turn things around." In the community, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged on a big rock in the middle of the artificial lake. In front of him was the array plate made of jade, which was emitting a faint light. Around the array plate, there were 5 peanut-sized strange gems of different colors. These gems were engraved with complex spells, and amazing power emanated from them. Now Lu Chuan only needed to fuse the 5 colored gems and the array plate together to successfully refine the 5-element thunder array. But before that, he needed to activate another array. He held his hands together and released 4 spiritual powers in all directions, which were immersed in the 4 corners of the artificial lake. The next second, the water in the artificial lake began to ripple, and then 4 light pillars shot up into the sky from the 4 corners. an invisible barrier appeared, spreading around, and soon enveloped the entire Yunwu villa. In a flash, the spiritual energy in Yunwu villa became more than several times denser. This formation is called Rangling formation, which can condense spiritual energy and transform the power of the 5 element into spiritual energy. The reason why this formation must be opened first is that when the 5 element thunder formation is formed, a large amount of the power of the 5 element will be condensed. These 5 elements are too violent, and if you are not careful, they may be transformed into thunder and collapse all the surrounding houses. With the existence of Rangling formation, these 5 elements can be easily transformed into spiritual energy, which can not only eliminate danger, but also create extraordinary scenes inside and above Yunwu villa. After opening the Rangling formation, Lu Chuan's eyes fell on the array plate and the 5 color gems suspended in front of him, and then he controlled the 5 gems and merged them onto the array plate. The power of the 5 element appeared, and Lu Chuan was instantly covered with lightning, arcs all over his body, and even thunder could be heard. However, these 5 elements were quickly transformed by the Rangling formation, and no real thunder struck. As the spiritual energy inside Yunwu villa became more and more dense, colorful auroras began to appear in the sky. It was late autumn, and everything was withering. The greenery in the community had become bare, not to mention the flowers and plants that had already withered. The appearance of the huge spiritual energy changed the climate in the community. The bare trees began to sprout and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The withered flowers regained their vitality and became extremely bright. In this season, when everything was withering, Yunwu villa suddenly became full of flowers and green willows, full of vitality. Even the plants that had died due to neglect before were now revived, as if a miracle had come to the world. The reporters at the gate of the community were originally chatting idly, waiting to get off work and get red envelopes. At this moment, they suddenly felt a gentle breeze blowing across their faces. They were originally in a depressed state and instantly became refreshed, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Everyone looked confused, not knowing what had happened. The next second, they saw colorful auroras appear in the sky. You know, this kind of scene can only be seen in the North and South poles, but now it has appeared above Yunwu villa. This is tantamount to a miracle from heaven, which means that something good is going to happen. Look. A reporter suddenly pointed at the community and shouted. Everyone turned their heads to look over. They saw the process of all the plants in the community reviving, and saw the process of the originally desolate community becoming full of vitality and spring. My god, there really is a miracle. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and record this scene. In late autumn, everything should have withered, but Yunwu villa has buds, grass, and trees are reviving. Flowers are blooming, and dead trees are coming back to life. This is a sign of good fortune from heaven. Such an auspicious sign shows that Yunwu villa is a rare feng shui treasure land. Chapter 152. Forget each other. Tang Xiaoli had already given up hope on Lu Chuan. After all, he had waited for a whole morning and nothing happened. He guessed that Lu Chuan's preparations had most likely failed. But the next second, he saw the colorful aurora over Yunwu villa and the miraculous revival of various greenery in the community. He subconsciously stood up and walked towards the community with a shocked face. Not long after, he was already in tears. A miracle from heaven. It really is a miracle from heaven. Lu Chuan really did it. Tang Xiaoli was excited, crying and laughing, then grabbed a reporter's shoulder and asked loudly, "Did you see it? A miracle appeared in Yunwu villa." The reporter was also very excited and said, "Boss Tang, you really didn't lie to us. This is really big news. Don't worry, we will let everyone in the city know about this before today." Tang Xiaoli nodded gratefully. With this news, combined with guiding public opinion, Yunwu villa will soon become a hotspot in the real estate industry in Qingyang City again. In the community, Lu Chuan took the 5-element thunder array plate that had been successfully integrated. Feeling the majestic power contained in it, he couldn't help but smile. With this array plate, he only needs to inject spiritual power into it in the future, and he can instantly activate the 5-element thunder array and wrap all people and things within a range of 50 meters around him. Of course, although this array plate is convenient, it is also limited in the number of times it can be used, which is related to the quality of the jade used to refine the array plate. Lu Chuan speculated that the array plate he refined should be able to support the opening of the array 3 times. Now, whether it is fighting alone or facing a gang fight, I have enough confidence. Long Heo and Long Shianaya, wait for me, your death will come soon. Lu Chuan put away the array plate, took a look at the array base of the wrangling array, and said, this wrangling array will stay here as a way to pay back the money my uncle paid for the materials for me. The wrangling array can gather spiritual energy, and ordinary people will improve their health when they live in a place with rich spiritual energy. When people find that living in Yunwu Mountain Villa can make people healthier, the price of houses here will probably be hyped up to the sky. That night, the news of the auspicious signs from heaven at Yunwu Villa spread throughout Qingyang City. At first, people did not believe it. Even after watching the videos circulating on the internet, they could definitely say that it was a synthetic special effect. But when someone went to Yunwu Villa to confirm, everyone knew that what was reported in the news was true. Even though some people questioned that these flowers and plants were transplanted from the greenhouse by Tang Shaoli, the trees inside had been growing for many years and now all sprouted new buds, which was not something that could be done by transplantation. Tang Shaoli seized the opportunity to guide public opinion and made Yunwu Villa an auspicious place that could bring good luck to people. He also invited many famous Feng Shui masters to advertise and prove that Yunwu Villa had excellent Feng Shui. Wu Daolan made a great contribution to this. For a time, Yunwu Villa became the focus of heated discussion among the people of the city, and many people came to buy houses because of this auspicious sign. After living there for a while, they found that they would feel refreshed and comfortable as soon as they entered the community, and even the fatigue from a day's work could be relieved. They felt that this community was a treasure land and spontaneously became walking advertisements and began to recommend Yunwu Villa to their relatives and friends. Because of this, the housing prices in Yunwu Villa soared all the way, completely exceeding Tang Shaoli's original highest expectations. The losses from the initial investment were recovered overnight, and even a huge profit could be made. The Tang family's crisis was completely overcome. Lu Chuan also took advantage of this trip to Qingyang City to successfully break through to the foundation building stage and accumulated a few trump cards for himself. After everything was handled properly, it was time for Lu Chuan to leave. This morning, Lu Chuan bowed solemnly to Tang Shaoli and Yundai, aunt and uncle. Thank you for your care during this period. I have important things to do, so I won't bother you anymore. Tang Shaoli smiled and said, that's not right. We should thank you. If it weren't for you, our Tang family would have been gone. You have also broadened our horizons during this period. Our family is very grateful to you. Of course, the only regret is that we couldn't make you the son-in-law of our Tang family. Upon hearing this, Yundai immediately pinched Tang Shaoli hard. Tang Shaoli said quickly, but we are still happy to have such an excellent nephew like you. Yundi also smiled and said, the grudges of the older generation have nothing to do with us. I recognize you as my nephew. No matter what happens in the future, you can come to me, your aunt. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Lu Chuan smiled and nodded, saying, I feel relieved with your words, aunt. He looked at Tang Yurao on the side and said, cousin Yurao, come and play with me when you have time in the future. Tang Yurao snorted, walked to Lu Chuan, and handed a book to him. For you. Lu Chuan took it, and found that the 4 big characters Shai and Long Babu were written on it. I like the Duan Yu in it very much, and I hope you can like Mu Wan King in it too. Tang Yurao said proudly. Lu Chuan recalled carefully, vaguely remembering that Duan Yu and Mu Wan King seemed to be cousins. Is this girl hinting at something? He said calmly with a smile, I'll take a good look at this book later. Then he clasped his fists towards the family of 3 and said, I won't say any more hypocritical words. I'm leaving. We'll meet again if we are lucky. After that, he turned and left. Tang Shaoli and Yundi were both full of emotion. Thinking back to what happened during this period, it seemed like a dream. Tang Yurao became obviously a little disappointed and turned back to her room. Tang Shaoli whispered to Yundi, you have to pay attention to your daughter during this period. I accidentally found that she was reading those indecent comics on the internet the other day, and they were all about cousins. This is not a good sign. Yundi glared and then asked, how indecent are they? Tang Xiaoli coughed twice and said, "It's the kind of indecent comics you like to read before." Yundi frowned and said, "It seems that I really need to pay attention to it, but before that, I have to understand the content of my daughter's reading first, so that it is convenient for education. Do you have a link? Send it to my mobile phone and I will take a look first." Tang Xiaoli. After Lu Chuan left the Tang mansion, he went straight to Yan'yu Temple. He was excited. This time the crisis of the Tang family was completely resolved, and Master Yan'yu must also keep his promise and return Gu Hongxiang's life. After tossing all the way, Lu Chuan finally arrived at the mountain, where Yan'yu Temple was located. On the way, he also went to Haoying village to take a look, wanting to see how Zhang Huahua's family was doing now. However, when he arrived at Zhang Huahua's house, he found that her family had already moved out of the village. It was normal to think about it. With the 5 million yuan he gave her, Zhang Huahua's family naturally could not continue to live in this poor and remote place. Moreover, although most of the people in the village were relatively simple, there would always be people who were jealous. Even if Zhang Huahua's family did not show off their wealth, their living habits would definitely change. At that time, the villagers would definitely notice something unusual. Once someone became jealous, Zhang Huahua's family would suffer. So leaving was the best choice. Climbing all the way to the gate of Yan'yu Temple, Lu Chuan looked excited. After taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door of Yan'yu Temple and walked in. "Master, Sister Hong, I'm back." No one responded. Lu Chuan showed a trace of doubt. Are they all gone? He walked into the main hall and did not see Master Yan'yu. He went to the side room to look for her, but he did not find Gu Hongxiang. And looking at the appearance of this place, it was obviously cleaned and everything that could be taken away was taken away. Lu Chuan suddenly became anxious and began to suspect that Master Yan'yu had deceived him. This old pervert wouldn't have harmed Sister Hong and then ran away, right? Just as he was anxious, he noticed a letter on the table. He picked up the envelope, opened it and saw a page of letter paper and a photo. The letter was clearly written by Gu Hongxiang. "Lu Chuan, the nun calculated that you have completed the task she assigned to me and returned my life to me. You don't have to worry about me anymore. I have thought a lot during this period of time, figured out many things, and I have let it go, so I decided to travel around with the nun. You don't have to come to me, and you don't have to feel that you owe me anything. You have made me feel loved in those 3 days, so we are even. Since I'm destined not to get you, let us forget each other in the world. This is the best result for us. But I still selfishly hope that you don't forget me. Wish you well." The photo is a photo of Gu Hongxiang and Nanari Yan'yu. It was taken 3 days ago. Gu Hongxiang in the photo has restored her appearance, and she is charming and beautiful. She looked very happy and made a yeah gesture to the camera, as if she had really figured it out. Lu Chuan looked at the letter and the photo, and his mood gradually calmed down. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. "Sister Hong, thank you. I will kill Long Xian'ia and fulfill my promise to you." He carefully put away the letter and the photo, turned around and left the room. Since Gu Hongxiang has let it go, there is nothing for him to worry about. The most urgent thing is to go back to Yancheng to seek revenge on Long Xian'ia and his son. But before that, he has to find his sister-in-law and Suming first. I don't have Suming and my sister-in-law's phone number. At that time, Long Xian'ia and Long Hao suddenly came, and there was no time to agree on a means of contact. This is really a headache. Lu Chuan speculated that Suming must have left Yancheng with his sister-in-law. After all, it was too dangerous there, but in this case, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to find them. Just as he was thinking about how to contact Suming and his sister-in-law, a clear voice came. "Excuse me, Master Yan'yu?" Lu Chuan walked towards the door and saw a delicate and beautiful woman standing outside. She was followed by a maid and 4 bodyguards. It seemed that she was from a noble family. He walked over and asked, "What do you want to see Master Yan'yu for?" The beautiful woman quickly bowed to Lu Chuan and said, "We have something very important to ask Master Yan'yu for help. Please help inform him, sir." Lu Chuan said, "Master Yan'yu has left here and will never come back." The beautiful woman was stunned and said to herself, "Leaving here? How could it be such an unfortunate coincidence?" The maid next to her looked at Lu Chuan and asked, "What do you do?" Lu Chuan said, "I'm the sweeper here." "Oh, the sweeper." The beautiful woman quickly said, "We came here for help because we heard the legend of Master Yan'yu. Sir, you can work for Master Yan'yu, so you must be a man of extraordinary means. I wonder if you can cure diseases, and can you go back with us to save people?" The maid next to her said with disdain, "Miss, this guy is just a sweeper. You can tell at a glance that he has no skills. It's better to ask the barefoot doctor in the village below than to ask him for help." "Thank you." Lu Chuan was unhappy and said, "Indeed, I can't treat illnesses. You should ask others for help." After that, he walked out, locked the door of Yan'yu temple, and planned to leave. The beautiful woman said anxiously, "We came to Master Yan'yu because we couldn't find a cure after searching for famous doctors. But Master Yan'yu has left. Can we just watch Sister Nanking die?" Lu Chuan was about to leave, but when he heard the name mentioned by the beautiful woman, his pupils shrank suddenly, and then he turned quickly and came to the beautiful woman, staring at her with his eyes, and asked, "What is the name of the person you said you wanted to save just now?" Chapter 153 Reunion with Sister-in-Law. The beautiful woman was frightened and quickly stepped back. The maid pulled the beautiful woman behind her, glared at Lu Chuan, and shouted, "Are you sick? Do you know that you scared our lady?" She turned her head to look at the 4 bodyguards and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Get rid of this lunatic." The 4 bodyguards immediately surrounded Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was anxious and only released a burst of energy to overturn the 4 bodyguards. Then he pushed the maid away and came to the beautiful woman again and said, "Sorry, I was too anxious just now. Please tell me the name of the person you said you wanted to save just now. I want to confirm whether I heard it wrong." The maid was stunned. She didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary guy was so powerful that he overturned all 4 bodyguards at once. The most important thing is that she didn't see Lu Chuan take action at all, which made her suspect that there was something wrong with her eyes. Could it be that he was too fast and I didn't see it clearly? The beautiful woman was also shocked, but Lu Chuan suddenly softened his tone, which made her less scared. She replied, "My name is King." Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes became more anxious. His sister-in-law's name was not common, and the probability of having the same name was very low. He never expected to hear his sister-in-law's name here. He then asked, "Do you have a photo?" The beautiful woman nodded, took out her mobile phone, and flipped out a photo. Lu Chuan looked over and confirmed that it was his sister-in-law. He said in a panic, "This person is my sister-in-law. Take me to see her. I have a way to save her." The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. "Really?" Lu Chuan nodded seriously. The beautiful woman hurriedly said, "There is no time to lose. Let's go back quickly." The maid next to him was obviously very dissatisfied with Lu Chuan, but because of the strength he showed, she didn't dare to say anything. The group immediately walked down the mountain. On the way, Lu Chuan learned that the beautiful woman's name was Wang Xia, a lady from a second-tier family in Quancheng, Jiangnan province. According to Wang Xia, Nanking came to Quancheng with Suming. The two originally planned to keep a low profile here for a while. On the way, Suming met Wang Xia. The two fell in love with each other. Wang Xia provided a lot of help to Suming and Nanking, and Suming responded with sincere feelings. Hearing this, Lu Chuan frowned. Based on his understanding of Suming, he felt that Miss Wang should have been taken advantage of for free. Suming met Wang Xia in all likelihood to get some convenience in Quancheng. Originally, their lives were very peaceful, but one day, Nanking went to the street to buy vegetables. Because of her outstanding appearance and charming charm, she was spotted by Han Wu, a famous boss in Quancheng. This Han Wu is the local emperor of Quancheng, with amazing power and extremely terrifying strength. He is a legendary master of the realm of transformation, and no one dares to provoke him. He asked his men to take Nanking away, and Suming, who was standing aside, naturally would not agree, and the two sides fought. Suming injured several of Han Wu's men. Seeing that Suming was quite strong, Han Wu took action himself. Suming was defeated and fled with Nanking. During this process, Nanking was seriously injured and unconscious. Suming had no choice but to take her to Wang's house to hide. but Han Wu still found them. When he saw that Mu Nanking was seriously injured and unconscious and could no longer enjoy himself, Han Wu, in order to vent his anger, took Suming away and threw him into the Misty Rain Tower. The Misty Rain Tower is an entertainment venue under Han Wu's name, which is specially for rich people to have fun. There is a life and death arena inside. Han Wu asked Suming to win 1,000 battles on this arena and then let him go. Now Suming has fought 998 consecutive battles on this arena and even became famous in Quancheng. Every day, countless people go to watch him fight. Everyone has only one purpose: to know when Suming will lose. In order to make money, Han Wu arranges 10 battles for Suming every day. In addition to eating to replenish his physical strength, Suming is always in a fighting state. Although his strength as a 9th grade master is considered a master in the martial arts world, and the opponents that Han Wu found are not as good as him, this high intensity battle has left Suming scarred. After more than 900 battles, he has long been on the verge of collapse. One of his arms was also broken in the battle. Han Wu said that Suming would be given a strong opponent in the 999th battle. Everyone speculated that Suming's winning streak would stop here, and he himself would die in this battle. This battle will be tonight. After listening to Wang Xiao's story, Lu Chuan's anger had reached its peak. He thought that Suming would be safe as long as he took Mu Nanking away from Yunsheng, but he didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Obviously, this Han Wu has been on Lu Chuan's blacklist. When several people arrived in Quancheng, it was already afternoon. Wang Xiao took Lu Chuan to the Wang family villa. After entering the door, she hesitated and said, "Wait a minute, I'll go to arrange something, and then I'll take you to save Sister Nanking." Lu Chuan nodded. Wang Xiao left for a while, then returned to Lu Chuan and said, "Let's go upstairs." Lu Chuan followed Wang Xiao to the second floor and entered a bedroom. When he saw that it was really Mu Nanking lying unconscious on the bed, his expression became extremely excited, and he hurried over to confirm Mu Nanking's condition. When he knew that Mu Nanking was fine, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. However, a trace of doubt also arose in his heart. Wang Xiao said at that time that Mu Nanking was in a coma because of a serious injury, but after he took Mu Nanking's pulse, he did not find any injuries. Judging from Mu Nanking's appearance, he should have been poisoned and unconscious. Lu Chuan, don't be stunned. Didn't you say there was a way to save Sister Nanking? Hurry up and treat her, Wang Xiao urged. Lu Chuan didn't think about it anymore, turned his head, and said to Wang Xiao, "Help me get some silver needles." Wang Xiao immediately did as she was told, and brought silver needles to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan judged the poison in Mu Nanking. The toxin of this poison was somewhat strange. The effect seemed to be just to make people unconscious. But if there was no specific antidote, even the most skilled doctor could not wake Mu Nanking up. Of course, this was only for others. As a practitioner, it was easy for Lu Chuan to dissolve this poison. He performed acupuncture and inserted silver needles into Mu Nanking's body one by one. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan put away all the silver needles and looked at Mu Nanking's face. Mu Nanking slowly opened her eyes full of confusion. She saw Lu Chuan first and said to herself, "Xiaochuan, am I dreaming?" Seeing Mu Nanking wake up, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face and said, "Sister-in-law, you are not dreaming. It is really me." Mu Nanking raised her hand and stroked Lu Chuan's face. After confirming that the person in front of her was a real person, she immediately stood up and hugged him, and then she actually cried. "Xiaochuan, I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. I thought I would never see you again in this life. Woo woo woo." Lu Chuan stretched out his hands to hug her and said, "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I'm here to find you." The two hugged each other tightly, and Lu Chuan let Mu Nanking vent his emotions. Wang Xiao was relieved to see that Mu Nanking really woke up. She winked at the maid, as if giving some orders. The maid nodded and turned to leave the room. After a long time, Mu Nanking calmed down and separated from Lu Chuan. She was almost scared to death when she learned that Lu Chuan was being hunted by Long Xian'er and his men. Now she is relieved to see that Lu Chuan is fine. Lu Chuan looked at Mu Nanking and asked, "Sister-in-law, aren't you injured?" but I just checked your body and found that you are fine, just poisoned. What's going on? Mu Nanking looked puzzled and said, I haven't been injured. Lu Chuan frowned. At this time, Wang Xiaya said lightly, I lied to you, that she was injured and unconscious. She was unconscious because she ate a poison pill, and that poison pill was fed to her by Su Ming. Lu Chuan's doubts deepened a bit. He vaguely noticed that Wang Xiao's attitude had changed, and it was obviously more hostile. What is going on? Why did you lie to me? Wang Xiao sighed and said, in fact, when Han Wu was chasing them, Sister Nanking was always well protected and did not suffer any harm. Later, the two of them hid in my house. Han Wu came to the door, and Su Ming knew that he was no match for Han Wu. Even if he fought to the death, he could not stop Han Wu from taking Sister Nanking away. So he thought of a way. He fed Sister Nanking a poison pill that would only make people fall into a coma. Only he knew where the antidote for this poison pill was. When Han Wu saw Sister Nanking unconscious, like a dead body, that could only breathe, he naturally lost interest. He forced Su Ming to tell him where the antidote was. Su Ming refused to tell him, so he was taken to Yan'yu Tower. Han Wu promised Su Ming that as long as he handed over the antidote, he would let him go, but Su Ming refused to tell him, and he survived more than 900 battles. I go to Yan'yu Tower to see him every day. You can't imagine how miserable he is now. I like him and can't bear to see him suffer like this. So you tried every means to wake my sister-in-law up in order to exchange her for Su Ming? The doubts in Lu Chuan's heart were instantly resolved, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Wang Xiaya stared at Lu Chuan with a painful expression, but still admitted generously, yes. Although I know that Su Ming is willing to protect Sister Nanking at the risk of his life, I don't think it's worth it. You should understand that I made this choice for the person I like. As soon as she finished speaking, footsteps were heard from the corridor outside. A group of bodyguards in black suits came to the door of the room. The strength of this group of bodyguards is far beyond the 4 bodyguards Wang Xiaya had before, and many of them have even reached the Grand Master level. Wang Xiao's eyes fell on Lu Chuan and said, leave Sister Nanking to me, otherwise, I can only take some extreme measures. Chapter 154 I'm going to make trouble. Lu Chuan was speechless and said, if I'm not mistaken, what you said about you and Su Ming being in love with each other was also made up, right? Wang Xiao was stunned, then said a little annoyed, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Ming and I just like each other. Lu Chuan sneered and said, stop it, Su Ming can't fall in love with someone like you. Wang Xiao suddenly became anxious and shouted, you are talking nonsense. As long as I can rescue him this time, he will definitely like me. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, he is willing to protect my sister-in-law at the risk of his life, but you are thinking of exchanging my sister-in-law for him. You don't even know what he is thinking. It's strange that he can like you. But considering that you are trying to save Su Ming, I can let it go. You let those people outside retreat. I will go to save Su Ming. Wang Xiao immediately said, please stop joking. Do you know how powerful Han Wu is in Quancheng? Moreover, he is the legendary master of the realm of transformation. Do you think you can snatch Su Ming from Han Wu? Lu Chuan said lightly, I'm Su Ming's eldest brother. I said I would save him, and I will definitely save him. Wang Xiao looked at Lu Chuan, was silent for a while, then sneered, and said, I think you want to find an excuse to escape from me with Sister Nanking. Let me tell you, I must take Sister Nanking away today, and no one can stop me. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly, knowing that if he didn't show some strength today, Wang Xiao would not let him and Mu Nanking go. He walked straight to the corridor outside the door. His eyes fell on one of the middle-aged men and asked, you should be the strongest among them, right? An 8th grade master? The middle-aged man smiled and said, it seems that you have good vision. Boy, you can't leave today, just surrender. Wang Xiao didn't know what Lu Chuan wanted to do, so she followed him to the corridor and asked, what do you want to do? Lu Chuan smiled and turned his head. This man is an 8th grade master. What do you think of his strength? Wang Xiao immediately raised her head and said, Grandmasters are already the best among warriors, not to mention 8th grade masters. The reason why Su Ming can persist in more than 900 battles without being defeated is also due to the strength of 9th grade masters. The 8th grade is only slightly weaker than the 9th grade. Lu Chuan, I know you are strong, but you are not their opponent, so you should give up. It may not be a bad thing to let Sister Nanking be Han Wu's woman. Lu Chuan curled his lips, then raised his hand and slapped the middle-aged man in the face. A powerful ki appeared. The middle-aged man saw Lu Chuan attacking him, but he felt as if his body was frozen. He couldn't do anything to deal with it. He could only watch the slap coming towards his face. Bang! The slap hit the middle-aged man's face, and his body instantly shot out like a cannonball, penetrating the entire corridor, knocking away several bodyguards, and then slamming heavily on the wall at the end of the corridor. Boom! A big hole was smashed into the wall poured with concrete. The middle-aged man fell to the ground, bleeding from his mouth, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Wang Xia's face was full of horror. She didn't expect that an 8th grade master would be slapped away by Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan said lightly, "Who else wants to stop me?" None of the bodyguards dared to say a word. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Wang Xia and said, "This is a warning to you. If you still insist on not changing your ways, I will not let anyone here go, including you." After that, he turned around and went back to the room. "Sister-in-law, let's go." Nanking wanted to get off the bed, but because she had been unconscious for too long, she had no strength left and almost fell off the bed. Seeing this, Lu Chuan quickly reached out and grabbed her, then used a princess hug to lift Nanking up from the bed. "Let me hold you." It was the first time that Nanking was held like this by Lu Chuan. She blushed and did not express any objections, but put her head on Lu Chuan's chest. Lu Chuan held Nanking and walked out. Wang Xia and the bodyguards were still in shock and had not come back to their senses. "Make way," Lu Chuan said. The bodyguards quickly made way for Lu Chuan. Wang Xia came back to her senses and quickly shouted, "What are you doing? Stop him." The bodyguards looked at each other and no one dared to make a move. The 8th grade master was slapped away by a slap, and they would be courting death if they went up. Lu Chuan walked to the stairs with Nanking in his arms with a calm face. Wang Xia shouted, "Even if you are very powerful, you can never be Han Wu's opponent. You will only harm Suming by doing this." Lu Chuan ignored her and took Nanking downstairs. Wang Xia's face collapsed, and she collapsed to the ground and cried. After leaving the Wang family villa, Lu Chuan took Nanking to a 5-star hotel. "I want a room," Lu Chuan said to the front desk, and then said to Nanking, "Sister-in-law, the bank card is in my pocket. Can you help me get it?" Nanking reached out and took out the bank card and handed it to the front desk. The receptionist was stunned. She looked at Lu Chuan and then at Nanking. She thought that young people nowadays are so extravagant. They brought their sister-in-law to book a room and held her like a princess the whole time. They were too open. Nanking noticed the expression of the receptionist and immediately understood what she was thinking. She blushed and said quickly, I'm not his sister-in-law. Don't get me wrong." Lu Chuan also reacted, and his face was instantly filled with embarrassment. The receptionist smiled and said, "I understand. Your room has been booked. It's 608. Here is the room card." Nanking quickly took the bank card and room card and turned to look at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was about to go upstairs. At this time, the receptionist stopped him and said, "Sir, do you need a small umbrella? It's discounted now. There are 12 in a box. It's guaranteed to be enough." Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, "No, thank you." Then he hurried to the elevator. The receptionist looked puzzled and said to herself, "They don't want a small umbrella. Aren't they afraid of pregnancy?" Then he suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had thought of something, and said with envy, "Damn, young people nowadays are really playing around." Lu Chuan took Nanking to the room and put her on the bed. There was still embarrassment on the faces of the two people, and no one dared to look at each other. After a while, Lu Chuan took out a pill, handed it to Nanking, and said, "Sister-in-law, if you eat this, your body will recover." Nanking took it and put the pill into her mouth without hesitation. Sure enough, after a while, Nanking felt that her physical condition had recovered and she was no longer as weak as when she just woke up. Lu Chuan then asked Nanking why she came to Quancheng. Nanking told Lu Chuan about her experience with Suming, which was basically the same as what Wang Xia said. "Xiaochen, Su-ming has suffered a lot to protect me. He promised you that he would protect me. Even if he sacrificed his life, he would not let me be bullied. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have fallen into Han Wu's hands. Now he is in deep crisis. You must save him. Mu Nanking said earnestly. Lu Chuan said solemnly, sister-in-law, don't worry, I will never let Su-ming get into trouble. He didn't expect Su-ming to do this because of his request. Now that he has recognized this little brother from the bottom of his heart, it is naturally impossible for Su-ming to get into trouble. He didn't want to waste time, and directly took out the array plate of the 5-element thunder array and a jade bottle, and stuffed them into Mu Nanking's hands. Sister-in-law, there is no time to lose. I have to go to the Misty Rain Tower now, to confirm Su-ming's condition. You wait for me in the hotel first. I will come to you immediately, after I rescue Su-ming. If you are in danger, drop the blood in this jade bottle on this array plate. It will protect your safety. The jade bottle contained Lu Chuan's own blood. As long as it drips onto the array plate, the 5-element thunder array will automatically start. Mu Nanking nodded and said, you must be careful too. That Han Wu is not easy to deal with. Lu Chuan laughed and said, don't worry, sister-in-law. I never do anything I'm not sure of. Just wait. Then he left the hotel. On the side of the road, Lu Chuan stopped a taxi. Master, go to Yanayu Tower. The driver looked at Lu Chuan through the rear view mirror and asked, are you also going to watch Su-ming's 999th battle? Lu Chuan grinned and said, I'm going to mess things up. Yanayu Tower. This is a retro building with 7 floors, each of which is in the shape of a Chinese character. The life and death arena is in the hollow position in the center of the first floor. At this moment, Yanayu Tower is already crowded with people. Not only is the first floor full, but the upstairs are also crowded with people. Everyone lies in front of the guardrail and looks at the life and death arena below. On the life and death arena, Su-ming was covered in scars. His face, arms, and legs were all unhealed wounds. His hair was messy, his breath was low, and his eyes were full of fatigue. One of his arms was hanging in the air, as if he had lost consciousness, motionless, and the other hand was wiping the sweat from his forehead. Even so, he still maintained a high fighting spirit, and did not retreat a single step. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man with a strong aura. His name was Yang Shan. He was the top fighter under Han Wu, and his strength had reached the level of half-step transformation. Yang Shan looked at Su-ming with a sneer and said, Su-ming, you are now like a dying man with half of your body buried in the ground. You are not my opponent. Why don't you just admit defeat? If you hand over the antidote, I can spare your life. Su-ming cursed. Stop talking nonsense here. I have never admitted defeat to anyone. Just go ahead, and I might win another game. Yang Shan snorted coldly, I think you are really stubborn. Since you are looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. He rushed to Su-ming in one step and slapped him with his palm. Su-ming dodged quickly. Although he was already at the end of his strength and the previous battle had exhausted all his energy, he was at the peak of the 9th rank after all, and he was a disciple of Xuanzang. Even if Yang Shan was a half-step transformation, it would not be so easy to kill him. The two fought for dozens of moves. Su-ming was defeated after all. One of his arms was broken, and his strength could not be fully exerted. It was already the limit for him to last dozens of moves. Yang Shan slapped Su-ming on the chest. Su-ming flew backwards and lay on the ground, blood gushing out of his mouth. Su-ming is dead. Is he really going to lose in this 999th battle? What a pity. I thought he could create a miracle, but now it seems that I thought too much. TSK, if he loses, he will die. But he can fight for so long without losing, which is already worthy of admiration. Everyone was talking. Su-ming lay down and looked at the sky, a little absent-minded. Am I going to die after all? But my sister-in-law is still in a coma, and I'm the only one who knows where the antidote is. If I die, what will happen to my sister-in-law? Brother, I'm so sorry for you. But if my sister-in-law is still alive, it should be easy to wake her up after finding her, right? Alas, you said you wanted to become a peerless master and live a life of chivalry and revenge in the future. Now it seems that there is no chance. Yang Shan came over, grabbed Su-ming's neck, and lifted him up from the ground. Su-ming, your death is coming. What else do you want to say? Su-ming smiled and said, before I die, can you call me dad? Yang Shan said angrily, I think you are not dying fast enough. After saying that, he was about to use force on Su-ming's neck. However, at this moment, an invisible force appeared, making him unable to use any strength. He frowned and shouted, who is it? A figure appeared on the ring. He wants you to call him dad. If you do as he says, I will spare your life. Yang Shan turned his head and found that the person who came was a young man of about the same age as Su-ming. Su-ming was stunned when he heard the voice, and then he used up his last bit of strength to turn his head and take a look. When he saw the appearance of the person, his eyes became hot and tears flowed down his face instantly. Big brother. Chapter 155. Take my palm. Lu Chuan walked up to Su-ming, smiled, and said, sorry, I'm late. Su-ming was so excited that he couldn't speak. The people watching the excitement were also surprised. Who is this person? Why did he go to the ring? Is this guy trying to save Su-ming? This is a life and death ring. He will die if he goes up. I heard that Yang Shan is a half step into the realm of transformation. Even if this person who suddenly appeared is a master, he is definitely not Yang Shan's opponent. Yang Shan frowned at Lu Chuan and said coldly, boy, are you tired of living? You dare to run to the Misty Rain Tower to make trouble? Lu Chuan smiled and said, let him go first. Yang Shan cursed, who do you think you are? How dare you order me? Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly, then his eyes condensed, and he slapped Yang Shan's arm with one palm. With a swish, Yang Shan's arm was directly separated from his body, blood splattered, and the scene was a bit bloody. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden scene. It took Yang Shan a long time to react. He covered his broken arm with horror and screamed. Su-ming sat down on the ground, threw away the hand that was pinching his neck, and looked disgusted. Lu Chuan threw him a jade bottle and said, take some pills and recover on the side. Su-ming did not hesitate, and quickly opened the jade bottle, poured out a few pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. A stream of warm current appeared in his body, which instantly relieved the fatigue accumulated for so long. Then he hurriedly said, brother, take me and run away quickly. The boss of Yan'an Tower is a master of the transformation realm. If you come here to mess up the place, they may have known about it and will probably come here soon. If you run too late, we will have no chance. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I know, you just watch from the side. Su-ming was stunned, thinking that his brother was beaten by Shen Yuring before. Why is he so confident now? Could it be that he has already made a breakthrough? Thinking of this, Su-ming couldn't help but show an admiring look on his face. Big brother is big brother. Not only did he not die after falling into Lingjiang River, but he has also made a breakthrough now. I really followed the right person. Lu Chuan walked in front of Yang Shan, who was screaming. Seeing this, Yang Shan knelt down and shouted, Dad, I was wrong. Please save my life. Sorry, you called the wrong person. Lu Chuan kicked him directly, kicking Yang Shan out of the ring and crashing into the wall not far away. He looked around and said loudly, where is Hongwu? Let him roll over. On the 7th floor of Yan'an building, Hongwu was sitting in an office, and a young girl was kneeling in front of him busying herself. At this time, a person suddenly broke in. The young girl was startled and quickly got up and wiped her mouth. Hongwu also frowned and cursed, are you looking for death? Don't you know to knock on the door before coming in? Then he pulled up his pants without leaving any trace. The man said anxiously, Master Hong, it's bad. Someone suddenly appeared, saved Su-ming, and killed Yang Shan. Now he is yelling for you to get down. Hongwu frowned, killed Yang Shan? Who dares to mess up my place? The man said, I don't know. That person is as young as Su-ming, and doesn't look like a native of Quancheng. Hongwu immediately stood up and walked out. He walked to the guardrail, looked at the ring below, and then turned over and jumped from the 7th floor. A whistling sound was heard. Lu Chuan looked up and found a figure falling rapidly. There was a bang. Hongwu stood firmly on the ring, and spider web-like cracks appeared under his feet. Everyone exclaimed, it's Hongwu. This kid is finished. Hongwu is a master of the transformation realm. He has no rivals in Quancheng. This kid who comes to mess things up is dead. Damn, the tickets bought today are worth it. I can actually see Hongwu take action personally. It's so exciting. Lu Chuan stared at the man who suddenly jumped down and asked, "Are you Hongwu?" Hongwu also looked at Lu Chuan a few times and felt that this young man had a strong aura. Even he felt a sense of crisis. "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Lu Chuan said lightly. "My name is Lu Chuan. Suming is my brother." Hongwu turned his head to look at Suming, pondered for a moment, and said with a smile, "So you are Suming's brother. He is really a rare young talent. Suming's presence is purely an accident. Since you come to pick him up, I will no longer stop you. You can let the matter of killing me and taking him in be left alone. How about it?" He could clearly feel that Lu Chuan was not simple. Since the other party dared to come and challenge him, he must have something to rely on. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he planned to make peace. Hearing this, Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Don't people say you are a powerful figure in Guancheng? Why are you so scared when you see me? What level are you in the transformation realm?" Hongwu did not hide it and said, "I broke through to the transformation realm 3 years ago, and now I'm still in the first level of the transformation realm." Lu Chuan was a little disappointed and said, "Only the first level? It seems that I overestimated you." He originally wanted to use this Hongwu to see how his strength in the early stage of foundation building corresponded to the level of the transformation realm, but it turned out that this guy was only in the first level of the transformation realm. According to his speculation, he can now at least fight against someone in the third level of the transformation realm. Hongwu frowned and said, "Brother, you are young and have a bad temper, which I can understand, but I haven't been in Quancheng for so many years in vain. I have already made concessions. If you know what's good for you, you'd better take Suming away now. Otherwise, when I change my mind, it won't be so easy for you to leave." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't leave unless I kill you." Hongwu said angrily, "You really don't know what's good for you? Do you think it's worth it to fight with me for a 9th rank master?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Not only for Suming, but also for his arm, and even more for Munan King. She is very important to me, but you want to sleep with her. I can't sleep well unless I kill you." Hongwu narrowed his eyes, "So it was for that woman. But do you really think that I'm afraid of you because I give you some face?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Then stop talking nonsense. Let me see how capable you are." As soon as the words fell, he rushed towards Hongwu. Hongwu no longer hesitated, and the momentum of the first level of the transformation realm burst out, shaking the people present. The two fought quickly, and the power flew everywhere. Wherever they passed, there was a mess. Obviously, the cement arena could not withstand the fight between the two. The people watching the excitement were trembling with fear at this level of fighting. They did not dare to get too close like before. After all, once they were affected, they might even lose their lives. Not long after, Hongwu found that he was no match for Lu Chuan. He showed fear in his heart. He didn't know why Lu Chuan was so young and so strong. He began to guess that the other party was very likely a genius trained by a super sect. He regretted fighting with the other party. After a while, he seized the opportunity and said quickly, "Brother, let's talk it over. Stop first. If you are unhappy, you can make a condition to me, and I will definitely meet it. How about it?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "My condition is that you take my palm and let me see how powerful this palm is." When he was at the Tang family, he also took the time to learn a few martial arts of the foundation building realm, and now he wants to test the power. Hongwu thought that, although you are strong, it is not easy to take your palm, so he said, "Okay, come on, I will definitely take it." Lu Chuan grinned and said, "Then I won't be polite." Then he charged a palm and slapped Hongwu. Fortune palm. A powerful force locked Hongwu. At that moment, Hongwu felt the threat of death. His pupils kept dilating, trying to make Lu Chuan stop. However, the speed of Lu Chuan's palm was beyond his cognition, and it slapped him straight on the chest. "No!" Hongwu screamed. His chest caved in, and then he flew backwards at high speed, hitting a large pillar more than 1 meter thick not far away, breaking the pillar. The people around him screamed in fear and hurried to avoid it. Lu Chuan walked up to Hongwu, looked down at him, and found that his eyes were wide open, and he had no breath. He died already? I don't know whether I should praise my good fortune palm, or complain that you are too weak. He didn't waste any more time, turned around and walked to Suming. saying, "Let's go." Suming gave Luchuan a thumbs up, smiled and said, "Brother, you are still awesome. Don't flatter me, my sister-in-law is still waiting at the hotel." Luchuan walked straight out. Suming hurried to catch up. After a long time, those who surrounded Hanwoo dared to step forward and confirm his condition. A man felt Hanwoo's pulse, then stepped back in fear, shouting, "Hanwoo, dead, dead." Everyone was horrified. Wang Shiai rushed over with the Wang family. The 8th grade master who was kicked by Luchuan was still alive. Wang Shiai sent him to the hospital, so she arrived too late. I don't know if Suming's last battle has started. That Luchuan must have come here to cause trouble. This is Hanwoo's territory. Hanwoo will definitely not let him go. I hope his stupid behavior doesn't affect Suming. Wang Shiai ran into the Misty Rain Tower and saw that everyone was in chaos. Some people were still shouting words like death. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She quickly stopped one of them and asked, "Suming is dead?" The man glanced at him and said, "What do you mean Suming is dead? Just now, a young man rescued Suming like a god from heaven. He fought with Hanwoo, but Hanwoo was defeated and was slapped to death." Wang Shiai was stunned for a moment. Is Hanwoo dead? Of course, the body is still there. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself, the man said, and turned away. Wang Shiai walked to the front, and after seeing Hanwoo's body in the shockingly damaged arena, her legs couldn't help but weaken. Luchuan is actually so powerful. Deep regret appeared on her face. If I had listened to him at that time, maybe I would have a chance to be with Suming, but now, I'm so confused. Chapter 156, Shocked Dr. Zhang. On the way to the hotel, although Suming felt the joy of surviving the catastrophe, he felt more lost and helpless in his heart. He turned his head to look at his arm that had lost all feeling and sighed deeply. Now I'm half disabled. Although there are many one-armed heroes in the martial arts world, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to improve my realm after losing an arm. Although the peak of the 9th rank is not weak, it is too weak compared to my brother. In this way, I will only be a drag on my brother in the future. I think my brother will dislike me after a long time. Why don't I be a little self-aware and take the initiative to leave my brother? After all, he has come to save my life, which is already a great kindness. I can't ask for anything more. Suming was full of disappointment. Although he wanted to continue to follow Luchuan very much, he knew very well that it was impossible for a disabled person to keep up with Luchuan's pace. Just when he was about to tell Luchuan about this, Luchuan stopped the taxi and he had to hold back his words. The two people got out of the car. Suming turned his head and looked at the side. He found that this was a medicinal material market. "Brother, aren't we going to look for my sister-in-law? What are we doing here?" Suming asked with some doubt. Luchuan smiled and poked Suming's broken arm, saying, "Of course, I have to heal your broken arm first. Are you going to see my sister-in-law like this?" Suming was stunned and said, but my arm has been broken for many days, and I have lost consciousness a long time ago. Even with the most advanced medical technology, it is impossible to heal my arm." Luchuan smiled and said, "Just because modern medicine can't cure it doesn't mean I can't. Let's go in and buy some medicinal materials first." After that, he went into the medicinal material market. Suming was stunned for several seconds and then hurriedly followed him in. "Brother, are you kidding me? Can my arm really be cured? But I've seen a man with an arm broken like mine in Xuanzang before. He tried many ways, but it was impossible to cure it. And in my case, if I had treated it on the same day it was broken, maybe it could have been reattached, but it's been so many days." Suming was like a chatterbox, talking non-stop beside Luchuan. Luchuan was annoyed by her and said directly, "If you keep talking, I won't treat you." Suming immediately shut up. Luchuan suddenly felt that the world was peaceful. After walking around the market for a long time, he bought several kinds of medicinal materials. After buying the last kind of medicine, Luchuan asked the boss, "Boss, do you have a tool for pounding medicine here? Let me borrow it." The boss smiled and said, "Yes, it's inside. Go in and get it yourself." Luchuan didn't hesitate, walked inside, found the tool for pounding medicine, and pounded all the purchased medicinal materials and mixed them together. During this process, he kept sending spiritual energy into the medicinal materials, using the spiritual energy to accurately control the fusion of the ingredients inside. After a while, a ball of black ointment appeared in front of him. Lu Chuan looked at Suming and said, "Come and sit down." Suming obeyed obediently, hurried over and sat on a chair over there. At this time, an old man with a white beard, who had been sleeping on a recliner in the store, sat up, stared at Lu Chuan and Suming, and asked, "Young man, what do you want to do with this medicine?" Lu Chuan pointed at Suming and said, "His arm is broken, I'll connect it for him." Hearing this, the old man with a white beard immediately became interested, stood up and walked to Suming, saying, "Let me take a look." Lu Chuan didn't know what the old man with a white beard wanted to do, so he stopped what he was doing. The boss on the side said with a smile, "You two are so lucky. This is the famous Dr. Zhang Bailey in Guancheng. He hasn't treated anyone for a long time. He has been recuperating here during this period. If he is willing to treat you two should be happy." Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and said, "It turns out that he is a miracle doctor. I just don't know if he has the ability to restore the broken arm." The boss glared and said, "Young man, you underestimate Dr. Zhang. In Guancheng, there is no disease that he can't cure." Zhang Bailey listened to the boss praising himself, and he couldn't help showing a hint of pride on his face, as if he recalled some things in Guancheng. He reached out to touch Suming's broken arm, and said with a smile, "You two should not be locals. If you have heard of some of my deeds, you will know how glorious I was in the past." Lu Chuan smiled and said nothing, waiting for Zhang Bailey to examine Suming. After a while, Zhang Bailey, who was originally full of confidence, frowned, shook his head and said, "Young man, why didn't you find someone to treat your arm when you just broke it? It's almost necrotic, and you only thought about treating it. Even if a god comes down to earth, he can't cure it." Suming said embarrassedly, "I had something to do when it was just broken and couldn't come." Zhang Bailey sighed and said, "What nonsense. What can be bigger than a broken arm?" He turned his head to look at Lu Chuan and said, "You don't have to find a way to treat him. His arm is about to be necrotic. It must be amputated as soon as possible, otherwise his life will be in danger. Don't delay it any longer." The boss said sympathetically, "Dr. Zhang said that your arm cannot be cured. Then it really cannot be cured. Young man, you'd better listen to Dr. Zhang and go for amputation as soon as possible." Suming's face turned pale when he heard this. This old man really looks like a person with superb medical skills. He has made a conclusion for himself. Can Lu Chuan really cure his arm? He looked at Lu Chuan a little desperately. "Brother." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Dr. Zhang, amputation is too cruel. His arm can still be cured." Zhang Bailey was immediately angry and said, "You, the junior, are really boasting. I have been treating people for a lifetime. How can I not know whether his arm can be cured? You are harming him by letting him drag on like this and not amputate." Lu Chuan said, "Dr. Zhang, don't get excited. How about this? You watch me treat his arm first. I can cure him now. If it really can't be cured, I will take him for amputation. What do you think?" Zhang Bailey was a little curious about where Lu Chuan got the confidence to say such a thing, and said unhappily, "Okay, you treat him now. I want to see what kind of ability you have to save this almost necrotic arm." The boss shook his head and sighed, muttering to himself, "This kid really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." He even dared to question the judgment of Dr. Zhang. He probably has no knowledge. He heard a folk remedy from somewhere and thought that he could cure his broken arm. Lu Chuan walked up to Suming and said, "Take off your shirt." Suming did it immediately. When Zhang Bailey and the boss saw Suming's shocking scars, their pupils shrank. After looking at each other, they took a few steps back at the same time. Lu Chuan took the prepared ointment and applied it to Suming's arm little by little. Zhang Bailey saw this and asked, "Do you want to cure his arm with this little ointment?" "Yes." Lu Chuan replied lightly. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Zhang Bailey felt that Lu Chuan came to deliberately anger him. If this kid had some medical knowledge, he should know how difficult it is to cure a necrotic arm. As a result, this kid wanted to save it with a little ointment. Is this ointment made by a god? Lu Chuan ignored him and applied the ointment all over Suming's arm. Then he asked the boss for silver needles and began to acupuncture Suming's arm with the supreme true acupuncture method and spiritual energy. After about half an hour, Suming felt that his arm, which had lost sensation, began to itch, and a hint of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. "I feel itchy." Zhang Bailey frowned and said, "Don't be too happy, this may be your illusion." The boss, who originally thought that Lu Chuan was just doing useless work, couldn't help but look at Suming, thinking that this kid really has some ability to heal the arm, that even Dr. Zhang was helpless. Lu Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and then injected the last bit of spiritual power into Suming's arm along the silver needle. Suming screamed instantly. "It hurts. It hurts so much. My arm is in so much pain." Seeing Suming's reaction, Lu Chuan smiled and said, "It's right that it hurts." Zhang Bailey couldn't sit still anymore. He frowned and stared at Suming, saying, "It shouldn't be like this. How could he feel pain? His arm should be dead." Suming gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain in his arm. He was sweating profusely and almost fainted. 10 minutes later, the pain in his arm gradually eased and finally disappeared. Lu Chuan put away the silver needle and asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" Suming clenched his fist and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore." Then he was stunned, looked down at his hand, clenched his fist tightly, then opened it, and then moved his fingers one by one. He was completely stunned. Big brother, am I seeing right? My hand can move." Lu Chuan said, "Why are you asking me? Can't you feel it yourself?" Suming quickly moved his shoulders and elbows. When he found that his arm, which had been broken for many days, was restored to its original state, he was so excited that his body began to tremble. He quickly looked at Lu Chuan and burst into tears. "Big brother, you are my second parents. I only recognize you as my big brother in this life. In the future, you can ask me to go through fire and water, and I will do it." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Okay, you are a grown man and you are crying like this. Go and wash the ointment off your arm." Suming wiped his tears and nodded. He originally planned to leave Lu Chuan on his own initiative and not drag Lu Chuan down, but he didn't expect Lu Chuan to heal his arm so easily. He was too excited and couldn't control his emotions. Zhang Bailey and the boss on the side had already been stunned. The boss muttered to himself, "My god, he actually saved a necrotic arm. Is this guy a god?" Zhang Bailey was also very excited. He walked to Lu Chuan and knelt down with a plop. "Huatuo is alive. Your medical skills are like Huatuo is alive. Can I become your disciple?" Chapter 157 Return to Cloud City. Seeing this, Lu Chuan quickly helped Zhang Bailey up and said, "Divine Dr. Zhang, you really embarrassed me." Zhang Bailey said solemnly, "Young man, please don't call me a divine doctor. I can't bear these two words in front of you. You are the real divine doctor. I said I want to worship you as my master, but I'm not joking with you. I really want to be your master. Please accept me as your apprentice." Lu Chuan said helplessly, "Divine Dr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry that I can't accept you as your apprentice." Zhang Bailey saw that Lu Chuan was determined, and his face was full of disappointment, and asked again, "It's okay not to accept me as a disciple, then can you teach me how to heal his necrotic arm?" Lu Chuan said, "Divine Dr. Zhang, to be honest, even if I teach you, you can't learn it, so please don't embarrass me." It's not that he doesn't want to teach, but to achieve this, one must be a cultivator and cooperate with spiritual energy to restore the broken arm to normal. It is impossible to do this with ordinary people's medical skills alone, no matter how hard they try. Zhang Bailey just thought that Lu Chuan didn't want to teach and shook his head and sighed. Lu Chuan said, "Drive Zhang, it's fate to meet. We can leave a contact number. If you have any questions about medical skills, you can call me at any time to communicate." Zhang Bailey's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Okay, it's also an honor for my old bones to discuss medical skills with you." After a while, Suming washed the ointment on his arm. Lu Chuan quickly said goodbye to Zhang Bailey and the boss, and took Suming away from the medicinal materials market. The two went to the hotel together. Munan King was relieved when he saw that Suming was safe and sound. Lu Chuan was full of emotion. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort to find Mu Nanking and Suming, but he didn't expect that they would meet again under such a coincidence. Suming looked at Lu Chuan and Mu Nanking with a smile and said, "This shows that brother and sister-in-law are in sync with each other. Even if they are forced to separate due to external forces, they will meet again at the right time." Lu Chuan immediately glared at him and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you need my help to cure your mouth, too?" Mu Nanking's face turned slightly red, and he smiled happily. Suming quickly hid behind Mu Nanking and said, "Sister-in-law, I think what I said is right. You have to protect me." Mu Nanking waved her hand and said, "Okay, stop making trouble, both of you." Lu Chuan gave Suming another fierce look and asked, "Did you bring out the 100-year-old herb before I left?" Suming immediately understood what Lu Chuan wanted to do and quickly said, "I hid it in a very safe place." Lu Chuan nodded and said, "Go get it. I promised to help you break through, and I won't break my promise. And my next plan is to go back to Yancheng to seek revenge on Long Xian'er and Long Heo, father and son. If you break through to the realm of transformation, you can better protect my sister-in-law." Suming nodded seriously. "I'll go get it now." In the next few days, Lu Chuan and the other two stayed in Quancheng temporarily. Lu Chuan used the 100-year-old herb to refine a pill for Suming, and Suming successfully broke through to the realm of transformation with this pill. In order to reward Suming for risking his life to protect Mu Nanking, Lu Chuan also taught Suming several advanced martial arts from the cultivation world. Suming's talent was already good, and with the martial arts taught by Lu Chuan, his strength was far beyond that of ordinary people in the realm of transformation. Even though he had just broken through to the realm of transformation, he could still fight against a master of the second level of the realm of transformation. It was only after seeing the martial arts taught by Lu Chuan that Suming realized how unfathomable Lu Chuan was. He originally thought that, after breaking through to the realm of transformation, he would be able to narrow the gap between him and Lu Chuan, but he didn't expect that the stronger he was, the more he would realize how terrifying Lu Chuan was. This made him glad for his original choice, and he felt that following Lu Chuan was the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. A week later, Lu Chuan and the other two boarded a plane to Yancheng. Through the window of the plane, Lu Chuan saw the thick clouds in the distance and the endless sky. There was a few sharp flashes in his eyes. This time when he goes back, he will definitely avenge his previous shame and trample Long Heo hard under his feet. He also wanted to kill Long Xian'er to fulfill his promise to Gu Hongxiang. Of course, before that, he had to force Long Xian'er to tell him why he wanted to kill his mother. At the same time, Yancheng, Chu's family. Chu Mingyao sat in front of the dressing table. Her face was delicately made up, but her brows were full of sorrow. On the hanger behind her was a wedding dress and a set of xiu. This was sent by Long Heo. Tomorrow is the day of her and Long Heo's wedding. The Long family has already sent out invitations to many relatives and friends, and now the whole Yancheng is talking about this wedding. Chu Mingyao was naturally unwilling, but due to the power of the Long family, she had to agree. Fortunately, Long Heo was severely injured by Lu Chuan's thunder on the ship, and he had just recovered not long ago. He had no intention of causing trouble for her. She had a relatively quiet life during this period. It's just that her life is quiet, but her heart has been restless. At this time, someone knocked on the door. "Come in," Chu Mingyao said lightly. It was Secretary Zhang who came in. When Chu Mingyao saw Secretary Zhang, she quickly stood up, walked up to her, and asked anxiously, "How is it? Is there any news?" Secretary Zhang shook his head and said, "Boss Chu, Lu Chuan has been missing for such a long time. If he is really still alive, there should be news back long ago. We have also sent people to investigate for so long, and there is no clue at all. I suspect that Lu Chuan has." Chu Mingyao immediately scolded with a cold face, "Shut up." Secretary Zhang saw Chu Mingyao's appearance and could only sigh helplessly. If he is alive, he will definitely disappear in order to avoid the pursuit of the Long family. It is normal that there is no clue. Chu Mingyao tried to convince herself. Secretary Zhang said, "Boss Chu, why are you doing this? You are about to marry into the Long family. Lu Chuan has become a thing of the past. Whether he is dead or alive, it has nothing to do with you." Chu Mingyao wanted to refute, but her emotions surged, and her eyes were wet. She sat back in the chair, put her hand on her forehead, and tried to control herself, not letting the tears flow out, so as not to mess up the makeup on her face. She has been living in agony during this period, and the belief that supports her to live is that Lu Chuan is still alive. If Lu Chuan is really dead, she doesn't know what the meaning of her life is. You go out first, I'll be alone for a while, Chu Mingyao said. Secretary Zhang hesitated to speak, and finally just sighed, and turned to leave the room. Chu Mingyao took a deep breath and calmed down her emotions. She stared at herself in the mirror for a while, and then took out an exquisite dagger from the drawer of the dressing table. She tried to hide the dagger in her sleeve, not too big or too small, just right. She tried to practice several times, to quickly take the dagger out of her sleeve, and then stabbed it towards her neck. After a while, Zhao Haitang's voice rang. Yao Iao, come out to try on shoes. Got it. Chu Mingyao put away the dagger, stared at herself in the mirror again, and her eyes were more determined. Chapter 158 Take your life in exchange. Yuncheng Airport. Lu Chuan, Su Ming and Mu Nanking walked out together, and breathed the air of Yuncheng again. The three of them felt an inexplicable emotion in their hearts. Su Ming said to himself, I'm afraid that the sky of Yuncheng will change after I come back this time. Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing and said, I didn't expect you to be so sentimental. Su Ming chuckled and said, isn't this just for the occasion? Let's go back to the clinic first. I don't know if the people of the Long family have gone to trouble Mr. Zhao during my absence. The three of them rushed towards the Xuanu clinic. On the way, Lu Chuan heard many people talking about the wedding of the Long family that would be held tomorrow. He narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly glad that he came back at the right time. If he came back a few days later, Chu Mingyao would have fallen into Long Hao's clutches. That's good. I will kill Long's family tomorrow and give Long Hao a big gift. The three of them came to the Xuanu clinic. Zhao Siming and others were all excited when they saw Lu Chuan coming back alive, and they wondered if they were dazzled. After confirming that Lu Chuan in front of him was a real person, Zhao Siming quickly brought the three of them into the clinic and closed the door of the clinic vigilantly. During this period, Long Xian'er had been sending people to pay close attention to Xuanhu Medical Clinic and often sent people to cause trouble. Fortunately, Xuanhu Medical Clinic was invested by Ningxin. No matter how bold Long Xian'er was, he could not provoke the Ning family in Kyoto, so he did not dare to do anything excessive. In addition, Zhao Siming was the leader of the traditional Chinese medicine community in Yuncheng, and he was highly respected. No one dared to do anything to him, so the business of Xuanhu Medical Clinic was not affected, and the three kinds of elixirs were still selling well. It was just that the stock that Lu Chuan had refined before was running low. If he didn't come back, the three kinds of elixirs would be out of stock. After learning that Xuanhu Medical Clinic was not deliberately targeted, Lu Chuan was relieved. He took a short break, gave Su Ming and Zhao Siming many instructions, and then began to wait for the wedding of Long Hao and Chu Mingyao. The next afternoon, Lu Chuan made all the necessary preparations and planned to go to the Long family to seek revenge on Long Xian'er and Long Hao. He asked Su Ming to stay in the clinic to protect the safety of Mu Nanking, Zhao Siming and others, and promised that he would come back alive. Even if his revenge failed, no one could stop him if he wanted to run. He was confident in this. To be on the safe side, he asked Mu Nanking to pack up his things so that he could run away. But just as he was about to go out, he saw Qinlan walking over with her arms around a man in his 30s, with a thin face. Although his aura was not ordinary, his face was a little pale, and he looked like he had kidney deficiency. Seeing his ex-girlfriend again, Lu Chuan felt no ripples in his heart. It's just that he didn't know what Qinlan was doing at the Xuanhu clinic at this time, and who was the man with kidney deficiency she was hugging. Qinlan stuck to the man like an obedient female cat, pointed to the Xuanhu Medical Clinic and said, "My dear, this is it. Pian pill and Yankee pill are sold here. The guy who launched these two pills had a grudge against me, but the good news is that he is dead. The prescriptions of these two pills must be in the Xuanhu Medical Clinic. If you grab these two prescriptions, your entire sect will be driven out in the future. Maybe you can even become an elder in the sect because of this." The man with kidney deficiency showed an excited smile on his face and said, this Yankee pill and PON pill are very nourishing to the body, especially for replenishing essence. This is an excellent tonic for those who practice our Hehuan sex exercises. This time I must bring back the prescriptions of these 2 pills to exchange for credit. The 2 came to the door of the Xuanhu medical clinic. Just as Qinlan was about to go in, she saw Lu Chuan standing at the door of the clinic and was stunned. Then she said in surprise, Lu Chuan, aren't you dead? Lu Chuan sneered and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm lucky and have a life. Qinlan was in disbelief and said unhappily, you are really a cockroach. You didn't die, even after falling into the Lingjiang River. But you actually have the courage to come back. Aren't you afraid that Long Xian'ai will come to kill you again? Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, I was just about to go find him for revenge. But you, after not seeing you for a few days, you even got involved with this guy who looks like he has kidney deficiency. You are really hungry and have no choice. Qinlan immediately cursed. You are looking for death, right? Do you know who my dear is? Let me tell you, he is from the Hehuan sect, and he is a legendary master of the realm of transformation, at the same level as Long Heo. I heard that you were beaten by Long Heo and couldn't even pay back your hand. I advise you to kneel down and apologize to my dear now, otherwise you won't survive today. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this guy who looked like he had kidney deficiency was actually a master of the transformation realm. He really didn't know how Qinlan hooked up with a master of this level. However, the name of the Hehuan sect sounded unorthodox. It was probably some evil sect. He sneered and said, now that you have a backer, you're getting bolder. Have you forgotten how you knelt in front of me and begged for mercy? Qinlan's face changed, and she stared at Lu Chuan with gritted teeth, and said to the man with kidney deficiency next to her, my dear, he is the one who made the Yankee pill and PON pill, and he bullied me before. You should break his hands and feet, so that I can vent my anger. The man with kidney deficiency stared at Lu Chuan and said coldly, you are the first one who dares to say that I have kidney deficiency. Tell me your name. I never kill nameless people. Lu Chuan smiled and said, my name is Lu Chuan. Since you asked for my name, why don't you tell me your name too? The man with kidney deficiency looked proud and shouted, Ruan Nan. Lu Chuan was stunned. Soft man? He really lives up to his name. A burst of anger flashed across Ruan Nan's face. He hated people talking nonsense about his name the most. He gritted his teeth and said, boy, are you looking for death? Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, I'm just telling the truth. Ruan Nan took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and asked, do you have the prescriptions for Yankee Dan and PON Dan? Lu Chuan nodded, yes. Ruan Nan said, give me these 2 prescriptions. I can spare your life, and the grudge between you and Qinlan will be written off. How about it? Qinlan was a little dissatisfied when she heard this. My dear, isn't this too easy for him? Ruan Nan said, my Hehuan sect has a bad reputation. If I kill someone here, I will inevitably be entangled by the people from the supervisory department. It's better to have less trouble than more. Qinlan looked unhappy, but didn't say anything else. Lu Chuan looked at Ruan Nan and smiled, and said, how did you get the illusion that you could kill me? You want the prescriptions for PON Dan and Yankee Dan? You can. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Take your life in exchange. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 159. I love Lu Chuan. Ruan Nan's face darkened. He didn't expect Lu Chuan to be so arrogant. He stepped forward and said, boy, do you really think I dare not attack you? Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, if you want to attack, hurry up. I have something else to do. Don't waste my time. Ruan Nan felt humiliated and no longer worried about the supervision department. He rushed towards Lu Chuan in one step. You asked for it. He slapped Lu Chuan's chest with his palm. He felt that this arrogant guy would be seriously injured. Qinlan on the side became excited. She was sure that Lu Chuan was not Ruan Nan's opponent. She could take the opportunity to vent her resentment today. but just when Ruanan's palm was about to slap Luchuan suddenly grabbed his wrist and blocked his move. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you're only at the first level of the transformation realm. How dare you act wildly in front of me with this little ability? Ruanan's face changed drastically, with a trace of horror on his face, and he shouted, "This is impossible. Didn't Kinlan say that you were almost beaten to death by the transformation realm some time ago? How could you take my full strength palm so easily?" Luchuan laughed and said, "You dare to believe what that stupid woman said? Don't you know that she is very deceiving?" As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Ruanan in the stomach. Ruanan immediately bent over and screamed. Luchuan raised his knee again and knocked it on his face. Kinlan was stunned. How could he become so powerful? Even Ruanan is not his opponent. Luchuan beat Ruanan into a pig's head. Ruanan wailed and begged for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'm willing to give you my Hehuan Sect's supreme dual cultivation secret method. Please don't hit me." Luchuan curled his lips and kicked Ruanan away. He has endless dragon and yang power in his body, so why would he need any secret method of dual cultivation? Senior you from the supervisory department is an elder I respect. I don't want to cause trouble for him, so I'll spare your life today. If you dare to cause trouble again in the future, I'll make sure you can't practice dual cultivation with others for the rest of your life. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Kinlan. Kinlan shivered with fear and forced an awkward smile on her face, saying, This is a misunderstanding." Luchuan snorted coldly and went up and slapped Kinlan twice. "Misunderstanding? You really don't change your bad habits. Have you forgotten what I said at the beginning?" Kinlan's face was swollen like a bun, and she cried and said, "I was wrong." Luchuan slapped her again. "If I didn't have to rush to the Long family now, I would have taught you a lesson today. Get out of here quickly. Don't let me see you again in the future." Kinlan turned around quickly, helped Ruanan up from a distance, and fled in embarrassment. Luchuan didn't waste any more time and took a taxi to the Long family. The Long family mansion. At this moment, luxury cars gathered in front of the house, and it was very lively. The main courtyard of the house was already full of banquets, and the guests were seated one after another. Long Heo, wearing a red groom's wedding suit, followed Long Shianai to greet the guests at the door. After welcoming the last wave of guests into the yard, Long Shianai asked Long Heo, "What did your master say? Will he come today?" Long Heo smiled and said, "Although I'm only the youngest apprentice of the master, he still promised to come to my wedding, but he may come later." Long Shianai's face showed a hint of expectation, and he said, "No matter when he comes, as long as he is willing to come, it means that he values my Long family. Son, you must have a good relationship with your master. The future of our Long family depends on you." Long Heo smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dad, I won't let you down." The two entered the yard. Long Shianai came in front of the guests and gave a speech with some excitement, thanking everyone for taking time out of their busy schedule to attend his son's wedding. Among the guests, there were more than a dozen masters who had reached the realm of transformation. They came from all over the world. Although most of them were only at the first or second level of the realm of transformation, it was enough to show Long Shianai's connections. After Long Shianai finished his speech, the next part was the wedding ceremony. Long Shianai was a person who valued tradition, so this time Long Heo and Chumingayeo chose the ancient style worship ceremony for their wedding ceremony. Long Heo stood in front of everyone. "Please come in, bride," a high-pitched voice sounded. Then everyone saw Chumingayeo, who was dressed in a red robe, a phoenix crown and a beautiful bridal veil, walked out accompanied by several maids. She held a round fan in her hand and walked gracefully, which stunned many people. Long Shianai has found a good daughter-in-law this time. She is so beautiful. She looks like she came out of a painting. She is really as beautiful as a fairy. There are not many brides like her in the world. The Long family has really found a treasure this time. The bride is beautiful, and Long Heo is not bad either. They are a perfect match. Long Heo listened to the discussion of the crowd and couldn't help showing a smug expression on his face. He smiled at Chumingayeo and said to himself, "After the wedding ceremony, you will be my woman. Then I will let you scold Luchuan as a waste under me." It's exciting to think about it. Chu Mingyao was cold as ice. Seeing Long Hao's smile, that made her feel sick. She didn't want to see this man for a second, but she could bear it. After all, it wouldn't be long before all this would be over. Chu Shan and Xiao Heitang sat in the main seat and looked at their daughter with mixed feelings. After getting married today, one of our wishes will be fulfilled. Although I know Yao doesn't want to marry Long Hao, this is the best choice for her. Chu Shan murmured to himself. Xiao Heitang sighed. As a mother, she knew her daughter's mind best. She naturally knew who Chu Mingyao was worried about, but the Long family was powerful and Lu Chuan's life and death were unknown. In order to consider the overall situation, she could only let her precious daughter suffer. Long Hao and Chu Mingyao both stood in front of the guests. A respected elder came on stage and said a few words, and then announced that the wedding ceremony of the two Nilaiwats officially began. First, bow to heaven and earth. Long Hao and Chu Mingyao did not kneel, but bowed to the front. Second, bow to your parents. The two turned around to face Long Xian'er and Chu Shan and Xiao Heitang. They bowed together, and Chu Mingyao had tears in the corners of her eyes. Husband and wife bow to each other. The two turned around and faced each other. Long Hao had an excited smile on his face and slowly bent down to Chu Mingyao. However, Chu Mingyao stood there, motionless. All the guests were surprised. Why doesn't the daughter-in-law bow? Yes, the couple is bowing to each other. Why doesn't she move? Look at the bride's face. She is obviously crying. Does she not want to marry into the Long family at all? Long Hao noticed the abnormality around him, raised his head, and took a look, only to find that Chu Mingyao did not bow to him. His face sank and said, "What are you doing? So many guests are watching. Do you want me to embarrass myself in front of so many people?" Chu Mingyao showed a sad smile on her face and said, "Long Hao, I will never bow to you in my life, and I will never be your woman. Not only will I embarrass you in front of so many people, but I will also tell you in front of everyone that I love Lu Chuan." Everyone was surprised, and the scene suddenly became quiet. Chu Shan frowned. What does she want to do? Xiao Heitang suddenly became nervous and said in panic, Yao won't do anything crazy, right? The smile on Long Xian'er's face disappeared, and his eyes narrowed. Long Hao's heart was filled with anger, and he shouted at Chu Mingyao, "Lu Chuan is dead. I'm 100 times and 1,000 times better than him. Why do you choose that waste? How can I not compare with him?" Chu Mingyao smiled and said, "You are not as good as him in any way. Even if he is dead, he is still far better than you in my heart, and I will be with him soon. You will never be able to separate us." As soon as the voice fell, she immediately took out the dagger hidden in her sleeve and stabbed her neck without hesitation. "Lu Chuan, I'm here to find you." Everyone was shocked when they saw this. "No!" Xiao Heitang shouted. Long Hao narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to snatch the dagger from Chu Mingyao's hand. Although Chu Mingyao's behavior was beyond everyone's expectation, her movements were as slow as a snail in the eyes of the master of the realm of transformation, and it was easy to stop her. Chu Mingyao was ready to die, but she didn't expect that the dagger in her hand was snatched away by Long Hao. She was completely stunned. How could it be snatched away? "I have practiced it many times." Long Hao played with the dagger and said coldly, "You committed suicide in front of Master of the Realm of Transformation. It seems that you really look down on me." After saying that, the internal force on his palm burst out, and he actually squeezed the dagger into a ball of wrinkles. Chu Mingyao was so scared that she quickly stepped back 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. "I really didn't expect that you would even give up your life for that waste Lu Chuan. Is he really that good?" Long Hao walked towards Chu Mingyao step by step. Chu Mingyao looked panicked and said, "You, don't come over here." Long Hao sneered, "Anyway, you have embarrassed me in front of these guests. I don't care anymore. Do you have anything else to commit suicide? If not, I won't give you any more chances. From now on, I will make you a bitch by my side and make you live a life worse than death." Chu Mingyao was extremely terrified and turned to run away. Long Hao grabbed her and subdued her in his hands. He turned his head and said to the guests, "I'm really making a fool of myself. My wife is a little rebellious. Don't take it to heart. I'll take her to the bridal chamber now." You should eat and drink, and you must have fun. After that, he dragged Chumingayeo towards the room. Let me go. I don't want to spend the bridal chamber with you. Chumingayeo resisted hard, but it didn't work. Zhao Haitang was distressed, and Chu Shan sighed again and again, but unfortunately the two could do nothing. Long Heo showed a grim smile on his face, looking at Chumingayeo's desperate resistance, and said, very good, I like you like this, it will make me more excited, just wait for me to ravage you. Chumingayeo's face was full of despair, she had already anticipated what kind of end was waiting for her. Really, am I going to become Long Heo's plaything? At this moment, a loud shout rang out, let her go. Then, everyone saw a figure falling from the sky and landing on the stage. Chapter 160 Munan King is jealous. Who is this person? What does he want to do? Is he here to cause trouble? Some people whispered, and they felt that today's wedding was more exciting. Lu Chuan. At this time, Zhao Haitang stood up in disbelief and shouted loudly. Chu Shan was also shocked. Long Xiana's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stood up as well. Long Heo and Chumingayeo both turned their heads to look over, with surprise and disbelief on their faces. Lu Chuan is still alive. Chumingayeo muttered to herself, and all the panic and fear she had before disappeared because of Lu Chuan's appearance. Long Heo frowned. He didn't understand. Lu Chuan had obviously fallen into the Ling River. How could he survive? And where did he get the courage to run to his and Chumingayeo's wedding to cause trouble? A head suddenly popped up beside the wall of the Long family mansion. They were Suming and Munan King. Lu Chuan asked Suming to protect Munan King in the clinic, but Munan King was really worried about Lu Chuan, so he discussed with Suming and secretly ran here to keep an eye on Lu Chuan's situation. Suming looked at Munan King and whispered, sister-in-law, I can only take you here to watch quietly for a while. Big brother has told me that no matter what happens, I must protect your safety first. So even if something happens to big brother later, I will take you away first. Don't be impulsive and leave both of us here. Munan King waved his hand, staring at the situation in the yard with his eyes, and said, I know. Suming didn't say anything more, looked towards the yard, and asked, by the way, who is Long Heo? How dare he mess with my big brother? I have to remember him well. If big brother can't win, I can avenge him in the future. Munan King said, it's the man in the groom's clothes on the stage. Suming looked over, then widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, how could it be him? Munan King was puzzled, turned his head and asked, do you know him? Suming swallowed and said, this guy is the apprentice of our Xuanzang's great elder. Munan King didn't know Xuanzang well, so he asked, so what? Suming's face became extremely solemn, and he said, the great elder is so powerful that my brother can never be his opponent. If the great elder didn't come to the wedding, it would be fine, but once he comes, my brother. Munan King's expression became worried, and he quickly said, then let's go and tell Lu Chuan to leave here quickly. Suming said, it's too late to tell him now. There are more than 2 masters of the transformation realm below, Long Xiana and Long Heo. If we go down, it will only cause trouble for my brother and affect his judgment. And I didn't see the figure of the great elder. I think he didn't come to Long Heo's wedding. Let's wait and see the situation. If there is really danger, then we'll talk. Then my brother can only pray for the best. Munan King frowned. Although she was worried, she could only listen to Suming for now. After Lu Chuan landed on the stage, he ignored the surprise of the people around him and rushed to Long Heo in one step, trying to snatch Chumingayeo away. Long Heo reacted and immediately pulled Chumingayeo behind him. Why didn't you die in Lingjiang? I'm about to get Chumingayeo, but you came back at this time. I owed you in my last life, right? Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, God bless me to live, just to let me come to you for revenge today. Mingaeo doesn't belong to you. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. Long Heo sneered. Revenge me? Have you forgotten how I beat you half to death? I admire your courage. You didn't hide after saving your life, but ran back to die. Well, since you are here, I will break your hands and feet first, and then play with her in front of you. Then I will let both of you taste what despair feels like. Lu Chuan snorted. You have to have that ability. As soon as he finished speaking, He attacked Long Heo, and the palm wind whistled, rushing straight to Long Heo's chest. Long Heo looked disdainful and stretched out his hand to receive Lu Chuan's move. However, after his palms collided with Lu Chuan's, he felt the terrifying power of the opponent's attack. This power was far beyond the limit that he, a master of the first level of the transformation realm, could reach. He was full of disbelief and subconsciously wanted to retract his hand, but it was too late. No. Bang. Long Heo's body flew backwards and hit a big tree in the yard, and his whole body was embedded in the trunk. Everyone was shocked. The masters of the transformation realm present were also stunned by this palm. They could feel that, if they were to receive this palm, the end would not be much better. This kid is a master. Long Xian'ai didn't expect Lu Chuan to grow to this level in such a short time. With an expression of disbelief on his face, he quickly ran towards the big tree and got Long Heo out of the trunk. Lu Chuan looked at Chumingayo, a smile appeared on his face, and said, "I said I would not let you fall into Long Heo's clutches." Chumingayo stared at Lu Chuan for a long time, then burst into tears of joy, ran to Lu Chuan quickly, and hugged him. "I knew you wouldn't die so easily, you bastard. I was almost worried to death during this period," she cried and said, holding Lu Chuan tightly with both hands, as if she was afraid that Lu Chuan would disappear as soon as she let go. Lu Chuan was a little embarrassed and said, "I'm fine. Why don't you let me go first? So many people are watching." Chumingayo looked at Lu Chuan, a touch of arrogance appeared on her face, and said, "What if they are watching? I just said in front of them that I love you. I'm also equivalent to a person who has died once. I have figured it out. From now on, I will never be manipulated by anyone again. I want to be with the person I like." After that, she looked at Lu Chuan with her big eyes, tiptoed, and kissed him. Lu Chuan was at a loss for words by this sudden kiss, but he didn't care to think too much when the soft lips entered his mouth, and he responded subconsciously. On the wall in the distance, Munan clenched his fists, bit his lips, and frowned as he watched this scene. Su-ming turned his head to look at her and said cautiously, "Sister-in-law, my brother is so charming that girls like him wherever he goes. It's normal to kiss him occasionally. Don't be jealous." "Shut up," Munan said angrily. "Why should I be jealous? Xiaochen is my younger brother. If he can find a girlfriend, I will be so happy. How can I be jealous?" Su-ming nodded quickly. Yes, I'm talking nonsense, sister-in-law. Although I said the wrong thing, you didn't have to pinch my arm so hard. My arm has finally recovered to normal, and you almost pinched it off." Munan realized what he was doing then, and quickly withdrew his hand, saying unhappily, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it, because I was too angry about what you said, not because I was jealous." Su-ming rubbed his arm, and dared not speak again, but he roared in his heart, "Aren't you jealous? I think you are soaked in a vine gaja." Lu Chuan and Chumingayo kissed for a long time before they separated. Chumingayo was reluctant to leave, as if she wanted to taste the indulgence again. She finally didn't have to hide her true thoughts to express her love. This feeling was really great. Lu Chuan said, "If you want a kiss, we can kiss later. There are so many people watching here, and I have to seek revenge on Long Xian'ai and his son." Chumingayo blushed and nodded. Lu Chuan turned his head and looked at Long Xian'ai and Long Heo. His eyes regained their sharpness. After Long Xian'ai got Long Heo out of the tree trunk, he asked with concern, "Son, are you okay?" Long Heo looked at Lu Chuan intently and said, "He has reached the realm of transformation, and it is far more than just entering the realm of transformation. Dad, this guy is the biggest scourge of my Long family. If we let him grow like this, my Long family will be destroyed in his hands. I must kill him." Long Xian'ai's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I will never let him run away again today." He let Long Heo lean against the tree trunk, then stood up and walked towards Lu Chuan, angrily said, "Lu Chuan, you seriously injured my son twice and ruined my son's wedding. If I don't kill you today, I will have no face to continue to stay in Yansheng." Lu Chuan was not afraid at all and said lightly, "Just come on." Long Xian'ai no longer hesitated and released his aura with all his strength. Everyone present felt a strong pressure, and those who were not strong enough couldn't help but tremble. Lu Chuan felt the momentum of Long Xian'ai and raised his eyebrows. The third level of the transformation realm. Long Xian'ai said coldly, "What? Are you scared? It's too late for you to regret now. You have completely angered me. I will never let you leave my Long family alive today." Lu Chuan laughed and said, "If you are stronger, I may still have a headache, but if it is only the third level of the transformation realm, what should I be afraid of?" Seeing Lu Chuan's reaction, Long Xian'ai narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Don't bluff here. Even if you advance faster, you can never be my opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan did not dare to neglect it at all, and immediately used all his strength to fight with Long Xian'ai. The two fought for dozens of moves, and Long Xian'ai did not take any advantage. This made him feel uncertain, and felt that Long Hao's words, that he must kill Lu Chuan, were indeed very necessary. Making enemies with such a monster will be an extremely terrible nightmare for anyone, and only by getting rid of it can you sleep peacefully. The people around were amazed to see Lu Chuan and Long Xian'ai fighting back and forth. They didn't expect that a young man in his 20s could fight with Long Xian'ai to such an extent. It was really unexpected. Lu Chuan roughly figured out the specific level of the third level of the transformation realm through fighting. According to Lu Chuan's speculation, although the third level of the transformation realm is not so easy to deal with, if he goes all out, he can crush it. Unless Long Xian'ai reaches the fourth level of the transformation realm, he will never be his opponent. However, he is not in a hurry to deal with Long Xian'ai. He still has to ask Long Xian'ai why his mother was killed, which is the most important thing. After a little thought, Lu Chuan blocked Long Xian'ai's attack and then rushed towards Long Hao at a high speed. Seeing this, Long Xian'ai's face changed drastically and roared, "Get back here!" Lu Chuan sneered, and the next second, he had already grabbed Long Hao's neck and lifted him up from the ground. In order to prevent Long Hao from doing anything extreme, he directly used his spiritual power to seal Long Hao's internal energy, making him unable to move. Long Xian'ai came to Lu Chuan, his face full of anxiety, and said, "Lu Chuan, let my son go. Come to me if you have any problem." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "If you cooperate with me honestly, I can consider sparing his life. Tell me why you killed my mother back then." Chapter 161. I'll show you a trick. When Long Xian'ai heard this question, his brows furrowed even deeper, and he said, "Let my son go first, and I'll tell you." Lu Chuan immediately used force to pinch Long Hao's hand. "If you don't tell me, I'll kill him now." Long Hao screamed immediately. Seeing this, Long Xian'ai hurriedly said, "I'll tell you. Let my son go." Lu Chuan's eyes condensed. "Speak." Long Xian'ai looked extremely entangled, and after hesitating for a long time, he said, "The reason why I killed your mother is because." Lu Chuan listened attentively, but when Long Xian'ai said this, he suddenly took out a rope from his arms and threw it towards Lu Chuan's arm at a high speed. The rope instantly wrapped around Lu Chuan's hand that was pinching Long Hao's neck. Lu Chuan frowned and was about to break free, but found that he couldn't use any strength in this hand. Magic weapon? He stared at the rope and saw that there were complex patterns on it, and it was emitting a light golden light. Without hesitation, he immediately tried to grab Long Hao with his other hand. Long Xian'ai pulled the rope violently, and Lu Chuan's hand swung out uncontrollably, throwing Long Hao out directly. Long Xian'ai ran over quickly, caught Long Hao, and then breathed a sigh of relief. He put Long Hao on the ground, then tightened the rope again, stared at Lu Chuan and said, "I spent a huge amount of money to buy this rope from a wandering Taoist priest. It is called the immortal binding rope. Anyone who is tied up by the rope will not be able to release the power in their body. Lu Chuan, today is your death day, and you will never know why I killed your mother." Lu Chuan looked at Long Xian'ai with a cold face, feeling that the power in his body was indeed suppressed. But this degree of suppression is not too serious for spiritual power. If it is a master of internal strength, it is possible to be suppressed and become an ordinary person. He snorted coldly, grabbed the rope with his other hand, and the spiritual power in his body burst out with all his strength. "You have the nerve to call a broken rope a fairy rope. How ridiculous." Seeing this, Long Xian'ai said with disdain, "Don't waste your efforts. the more you struggle. After being tied up by the fairy rope, the tighter it will bind you. You are already trapped. Give up resistance. Lu Chuan ignored him at all. The spiritual power in his body was released crazily. Although he encountered resistance, he finally broke through the bondage by force. The fairy rope tied to Lu Chuan's hand broke with a snap. Long Xian'er was dumbfounded. He never dreamed that Lu Chuan could break the fairy rope that he had used for so many years and had never failed. What kind of monster are you? Long Xian'er roared. Lu Chuan threw away the broken rope in his hand and said lightly, "It's because your magic weapon is too rubbish." Long Xian'er was murderous. He knew that if he couldn't get rid of Lu Chuan today, the whole Long family would be destroyed next. He turned his head and glanced at the guests present and said, "Everyone, this kid ruined my son's wedding, snatched my daughter-in-law, and wanted to kill my son. Please help me kill this beast with friends who have reached the realm of transformation. I, Long, will reward you handsomely afterwards." The dozen or so masters of the realm of transformation who came to the banquet stood up immediately after hearing this. Since Brother Long asked, we will definitely not refuse. Today we will definitely help Brother Long kill this beast. That's right, this kid is so rampant, we must not let him escape today. A dozen masters of the realm of transformation stood together, with overwhelming momentum. Lu Chuan frowned immediately. He didn't expect that Long Xian'er actually had so many friends who were masters of the realm of transformation. Although he didn't take the masters of the first and second levels of the realm of transformation seriously at the moment, it would be difficult for him to resist if there were more than a dozen masters on the opposite side. Suming, who was standing on the mound outside the wall and looking into the yard, was dumbfounded when he saw more than a dozen masters of the transformation realm suddenly standing out. Oh no, even if Big Brother has an indestructible body, he will be beaten to death. Munan King looked anxious. Then what should we do? We have to find a way to help Lu Chuan. Su Ming sighed and said, things have come to this point. We can't help at all. Going there now will only cause trouble for Big Brother. We can only wait and see. Munan King's palms were full of sweat. She hated herself for being just an ordinary person. If she was also a powerful warrior, she would be able to help Lu Chuan. Long Xian'er looked at Lu Chuan with a sneer and said, I know you have outstanding strength, amazing potential, and some of your methods are incredible, but we now have more than a dozen masters in the realm of transformation. If we attack together, even if you are a god, it will be difficult to resist. If you admit defeat now, I can still give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you taste what torture is. Long Heo, who was sitting on the ground, gritted his teeth and said, Dad, don't let him die too easily. I want to watch him being tortured to death little by little, so that I can relieve the hatred in my heart. Long Xian'er immediately said, sorry, my son doesn't want to give you a chance. It seems that you have no chance to die quickly. Chu Mingao, who was hiding not far behind Lu Chuan, was worried and said to Lu Chuan, there are too many of them. You are not their opponent. Otherwise you should leave quickly. You are strong, and you can't stop them, even if they have many people. Don't worry about me. I only ask you to avenge me in the future. Lu Chuan turned his head and looked at Chu Mingao and said, don't worry, even if there are many of them, I have a way to deal with them. After that, he took the array plate of the 5-element thunder array in his hand. Long Xian'er narrowed his eyes, and in order to prevent any accidents, he said, everyone, this kid is cunning. Let's get rid of him now to avoid any accidents. Everyone responded, okay, let's do it together. Even if this kid has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will never escape the siege of so many of us. Brother Long, don't worry too much. If so many of us can't deal with him, then all our years of internal strength training will be in vain. Long Xian'er no longer hesitated and took the lead to rush towards Lu Chuan. The other masters of the transformation realm dispersed and surrounded Lu Chuan to prevent him from escaping from any direction. Lu Chuan, you can't fly today. I wonder what tricks you can play. Long Xian'er stared at Lu Chuan with both eyes and used all his strength to attack forward. Lu Chuan raised a playful laugh at the corner of his mouth and said, what a coincidence. I can really show you a trick today. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the 5-element thunder array. With him as the center, a light curtain instantly appeared within a radius of 50 meters, enveloping Long Xian'er and the dozen or so masters of the transformation realm. Because of Lu Chuan's appearance, the guests who were watching the excitement had retreated to a safe distance to prevent being affected by the battle, so they were lucky to avoid the range of the 5-element thunder array. The rolling thunder appeared in everyone's ears. Even if they did not enter the range of the formation, they felt a terrifying pressure and could not help but feel palpitations. What the hell is this? Long Xian'er cursed secretly and was about to rush to Lu Chuan, but the next second, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck him straight at him. He felt the horror of this thunderbolt, and the hair on his body stood up. He quickly retracted his moves and used all his strength to resist the power of this thunderbolt. In the formation, thunderbolts fell from the sky like rain, attacking from all directions without dead angles. Those masters of the transformation realm were frightened by the sudden thunderbolts and hurried to avoid them. They felt that if they were hit by these thunderbolts, they would be seriously injured if not killed. Who is this kid? Why does he have such a terrifying method? We are all no match for him alone. This should be a very powerful formation, but the strength of this formation is beyond my cognition. The most powerful cultivator I know cannot arrange such a terrible formation, not to mention that this kid made the formation take shape in an instant, which is incredible. Don't think about this for now, or think about how to avoid these thunderbolts first. The power of this thunderbolt is too terrifying. Once you are hit, even gods can't save you. As soon as the man finished speaking, a master of the first level of the transformation realm was hit by thunderbolt not far away. Screams were heard, and everyone turned their heads to look, only to see a charred figure on the ground, twitching constantly, and it was impossible to distinguish its appearance. The thunder that Lu Chuan summoned with the purple cloud pearl was able to severely injure Long Heo, who had just entered the realm of transformation. The thunder of the 5-element divine thunder formation was only stronger than the thunder summoned by the purple cloud pearl. These masters of the first and second levels of the realm of transformation naturally could not withstand it. The first person was hit, and soon the second and third followed. The masters were tortured by the thunder and were miserable. They all regretted helping Long Xian'er. Brother Long, we are really hurt by you. This formation is too terrifying, and there is no way to escape. If this goes on, we will all die here. Long Xian'er was only concerned with attacking Lu Chuan at that time. He didn't expect that thunder would suddenly fall from the sky, so he resisted a thunder. However, his strength in the third level of the realm of transformation was strong, and he still withstood the thunder, unlike other masters of the realm of transformation who would be smashed into charcoal by thunder. At this moment, his face was also solemn, and he didn't want to care about those masters of the realm of transformation. He couldn't understand why Lu Chuan had so many unexpected means. If he had known this would happen, he should have rushed directly to the orphanage and strangled the still immature Lu Chuan in his cradle. Don't panic, everyone. This formation is so terrifying that Lu Chuan must need a lot of energy to maintain it. He can't do anything else now. I can withstand these thunderbolts. I'll kill him now, and the formation will dissipate. Long Xian'er turned his head and looked at Lu Chuan standing in the center of the formation. He was sure that Lu Chuan would not be able to do anything else if he maintained the formation, so he planned to rush over to take Lu Chuan's life. However, the next second, he saw Lu Chuan walking over with a smile on his face, and those thunderbolts seemed to deliberately avoid him. Wherever he went, there would be peace. Long Xian'er's scalp numbed. This is impossible. How can you do such a monstrous thing? He was like a formidable enemy. While dodging the thunderbolts, he was alert to Lu Chuan's movements and was ready to fight this kid at any time. However, what he didn't expect was that Lu Chuan didn't come to attack him, but turned around and walked in another direction. Long Xian'er's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he quickly turned his head to look in the direction where Lu Chuan walked, and found that Long Heo was sitting there at the moment. It might be that Lu Chuan controlled the formation to protect Long Heo from the attack of thunder, and Long Heo had been sitting there without being struck. However, he was so scared that his face was as pale as paper, his whole body was trembling, and he even cried. God is unfair. Why can this Lu Chuan become so powerful? Why? Mom, I miss my mom. Woo woo woo. Lu Chuan walked up to Long Heo, stretched out his hand to pinch his neck again, and lifted him up, crying, "What a look. You might as well reincarnate as a girl in your next life." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Long Xian'ai with a playful smile on his face. Long Xian'ai took a breath and shouted at Lu Chuan, "Don't kill my son. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you everything." Chapter 162 Xuanzang Grand Elder. Lu Chuan's eyes condensed, and he said, "Why did you kill my mother?" Long Xian'ai's face was full of entanglement, and he obviously didn't want to say this, but at this moment he had no other choice. He was in Lu Chuan's terrifying formation, and his son was caught by the other party. Even if he kept his mouth shut, he couldn't bear it. He took a deep breath and asked, "Do you know who my son's apprentice is?" Lu Chuan frowned, vaguely guessing that his mother's death might be related to his master Long Heo, and hurriedly asked, "Who?" Long Xian'ai's face showed a hint of pride, and he said, "The first sect of ancient martial arts, the Great Elder of Xuanzang." Lu Chuan was shocked, and he didn't expect that Long Heo's master would be this person. He was not unfamiliar with the Great Elder of Xuanzang. Su Ming was chased and killed by this Great Elder. Lu Chuan was disgusted by the fact that the elder had people kidnap innocent girls and take them back to practice dual cultivation. At that time, Lu Chuan felt that Xuanzang was not a serious sect. Later, after listening to Su Ming's explanation, he realized that only the elder was like this, and Xuanzang still had a very high status in the martial arts world. "What does this elder have to do with killing my mother? Did he ask you to kill my mother?" Lu Chuan stared at Long Xian'ai and asked. Long Xian'ai nodded. "Yes, I killed your mother at the beginning under the order of the elder, and the reward was that my son could become one of his disciples." Lu Chuan's expression became colder and asked, "Why did he kill my mother?" Long Xian'ai said, "I was just following orders at the time. How could I know why the elder wanted to kill your mother? Although I'm doing well in Yansheng, I'm just an ant compared to the elder. Do you think he will tell me why he wants to kill your mother?" Hearing this, Lu Chuan's hand that was pinching Long Heo's neck suddenly exerted force. Long Heo immediately struggled and screamed. Long Xian'ai looked distressed and said quickly, "What I said is absolutely true. At that time, the elder really only gave me this order, asking me to kill your mother. He didn't tell me anything else. But, Lu Chuan shouted, "But what?" Long Xian'ai didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and said quickly, "But later, Long Heo asked the elder for me once. The elder only said that he wanted to clean up the family, and didn't say anything else. Don't pinch my son, he's dying." "Clean up the family?" Lu Chuan frowned deeply, and the hand that was pinching Long Heo's neck loosened a little. Could it be that the elder is from the Luo family in Kyoto? He stared at Long Xian'ai and asked, "What else do you know? Tell me everything truthfully, otherwise I will kill your son now." Long Xian'ai thought hard, and then said, "I vaguely remember that the elder said his surname was Lu." Lu Chuan was stunned, and couldn't react for a while. Just now, Long Xian'ai said that the elder ordered the killing of his mother in order to clean up the family. Lu Chuan thought that the elder was from the Luo family in Kyoto, but now Long Xian'ai said that the elder's surname was Lu. Could it be that the elder was cleaning up the Lu family? But as far as Lu Chuan knows, there are no other members of the Lu family except his grandfather, his father and him. Of course, there is also his aunt Lu Yundi, who he just met not long ago. If Lu Yundi's situation is taken into account, how many members of the Lu family exist depends entirely on how many romantic debts his grandfather caused outside. In addition to grandfather, maybe his father also had a lot of affairs outside. After all, it is almost impossible for people with the power of Lan Guiyang in their bodies to be loyal to only one person for a lifetime. Even if they want to be good to only one person in their hearts, their bodies will not agree. Otherwise grandfather would not have arranged 9 marriages for him at once. Could it be that this elder is also a descendant of grandfather? Lu Chuan felt a little absurd in his heart, but he soon denied this speculation. As the first ancient martial arts sect, Xuanzang has existed for countless years. Lu Chuan once heard Su Ming say that the Great Elder had been in the sect since the establishment of Xuanzang and had worked his way up to the position of Great Elder. This person was probably not much younger than his grandfather, so how could he be his grandfather's descendant? But in this way, Lu Chuan couldn't figure out the identity of the Great Elder and why he had to clean up the door. If the Great Elder's surname was really Lu, then the so-called cleaning up the door should refer to cleaning up the Lu family's door and had nothing to do with the Luo family in Kyoto. Did his mother do something wrong? All kinds of doubts emerged in Lu Chuan's mind, leaving him clueless and emotional. At this point, if he wanted to find out the truth of everything, he might have to ask the Great Elder of Xuanzang. Lu Chuan took a deep breath to calm himself down, stared at Long Xian'er and asked, "Are you sure there is nothing you can tell me?" Long Xian'er nodded repeatedly. "I really told you everything I know. Please let my son go." Hearing this, Lu Chuan broke one of Long Hao's arms and asked again, "I really have nothing to tell me?" Long Hao screamed. His expression became distorted. Long Xian'er's face was full of despair, and he roared, "I have told you everything I know. What else do you want?" Lu Chuan saw that Long Xian'er did not look like he was lying, and he should know only this. "Then I will believe you for the time being," Lu Chuan said lightly. Long Xian'er was relieved and said, "Why don't you let my son go?" Lu Chuan sneered, "Let him go? Why?" Long Xian'er's eyes widened. "You said at that time that, if I told you everything I knew, you would let my son go." Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "That was before, but unfortunately you didn't seize the opportunity. You chose to attack me, and this time, I didn't promise to let your son go." Long Xian'er's eyes were full of anger. He felt that he was fooled by Lu Chuan and cursed, "You are a man who doesn't keep his word. I'm a bastard." He was about to attack Lu Chuan immediately. However, the next second, a thunderbolt struck him, leaving him no chance to attack Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's face was cold and he said, "I promised Ming Gaiao that I would not let her fall into the hands of your son. If I keep him, I will become a man who doesn't keep his word." After that, he pinched Long Hao's neck with a sudden force. With a snap, Long Hao's head tilted, and his struggling body suddenly stopped moving. No. Long Xian'er watched Long Hao being killed by Lu Chuan, but he could do nothing. His eyes full of despair, Lu Chuan threw Long Hao's body aside. Long Xian'er managed to resist the thunder with great difficulty, and his eyes were full of murderous intent when he looked at Lu Chuan. At this time, the maintenance time of the 5-element divine thunder formation had reached its limit. Lu Chuan took back the formation plate, and this terrifying formation that made the masters of the transformation realm miserable finally disappeared in front of everyone. More than half of the dozen masters of the transformation realm were seriously injured and fell to the ground wailing. The remaining people who were lucky enough to avoid the thunder were exhausted and had no extra strength. They all sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and were glad that they survived. Long Xian'er saw the formation dissipate, thinking that Lu Chuan had reached his limit. He didn't believe that this terrifying formation could be maintained without strength, and rushed towards Lu Chuan with murderous intent. "Now that this formation is gone, I wonder how you can still be arrogant in front of me. Today I will tear you into pieces and avenge my son." His aura surged, and it seemed that he used some method that would damage his body to improve his strength in a short period of time. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and did not dare to neglect it. He took out all the strength of the initial stage of foundation building and fought with Long Xian'er. The two fought for a long time, and Long Xian'er found that he still couldn't get the upper hand over Lu Chuan, and his mood gradually became irritable. "Why? You clearly used such a terrifying formation. Why do you still have the energy to fight me to a draw?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "It does take a lot of strength to maintain the formation, but I didn't tell you that it uses my strength to maintain the formation." Long Xian'er gritted his teeth and attacked Lu Chuan with all his strength. "I don't believe you can be so powerful. Even if I die today, I will drag you down with me." Lu Chuan's heart trembled. Long Xian'er, who used the means to increase his strength, was not so easy for him to deal with. In addition, the opponent had the intention to die, and his offensive was extremely terrifying. At that time, Lu Chuan had already used up all his strength to fight him to a draw. Now Long Xian'er wanted to fight him to the death, so of course he didn't dare to relax at all. Fortunately, Long Xian'er's mind was already in chaos, and many flaws appeared in his attack. Lu Chuan now has his spiritual sense to assist in the battle and can instantly see through the flaws in the opponent, so it is not difficult to win. The two fought for hundreds of moves, and the whole yard was almost torn down by the two of them. At this time, Lu Chuan finally found an opportunity, seized a big flaw of Long Xian'ai, and slapped him with one palm. Fortune palm. Oh no. Long Xian'ai's face changed wildly, and he immediately tried to pull away. However, it was too late to react at this time, and Lu Chuan's palm had already slapped him. Bang! Long Xian'ai crashed into the big tree that Long Hao had hit before. This time, the big tree, that required 3 people to hug, was directly cut in half, and fell down with a loud bang. Long Xian'ai also fell to the ground and fainted. The guests who came to the banquet were all stunned to watch this scene. They didn't expect that with the power of just one person, Long Xian'ai and Long Hao, father and son, and more than a dozen masters of the transformation realm could be forced into this state. This time they saw what a real Vildoa is. On the wall, Suming was excited. Big brother is so awesome. I don't know when I can become like him. Munan King smiled, relaxed, and said, Xiaochuan is unique. You still have a long way to go compared to him. Suming laughed. Yes, sister-in-law is right. After all, big brother's sister-in-law is you. You trained her well. Nonsense. Munan King glared at her, but was very happy in her heart. On the other side, Chuming Gaiao saw that Lu Chuan successfully resisted everyone, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time thought a little proudly in his heart, he is worthy of being my man. The rest of the people were also in astonishment, especially those masters of the transformation realm. They didn't want to attend other people's wedding banquets casually in their lives. After all, this would cost their lives. Lu Chuan relied on his spiritual sense to sense that Long Xian'ai had just fainted and was not dead yet, so he walked over there. He had to kill Long Xian'ai, otherwise once he told the Xuanzang elder about his life experience, the elder would definitely find ways to kill him. According to Suming, the strength of the Xuanzang elder was unfathomable, and he had broken through to the realm of transformation many years ago. Lu Chuan was still unable to compete with the Xuanzang elder, so he had to get rid of Long Xian'ai to buy himself time to grow. He gathered a force in his hand, intending to directly bombard Long Xian'ai and kill him. However, at this moment, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire yard, and everyone found themselves unable to move, including Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was shocked. He had never encountered such a situation, where he could not move, and now he had no way to kill Long Xian'ai. Where did this power come from? At this time, a shout rang in everyone's ears like thunder. The Xuanzang elder is here. Chapter 163 The Shen family visitors. In the eyes of everyone in shock, a man wearing a black robe, a black ghost mask, white hair, and an amazing aura came to the yard under the escort of 4 middle-aged men with extraordinary momentum. Suming and Munan King, who were standing on the mound outside the wall, could not move at this moment. Suming was terrified and said, the elder is here. I'm afraid that my brother will be in danger this time. Lu Chuan stared at the masked man with his eyes, and a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Although he didn't know what this person's strength was, Lu Chuan was sure that he would be defeated if he couldn't survive one move in this person's hands. At the same time, he also had a raging murderous intent in his heart, because it was this person who ordered Long Xian'ai to kill his mother. To be precise, this person was the enemy who killed his mother. Although he wanted to rush up and ask the elder why he wanted to kill his mother and what his relationship with the Lu family was, his reason told him that doing so was nothing more than going to die. Even if he had a sword raising good in his hand, he could not be the opponent of this person. Because he was wearing a mask, no one could see the elder's face and expression, but just by looking at his aura, everyone could feel that he was unfathomable and unpredictable. The elder walked calmly in the yard, looking at the charred masters of the transformation realm, without any ripples. It was not until he saw Long Hao lying on the ground, already dead, that the aura in the yard began to fluctuate. The wedding turned into a funeral. Among all my disciples, you are the first to be so embarrassed. A hoarse voice came from under the mask, without any emotional fluctuations. The great elder turned his head and looked at Lu Chuan, asking, did you do all this? Cold sweat broke out on Lu Chuan's forehead. Although he tried his best, he was still unable to move. He looked at the Great Elder and said calmly, "Yes." The Great Elder asked, "Why?" Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, "Long Hao stole my fiancé and almost killed me. I escaped by chance and was lucky enough to get some opportunities, so I came back for revenge." Of course, he didn't dare to tell others that Long Xiana killed his mother. Once the Great Elder knew that he was Luo Yunshang's son, he might take action to clean up the trouble. Upon hearing this, the Great Elder asked, "Hijacked your fiancé? What do you mean?" Lu Chuan said, "Chu Mingyao and I were already engaged, and Long Hao relied on the power of the Long family to force Chu Mingyao to marry him. Chu couldn't afford to offend the Long family, so she was forced to agree. I don't think I did anything wrong. Long Hao deserved to die." After listening to this, the Great Elder nodded thoughtfully and said, "Then my apprentice really deserved to die." Lu Chuan was stunned and thought to himself that you, the Great Elder, are actually quite reasonable. You actually think that Long Hao deserves to die. He thought for a moment and said quickly, "Xuanzang is a well-known and upright sect. You are the Great Elder of Xuanzang. I don't believe you are an unreasonable person. With so many people watching, it is only natural for me to kill Long Hao. I hope you can also show the magnanimity of a well-known and upright sect and not interfere in the feud between me and the Long family." The Great Elder smiled and said, "What you said makes sense. My apprentice really deserves to die. His behavior not only discredits Xuanzang, but also makes me lose face." Lu Chuan was stunned. He just wanted to try this method to fight for a way out for himself. He didn't expect that the Great Elder would be so easy to talk to and agreed with his statement so easily. But Lu Chuan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the Great Elder would not give up easily. Long Hao is my disciple after all. Although I have many disciples, I just happened to cross here when I came to attend his wedding this time. But there is a master-disciple relationship between him and me. Although it is not much, it is objectively existing. From this standpoint, I should avenge him. What do you think?" Lu Chuan took a breath and thought, "You are so calm, just to find a reason to kill me?" He gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to kill me, just say it directly. Why say these high-sounding words? It seems that you, the Elder of Xuanzang, are just a hypocritical hypocrite." The Elder said lightly, "Whatever you say, Long Hao and I are a master and disciple. Since we meet, it is necessary to avenge him. Otherwise, won't my disciples blame me for being cold-blooded and ruthless in the future?" Lu Chuan's heart suddenly became nervous. The person who says the most cruel words in the calmest tone is the most terrible. "I'm afraid that I will really die today." He released his consciousness and injected it into the sword-raising gourd, intending to make a desperate fight. No matter how powerful this elder is, he can never ignore the attack of the sword-raising gourd. As long as he can buy a little time to get rid of the elder's control, he has a 60% chance of escaping from here. In order to disturb the elder's mind, Lu Chuan said loudly, "I thought your Xuan sect was a righteous sect. After all this trouble, it is just an evil sect that bullies people by taking advantage of its power. How can you have the face to be called the #1 sect in the world? And you, this damn elder, look like a decent person, but secretly seduce innocent girls in the mountains to go back for dual cultivation. You are really the most shameless beast in the world." The elder had a calm face, but after hearing Lu Chuan's words, his breath was instantly disordered. Everyone clearly felt that this big man of Xuan sect was angry. He stood there without moving, but the aura around him was all applied to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan felt that his chest was about to be crushed and exploded, and he almost couldn't breathe. "Did you kill the 3 people I sent out to chase Suming?" the elder asked. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. That's why I know the true face of you, a shameless person. Anyway, I can't escape death today, so why not let everyone know what kind of beast you are?" Suming on the wall was full of despair. "It's over." The elder snorted coldly and said, "Boy, you are looking for death." Then he controlled the aura and blocked Lu Chuan's throat, intending to take his life. Lu Chuan was extremely nervous. He had already controlled a flying sword in the sword-raising gourd. He planned to use the flying sword to attack the elder unexpectedly and then throw out the 5-element thunder formation. This should buy enough time. But just when he was about to take action, another voice rang in everyone's ears. Xuanzang, old dog, you dare to touch my son-in-law Shen Ruhei. It seems that you really think I dare not bring people to kill Xuanzang, right? Another pressure came, and everyone's bodies, that were originally unable to move, resumed their movements. Lu Chuan also felt the pressure on him suddenly disappear. He took this opportunity to quickly retreat to the back, and turned his head to look in the direction of the courtyard entrance. A mighty and domineering middle-aged man walked into the courtyard with a few people. Lu Chuan did not know the middle-aged man who called himself Shen Ruhei, but he knew the beautiful and sexy woman following Shen Ruhei. Shen Yeren. Why did she come here? Is Shen Ruhei her father? Who did you refer to as the son-in-law just now? Could it be me? But I didn't agree to be the son-in-law of the Shen family? For a moment, Lu Chuan felt a little confused, and vaguely felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. The elder turned his head to look at Shen Ruhei and his group, and the aura around him suddenly turned cold. Shen Ruhei, I'm avenging my apprentice. Why are you here? To join in the fun. Shen Ruhei said coldly, Lu Chuan is my son-in-law. Why do you say I'm here? To join in the fun. The elder was stunned for a moment and said, Lu Chuan just said that he was engaged to Chuming Gaiao. How come he is your son-in-law? Shen Ruhei was also surprised, turned his head to look at Lu Chuan, and then looked at Shen Yering, revealing a questioning look. Shen Yering was also confused, wondering why Lu Chuan had another engagement. Outside the wall, Munan King was already a little uncomfortable when she heard that Lu Chuan and Chuming Gaiao were engaged. As a result, now there is another person who wants Lu Chuan to be a son-in-law. She felt that she was almost a little breathless. When did Xiao Chuan have 2 engagements? He never mentioned it to me. Su Ming on the side prayed silently for Lu Chuan, thinking that this time, the eldest brother might not be able to explain it, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But the eldest brother is really playing 6, which really makes the younger brother admire him very much. Chuming Gaiao, who was standing not far away, was also dumbfounded. She thought that, as long as she survived this crisis, she would be able to be with Lu Chuan, but how come he has become someone else's son-in-law now? Lu Chuan felt a headache, and he himself didn't know how to answer this question. Shen Ruhei thought for a while and said, I'm afraid there are some misunderstandings, but Lu Chuan is my Shen family's son-in-law. This is an indisputable fact. Xuanzang, old dog, if you dare to touch him, my Shen family will go to war with Xuanzang. Do you really want to intensify the conflict? The elder was obviously a little afraid of Shen Ruhei. Although Xuanzang and the Shen family were irreconcilable, and everyone was equally powerful and no one was afraid of anyone, it was obviously not irrational behavior to provoke a fight between the two sides now. He snorted coldly and said, well, I will give you some face today, and let this kid go, but he killed my apprentice, and I must avenge him. You'd better keep an eye on him, otherwise once I get the chance, your daughter will be a widow. Shen Ruhei cursed, Xuanzang, old dog, I'm going to put it here today. If you dare to target Lu Chuan, my Shen family will definitely use the power of the entire family to kill Xuanzang and bury you, the old pervert, in the ground. The face of the elder under the mask was uncertain, and he finally did not continue to argue with Shen Ruhei. After a cold snort, he planned to leave. At this time, he noticed that Long Hao's father was just fainted and still had a breath, so he stretched out his hand to capture Long Xian'er through the air and said lightly, Long Hao, with the Shen family obstructing, I want to avenge you. There is no way. In this case, I will take your father back to Xuanzang and give him a job. It can be regarded as the affection between our master and apprentice. Then he turned to leave. Seeing this, Lu Chuan thought to himself that this was not good. Now the great elder felt that he had killed Long Hao, and suddenly Shen Ruhei showed up to stop him. It was not worth it to kill him by force. Moreover, with Shen Ruhei's words, even if the great elder was unhappy in the future, this matter would probably just pass. But if Long Xian'er was taken back, and the great elder knew that he was Eluo Yunshang's son, then the great elder would probably kill him anyway regardless of the threats from the Shen family. This would be bad. So he couldn't let Long Xian'er go back alive. Wait a minute. Lu Chuan shouted. The great elder turned his head to look at Lu Chuan, and said in a cold voice, boy, I have already given face to Shenruhei by sparing you. What else do you want? Lu Chuan said, Long Xian'er is my enemy, and I have also promised others that I will kill Long Xian'er and avenge her, so you can't take him away. The Great Elder laughed. You don't really think that Shenruhei saved you? You are qualified to challenge me here? My Xuanzang and the Shen family are mortal enemies. If I didn't have important things to do and didn't want to be entangled with Shenruhei, you would have died long ago. Do you really think I dare not kill you? Lu Chuan said, you are a big shot. I really have no right to challenge you, but my revenge must be avenged. How about this? I make a bet with you. If I can kill Long Xian'er under your nose, you will not pursue this matter anymore. How about it? The Great Elder was stunned for a moment, then sneered, and said, you are just an ant in my eyes, and you think you can kill someone under my nose? Lu Chuan said, that's why I bet with you. If I can't do it, you can kill me now. Shenruhei frowned. Lu Chuan, you don't know his strength. Don't do anything stupid. Lu Chuan said, don't worry, Senior Shen, I know my limits. The elder smiled and said, okay, I bet with you. If you can kill Long Heo's father under my nose, I can stop pursuing the matter of you killing Long Heo. But if you can't do it, even if Shenruhei protects you, I will take your life. Lu Chuan nodded. It's a deal. An invisible aura appeared around the elder in an instant, wrapping Long Xian'er in it. Lu Chuan released his consciousness and controlled a flying sword in the sword raising gourd. He pretended to rush towards the elder. The elder sneered. In his eyes, Lu Chuan's tricks were as slow as a turtle. But the next second, a cold light suddenly appeared, piercing through the aura of the Great Elder at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and directly sank into Long Xian'er's body, then quickly rushed out, returned to Lu Chuan, and disappeared. Long Xian'er's heart was pierced, and he could not die again. The disdainful expression under the Great Elder's mask froze instantly, and he stood there in a daze. Chapter 164, Broken Engagement. Lu Chuan fell into a weak state. Although the sword raising gourd was powerful, he would exhaust his spiritual power by just driving a flying sword now, and he could no longer fight. It was a double-edged sword. However, he forced himself not to sit down, but bowed to the elder and said, thank you. Everyone present was confused. When they heard that Lu Chuan dared to bet with the elder of Xuanzang, they were still expectant. But before they saw Lu Chuan take any action, the bet seemed to be over. They didn't even know what happened. Didn't Lu Chuan say that he was going to kill Long Xian'er under the eyes of the elder? He didn't do anything, so why did he give in? I don't know. Is this kid kidding? Look at Long Xian'er. There is a lot of blood on his chest and back. It looks like he was pierced by something. He has no heartbeat. Oh my god. Long Xian'er is dead. How did Lu Chuan do it? Everyone was confused. Shenruhei was the only one present who saw clearly what happened. He looked at Lu Chuan with some surprise and said to himself, that was a magic weapon just now. It was so powerful. If it were me, I would be caught off guard and would not have time to resist. Lu Chuan is not a simple guy. Of course, the Great Elder and Shenruhei just did not have time to stop the flying sword from piercing Long Xian'er. If the flying sword was stabbing towards them, they could still block it, but they would probably suffer a little. Shenruhei seized the opportunity, laughed, and mocked. Xuanzang old dog, I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect that you couldn't even stop the tricks of a junior and let someone kill someone under your nose. You'd better stop being the Great Elder of Xuanzang and just go back to farming. The Great Elder gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Lu Chuan to have such tricks. However, as the Great Elder of the world's #1 sect, he couldn't play tricks in front of so many people, so he could only admit defeat and said, you are awesome. The matter of you killing Long Heo is written off, but I will remember you. You'd better not let me see you again in the future, otherwise I will never let you go easily. After that, he threw Long Xian'er's body on the ground, like throwing away garbage, and left here angrily with his men. Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. He showed a smile on his face. The bet just now not only gave him the opportunity to kill Long Xian'er, but also made the Great Elder promise not to pursue the matter again, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. I don't know if the Great Elder will regret making this bet after knowing that Lu Chuan is Luo Yunshang's son. He took out a few pills and swallowed them. After barely recovering a little, he stood up, walked to Shenruhei, bowed and said, "Thank you for your help, senior. Lu Chuan will repay you tenfold in the future." Shenruhei laughed and said, "Don't be polite, you are my future son-in-law. It is my duty to help you." Lu Chuan showed a trace of helplessness on his face and said, "Senior, although your daughter and I are indeed engaged, but..." Shenruhei interrupted with a smile and said, "Yuring told me everything. You didn't say it clearly at the time, but chose a more fashionable way. You made an appointment to meet. If you came, it meant rejection, and if you didn't come, it meant consent. As a result, you didn't come that day, so didn't you agree?" Lu Chuan slapped his head and remembered that he had agreed with Shen Yuring on such a thing. He was going to go, but by chance, he was forced to jump into the Lingjiang River by Long Xian'er and Long Heio. He almost lost his life at that time, so how could he still remember it? But fate is so magical. If he hadn't missed the appointment, the Shen family wouldn't have come today. He would have died at the hands of the Great Elder. Shenruhei suddenly showed a little embarrassment on his face, and then said, "It's just that, Lu Chuan, our Shen family has a request. You must agree to it, and I will agree to you and Yuring being together." Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "What request?" Shenruhei said, "It's like this, you and Yuring's marriage was agreed a long time ago, and it was given by my father. He didn't get our consent at the time, but it was the elder's intention, so we didn't say anything. But later, as Yuring grew older and her body gradually matured, we found that her physique was a little special. Her talent in martial arts was comparable to that of a demon, and she made rapid progress, but this special physique also brought some side effects. At that time, my father said that you could suppress the side effects in Yuring's body. We hope to find you as soon as possible to resolve Yuring's side effects. Later, you two were lucky to meet, and Yuring also told us that you helped her suppress the side effects. In fact, there is no problem up to this point, but not long ago, I met an expert who checked Yuring's physique and told us that Yuring's physique is a Zuanayang holy body that is rare in 1,000 years. If we want to resolve the side effects in her body, we can only find someone with the Zuanayan holy body. The yin and yang of the two complement each other, and the side effects can be eliminated. Let me ask you first, have you ever had a very cold energy in your body that made you cold and painful?" Lu Chuan shook his head, "No." Shenruhei said, "Then you are not the Zuanayan holy body, and the requirement I just mentioned is actually that you can still be the son-in-law of my Shen family, but you must agree to let Yuring find another man with the Zuanayan holy body. After all, this is related to her life safety. If you agree, my Shen family can give you the top resources to let you reach the sky in one step, but if you don't agree, then you and Yuring can only withdraw from this marriage. Don't worry, my Shen family will give you enough compensation." At this time, Shen Yuring came over. Although she was not wearing a tight leather jacket today, the clothes on her body still could not cover her deep ravines, which made people unable to help but look at her sideways. She said a little embarrassedly, "This is all my father's request. It has nothing to do with me." Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that which man in the world could accept his wife finding another man. "You are clearly forcing me to cancel this marriage." But fortunately, he was planning to cancel this marriage, which saved a lot of trouble. He took advantage of the situation and said, "Senior, please forgive me for not being able to accept this request. In this case, let's cancel this marriage." Shenruhei sighed and said, "In fact, you don't have to stick to traditional concepts. Nowadays, the times are developing rapidly. There may be polyandry in the future. There is nothing shameful about this." "Dad." Shen Yuring blushed and felt that Shenruhei's words were simply unreasonable. Lu Chuan's face was full of black lines, and he said, "Senior, let's forget it." Shenruhei's face was full of regret, and he said, "In fact, when I saw that you could kill people under the nose of that old dog Zuanzang just now, I knew that you had extraordinary potential. I still have high hopes for you, but since you don't want to, I can't force you. But don't worry, I will give you enough compensation, and once the people from Zuanzang come to trouble you, you can come to me, and I will definitely support you." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Forget about the compensation. After all, this is something that both parties agree to, and I haven't lost anything. Shenruhei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this and said, Luchuan, I swear to God, I didn't do this on purpose. It was really for Yureng's life. I must find her someone with the Zuanayan holy body. The master also gave me a jade pendant and told me that when it meets someone with the Zuanayan holy body, this jade pendant will react. Let me show you. As he said, Shenruhei took out a jade pendant that exuded bursts of cold air and handed it to Luchuan. Luchuan could tell at a glance that the jade pendant was unusual and was a good material for refining formations. Look, as long as it encounters someone with the Zuanayan holy body, the jade pendant will emit light. Luchuan stared at the jade pendant and found that it was emitting a faint light. He said, isn't it glowing? Could it be that there is a Zuanayan holy body in this yard? Shenruhei was stunned for a moment, then carefully observed the jade pendant and found that it was indeed emitting a faint light, which had never happened before. He was surprised and said, could there really be someone with the Zuanayan holy body here? Shen Yering, who was standing next to him, also widened her eyes. Then her eyes fell on Luchuan and said, Luchuan is not the owner of the Zuanayan holy body. She was actually quite satisfied with Luchuan, especially this time seeing that Luchuan had grown to such a powerful level in such a short time, which was simply amazing. On the contrary, she was not very interested in the Zuanayan holy body that Shenruhei insisted on finding for her. First, doing so was against her grandfather's wishes. Second, the Zuanayan holy body sounded like a sis's physique. She liked masculine and brave men and didn't want to marry a sissy in the future. But if Luchuan was the owner of the Zuanayan holy body, everything would be perfect. Shenruhei looked at Luchuan and said, but that expert said that the owner of the Zuanayan holy body would have extremely cold energy in his body, but Luchuan just said that he didn't. At this time, Chumingayao came over with a face full of grievance. She saw Luchuan chatting with the Shen family father and daughter for a long time and thought they were talking about marriage. She was so sad. Although she had never formally promised Luchuan to be his girlfriend, even if Luchuan had another marriage, she had no right to interfere, but she felt uncomfortable in her heart. She wanted to ask Luchuan why he came to save her, since he was going to be someone else's son-in-law. Luchuan, I want to talk to you. Luchuan, Shenruhei, and Shen Yureng all turned their heads to look over. At this moment, the jade pendant in Shenruhei's hand suddenly shone brightly and flew directly towards Chumingayao, turning into a stream of light and sinking into Chumingayao's body. Shenruhei's face changed drastically and he exclaimed, Zuan Yin holy body. She is Zuan Yin holy body. But why is it a girl? Is my daughter going to marry a girl? Chapter 165 Kinlan's ghost idea. Shen Yureng was stunned. She didn't expect that the owner of the Zuanayan holy body was actually a girl. This was even more outrageous than the sissy she thought. How could a girl alleviate the side effects of her physique? Could it be that she was going to? Thinking of this, Shen Yureng's face suddenly turned red. Her heartbeat began to accelerate. Her breathing became rapid, and she was a little afraid to look directly at Chumingayao, who was wearing a phoenix crown and a beautiful bridal gown. Luchuan was also a little surprised, but he soon remembered that Chumingayao had been troubled by colds before, and this symptom was very similar to the side effects of the Zuanayan holy body that Shenruhei said. It turned out that Mingayao was troubled by colds because she was the so-called Zuanayan holy body. Luchuan could feel that Chumingayao's body was special, but he didn't know the terms Zuanayan holy body and Zuanayang holy body. Even if he had inherited memories, it was impossible for him to know everything in the world, so it was normal that he couldn't see it. Chumingayao was confused. What was that just now? Shenruhei said, that is a token for identifying the Zuanayan holy body. Girl, the token shows you, which means you are the Zuanayan holy body, and you are the person my Shen family is looking for. Chumingayao was still confused. Looking for me for what? Shenruhei said, my daughter is the Zuanayang holy body, and you are the Zuanayan holy body. As long as the two of you help each other, you can eliminate the side effects in each other's bodies. He asked again, is there an extremely cold energy in your body that often tortures you unbearably? Chu Mingyao nodded and said, it was like that before, but I'm fine now. Shen Ruhei was full of curiosity. Are you okay? How did you cure it? Chu Mingyao blushed and looked at Lu Chuan. Of course, she was embarrassed to say that she and Lu Chuan did that kind of thing to dissolve the coldness in her body. She said vaguely, it was. Lu Chuan helped me cure it. Shen Ruhei and Shen Yurong looked at Lu Chuan at the same time. Shen Yurong said, Dad, I told you that Lu Chuan could cure this side effect, but you still didn't believe it. Shen Ruhei pondered for a moment and said, Lu Chuan can cure it, but it is definitely a temporary solution, otherwise the master would not ask me to find the owner of the Zuan holy body. Shen Yurong said a little angrily, but the owner of the Zuan holy body is a girl. Can you let me do that kind of thing with a girl? After saying that, she shyly wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Shen Ruhei was also a little embarrassed and said, don't worry, since the master said so, there must be other ways. In short, it is a good thing that we can find the owner of the Zuan holy body. It seems that we are right to come here this time. Chu Mingyao was still a little confused. She looked at Lu Chuan and said, so you are not discussing marriage? Lu Chuan smiled and said, Miss Shen and I do have a marriage, but I have withdrawn. Chu Mingyao was stunned, and then an idea quickly popped up. Did you withdraw for me? As soon as this thought came to her mind, the grievances in her heart instantly dissipated, and she became happy instead, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. She wanted to walk up to Lu Chuan and get close to this guy. But at this moment, Shen Ruhei grabbed her arm with one hand, grabbed Shen Yurong's arm with the other hand, and put their hands together. Girl, the side effects of my daughter's body still have to rely on you to resolve. I will trouble you a lot in the future. You two are both girls. Since you can't be husband and wife, you can be good sisters. Shen Ruhei said with a smile. However, the next second, a strange power came out of Chu Mingyao and Shen Yurong's bodies, merged together, forming a light curtain, and wrapped the two people in it. A powerful power wave appeared, repelling all people and things, except Chu Mingyao and Shen Yurong. Lu Chuan was directly bounced away, and his head accidentally hit the wall. Because his body was weak, he fainted immediately. Even a strong man like Shen Ruhei couldn't resist that force, and his body was thrown 4 or 5 meters away, but he was much better than Lu Chuan. At least he managed to stabilize his body. Shen Ruhei frowned. What's going on? Chu Mingyao and Shen Yurong were also panicked, and after the force dissipated, they both fainted. 3 days later, Lu Chuan woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Munanking's charming face, staring at him infatuatedly. Sister-in-law. Munanking came back to his senses, a little flustered, and quickly stood up and said, Zhao-chan, you're awake. Lu Chuan sat up and asked, how long have I slept? Munanking said, 3 whole days and 3 nights, but fortunately, Mr. Zhao saw your condition, and said that you were just too weak, and needed a good rest, otherwise I would have been worried to death. Lu Chuan nodded, recalling what happened before he fainted, and quickly asked, what happened to Mingyao and Miss Shen later? Why did the two of them have such amazing changes when they came into contact? Munanking said, later, the two of them fainted, and the head of the Shen family couldn't figure out what was going on, but he judged that it must be related to the physique of the two people. Then after a day and a night, neither of them woke up, and the head of the Shen family realized that something was wrong. He apologized to Chu Mingyao's parents, and agreed to take Chu Mingyao back to the Shen family together, saying that the master must know what was going on and there must be a way to wake the two people up. The head of the Shen family promised that after the two woke up, he would take Chu Mingyao as his adopted daughter, and teach her the Shen family's unique skills. As compensation, Chu Mingyao's parents agreed, but in order to ensure Chu Mingyao's safety, they followed her to the Shen family. After listening to this, Lu Chuan felt a sense of loss in his heart. He always felt a little empty, and he didn't know why. Munanking stared at Lu Chuan and asked, are you feeling a little uncomfortable because you didn't see Chu Mingyao for the last time? Lu Chuan hurriedly said, sister-in-law, what are you talking about? At this point, he was speechless. Munanking sighed resentfully and said, why are you shy? I was watching you kissing her. Lu Chuan's eyes widened. Sister-in-law, how could you see it? Mu Nanking said, I was worried, so I asked Suming to take me to the Long family to watch secretly. Lu Chuan's face was suddenly full of embarrassment, and he felt guilty, as if he was caught by his parents for doing something bad. Sister-in-law, was I handsome that day? Lu Chuan tried to change the subject. Mu Nanking rolled her eyes at him. You've been sleeping for 3 days. You must be hungry. I'll go make you some noodles. Sister-in-law, you're the best. Lu Chuan chuckled. Mu Nanking turned and left the room, his expression becoming a little lonely. Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what happened to Chuming Gaiyao and Shen Yering, the Shen family was a family of ancient martial arts, and they were well informed. Moreover, there was the master mentioned by Shen Ruhei, so the two of them would definitely be fine. Chuming Gaiyao was able to turn a disaster into a blessing, and become Shen Ruhei's adopted daughter, which was an opportunity for her. I have fulfilled my promise to her, and I haven't broken my promise, but I always feel that I still owe her a lot. Lu Chuan sighed slightly, and then stopped thinking about it. Although Long Xian'er and Long Heio, father and son, are dead, he still has to face the more terrifying Xuanzang Elder, and he has to find a way. Find out the identity of the Xuanzang Elder and avenge his mother. The burden on his shoulders is still heavy, so what he needs to do now is still to find a way to improve his strength. Otherwise, once the great elder of Xuanzang finds out that he is a Luo Yunshang's son, he will definitely find ways to take his life. After a while, Mu Nanking brought noodles and handed them to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan tasted 2 mouthfuls and said, Sister-in-law, your noodles are really delicious. Mu Nanking didn't want to pay attention to him and said, you eat first, I'll go out for a walk. Then she left the Xuanhu medical clinic. Miss Shen's strength is not bad. After Chuming Gaiyao wakes up this time, she will also have the opportunity to be taught the Shen family's unique skills by the head of the Shen family. They all have the opportunity to become peerless masters, but I can only be a burden to Xiaochuan. Mu Nanking looked depressed, and he felt a little disgusted with himself in his heart. I also want to have good strength like them, so that I can become Xiaochuan's right-hand man, and I won't drag Xiaochuan down. She sighed and kicked the stones on the ground boredly. At this time, a dark ring came into her eyes. She picked up the ring and observed it carefully. She found that there was a devil-like monster carved on it, which looked a little scary. The ring also had an ancient and distant atmosphere. Who left it here? Mu Nanking turned her head and looked around, and found that there was no one around. After a little thought, she put the ring in her pocket, and said to herself, I'll put it away first, and I'll give it back when someone comes to look for it. In a hotel, Qinlan and Ruannan had just finished their practice. Ruannan said with a displeased look on his face, I never thought that Lu Chuan would be so powerful. Not only did he kill Long Xian'er and Long Heio, but he also resisted more than a dozen masters of the transformation realm by himself. It was really unexpected. He even killed someone under the nose of the great elder of Xuanzang. This guy's really a pervert. Fortunately, I didn't provoke him too hard that day, otherwise I'm afraid I would have been buried in the ground. Qinlan's face was full of resentment. She didn't expect Lu Chuan to be so powerful. The most important thing was that she had the opportunity to become a woman of such a figure, but she kicked Lu Chuan away. And think about it carefully, Lu Chuan only started to rise after being dumped by her, which made her regretful and annoyed in her heart, and she couldn't say how grieved she was. Dear, then we can't get revenge on him? Qinlan asked. Ruannan said, that guy is so powerful, if I go to seek revenge on him, wouldn't that be courting death? If our sect leader was here, we would have a chance to deal with him, but unfortunately the sect leader has been obsessed with practicing martial arts recently, and has ruined several furnaces and cauldrons. The sect leader has recently ordered the search for furnaces and cauldrons with outstanding talents. Lu Chuan is quite suitable, but it's a pity that I don't have the ability to capture him, otherwise it would definitely be a great achievement. Qinlan heard this, his eyes turned, and asked, is your sect leader a woman? Ruannan nodded, with a look of yearning on his face. The sect leader is a rare beauty in the world, with that figure and face. Just one look at her, you can be fascinated to death. My biggest dream in this life is to have the opportunity to practice dual cultivation with the sect leader once, but it's a pity that the sect leader doesn't like me. Kinlan asked, what does it mean to ruin several furnaces and cauldrons? Ruanan said, the sect master's skills are peculiar. He will absorb the essence of the dual cultivation partner to increase his own skills. After a few times, the person will be sucked dry and become a complete waste. No matter how evil a genius is, as long as he is played by our sect master a few times, he will become unwanted garbage, and some will even lose their lives. Kinlan's eyes lit up and said, in this case, can't we use this method to seek revenge on Luchuan? Ruanan said, Luchuan is not a fool. Do you think he will agree to be the furnace of our sect master? Kinlan smiled and said, of course he is not stupid, but I know what he wants. He is eager to become stronger. We just need to prescribe the right medicine and we will be able to fool him. And when he is taken by your sect master and becomes a useless waste, won't he be at our mercy? Ruanan thought about it and felt that what Kinlan said made sense. He showed a sly smile on his face. You are still full of tricks. In this case, I will reward you with another practice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 166. Our sect leader is a woman. The death of Long Xian'er and Long Heo caused a huge sensation in Yancheng. This big man who was so powerful in Yancheng disappeared from people's sight, which made many people feel uncomfortable. Luchuan's name spread throughout Yancheng, and those who had suffered oppression from the Long family regarded Luchuan as a hero. People who had had conflicts with the Long family but dared not speak out took this opportunity to start a crazy counterattack against the Long family's industry. Without Long Xian'er, the Long family became a mess, and it didn't take long for everyone to divide the cake. Long Xian'er completely became history. Luchuan became a new celebrity in Yancheng, and the reputation of Xuanhu Medical Clinic was much better because of this. Luchuan, the person involved, didn't care about the ups and downs of the outside world. He only wanted to improve his strength so that he could seek revenge on the great elder of Xuanzang. Xuanhu Medical Clinic. Luchuan recovered completely and practiced in the yard. After a while, he stopped and sighed helplessly. The earth has now entered the Dharma ending age. The spiritual energy in the air is extremely thin, and it is difficult to meet the needs of practitioners. This problem has already appeared in the key refining stage. Now that it has reached the foundation building stage, this situation has become more obvious. Now if I want to improve my cultivation speed, I can only rely on natural materials and treasures. Although century-old medicinal materials are still useful, the effect is definitely not as significant as in the key refining stage. Maybe I can also set up a large spiritual gathering array in the clinic to gather all the spiritual energy around to the clinic. This can also make the clinic a place with abundant spiritual energy and improve the speed of cultivation. If you really want to refine a formation, it is better to directly refine a comprehensive formation that gathers spirits, attacks, and defenses. This will not only gather spiritual energy, but also provide a safety guarantee for my sister-in-law and Zhao Liao. After this idea came to his mind, Luchuan was obviously a little excited. Once this formation was formed, the Xuanhu Medical Clinic would become his safe base in the future. When he went out, he would not have to worry about the safety of his sister-in-law and Zhao Liao. But soon he became depressed again. Because if you want to refine a comprehensive formation, you need much more materials than refining the 5-element thunder formation, and the quality must be better than the 5-element thunder formation array, which means that Luchuan must first get some rare natural treasures before he can start refining. Where to find natural treasures that can be used to refine the formation is a big problem. At this time, Suming came over. When Luchuan saw him, his eyes lit up and said, Suming, come here. Suming came over and asked, brother, what's the matter? Luchuan smiled and said, you used to be a member of the Xuan sect. Didn't you get hunted down because you read the sect's secrets? Do you know where the Xuan sect's treasures are hidden? Suming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, brother, you think too highly of me. If I knew where the Xuan sect's treasures were hidden, I would have stolen them long ago. Why would I have to practice hard here? Luchuan sighed. It seemed that his idea of stealing the Zuan sect's treasures would have come to nothing. Of course, even if he knew where Xuanzang's treasure was hidden, he might not dare to steal it. After all, he didn't think he could beat the people Xuanzang sent to guard the treasure. He asked again, "Didn't you say that you knew a big secret of Xuanzang? What is this secret?" When Suming saw Lu Chuan asking this question, he immediately looked around vigilantly, then came to Lu Chuan and said, "Brother, do you really want to know?" Seeing his look, Lu Chuan became more and more curious and said, "Hurry up and tell me, don't waste time. Then you have to promise not to tell others." Suming looked serious, as if this secret involved many people, and if too many people knew it, it would bring disaster. Lu Chuan said seriously, "I swear, I will never tell anyone." Suming then leaned close to Lu Chuan's ear and whispered, "The secret is, our sect leader is actually a woman." After listening to this, Lu Chuan looked disappointed. "That's it?" Suming nodded and said, "Yes, isn't this exciting enough?" Lu Chuan was speechless and said, "What's so exciting about this? I was excited for nothing." Suming said, "Zuan sect has a rule passed down from a long time ago, that the sect leader can only be a man. We have always believed that the sect leader is a man, but she turned out to be a woman. This is simply jaw-dropping. If everyone in the sect knew that the sect leader is a woman, it would definitely cause civil strife." Lu Chuan curled his lips and asked, "Is the strength of your sect leader still above that of the Great Elder?" Suming nodded, "Yes." Lu Chuan said, "Even if she is a woman, and some people disagree with a woman being the sect leader, is there anyone in your sect who can beat her?" Suming thought for a moment and said, "That's not the case." Lu Chuan said, "So does it matter whether the leader is a man or a woman? What matters is the absolute strength, right?" Suming scratched his head. It seems to be the case. Lu Chuan looked at Suming like an idiot, feeling that his younger brother didn't seem very smart. However, it was indeed incredible for a woman to be the leader of Xuanzang. This must be an extremely powerful woman. Lu Chuan asked again, "By the way, do you know the specific strength of the Great Elder?" Suming thought for a while and said, "The Great Elder is the same as the sect master. His strength is unfathomable. No one knows what realm they are in. But I heard from people in the sect that the realm above the transformation realm is called the mysterious realm. When you reach this realm, you can master those mysterious powers, and your power is extremely terrifying. As for how many levels of the mysterious realm the Great Elder is, it is unknown." Lu Chuan asked, "What realm is above the mysterious realm? Is it possible that the Great Elder's strength is still above the mysterious realm?" Suming laughed and said, "That's absolutely impossible. You can rest assured that the Great Elder's strength is definitely in the mysterious realm. I don't know what realm is above the mysterious realm, but I've heard people say that once you break through the mysterious realm and reach a higher realm, you will become a fairy and fly away, so the Great Elder can't be above the mysterious realm." Lu Chuan frowned. "Become a fairy and fly away?" Suming nodded, "Yes, but this is hearsay. No one knows what is above the Zuan realm. After all, it is already difficult to reach the Zuan realm. I have not heard of anyone who has broken through to the realm above the Zuan realm. So many people also say that the Zuan realm is the ultimate of martial arts, and there is no other realm after that. It may also be that your level is not high enough, so you can't access the secrets above." Lu Chuan knows that, although martial arts is not as good as cultivation, it still has a lot of room for growth, so the Zuan realm should not be the ultimate of martial arts, and there must be other realms above it. It's just that their current realm is too low, and they can't touch things at that level at all, so they think there is no such thing. However, it is also a good thing for Lu Chuan to be able to confirm that the Great Elder's realm is in the Zuan realm, so that he can have a clear goal. Based on previous experience, the Zuan realm of martial arts corresponds to the Jiandan realm of practitioners. It seems that I have to reach the Jiandan realm as soon as possible to be qualified to compete with the Great Elder. Besides, the Great Elder has the Zuan sect behind him. When I go to kill the Great Elder, I'm afraid that the sect master of the Zuan sect will not sit idly by. What I have to do is far more than just improving my strength. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Before that, I'd better refine the comprehensive formation first, so that I can have an excellent practice environment. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan planned to try his luck in the antique street to see if he could find a treasure that could be used to refine the formation. Of course, it would be great if he could find a treasure that could directly improve his strength. He gave Suming a few words, then left the clinic and rushed to the antique street. After wandering around the antique street for a long time, Lu Chuan didn't find anything that could be called a treasure. It seems that relying on luck to find what you want is a bit too much of a stretch. He didn't want to waste any more time and planned to go back. At this moment, two figures blocked his way. It was Qinlan and Ruan Nan. Lu Chuan looked at the couple and said coldly, "Are you itching for trouble again?" Ruan Nan quickly bowed to Lu Chuan and said, "Brother Lu, please don't get me wrong. Everyone in Yancheng knows your name. The fact that you single-handedly resisted the siege of more than a dozen masters in the realm of transformation has already made me admire you very much. How dare we cause trouble for you? Are we too here to apologize to you?" Qinlan on the side also said with guilt on her face, "Lu Chuan, I'm sorry. I have deeply realized my mistakes. I was too arrogant and didn't take you seriously before. Later, out of jealousy, I repeatedly caused trouble for you. Now you have become a big shot, and I regret it very much. Please forgive me once for the sake of our previous relationship." Lu Chuan looked at the two people apologizing sincerely, and it didn't seem like they were lying. However, based on his understanding of Qinlan, even if the other party knew that she was wrong, she might not take the initiative to apologize. So he asked with a cold face, "I don't believe you will come here specially to apologize to me. What other purpose do you have? Just tell me." Ruan Nan showed a trace of embarrassment on his face and said, "Brother Lu is really a prophet. In addition to apologizing this time, we actually want to ask Brother Lu for a small favor." Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing and said, "Ask me for help? Have you forgotten how I beat you into a pig head?" Ruan Nan hurriedly said, "Brother Lu, I really ask you to help, and this is also a good thing for you. If I lie, God will punish me." Lu Chuan stared at him and asked, "Tell me first, what is the good thing?" Ruan Nan said, "It's like this. When I came out of the sect this time, I found a place with secret treasures while traveling on the road. I want to ask Brother Lu to explore with me." Lu Chuan sneered, "You would call me for such a good thing? You are not trying to set a trap for me." Ruan Nan swallowed his saliva and explained, "Brother Lu, you are wronging me. I really want to invite you to look for the treasure together. Well, I admit that the fundamental reason is that the place where the secret treasure is hidden is too dangerous, and I may not be able to handle it by myself, and Brother Lu showed his prowess at the Long family that day, so I want to cooperate with you." Lu Chuan questioned, "Since there is such a good thing, why don't you cooperate with people in your sect, but come to me instead?" Ruan Nan said, "You have never joined a sect, so you don't know the situation inside. If I report this place, where the secret treasure is hidden to the sect, then the benefits I can get at that time, I'm afraid will only be some spiritual consolation prizes. That's why I thought of cooperating with you. Although we have a grudge between us, there are no eternal enemies in the world, only eternal interests, so I think you will agree." After that, he took out a crystal clear stone from his arms and handed it to Lu Chuan. "This gem is exactly where I found it." Lu Chuan took a look at the stone, his eyes widened, and he quickly took it. It's actually a black ice stone. The so-called black ice stone is an extremely rare natural treasure, containing rich and pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Whether it is used for cultivation or for refining formations, it is an excellent thing. Generally, it only exists in places where peerless treasures are born. Could it be that what they said is true? Lu Chuan began to believe Ruan Nan's words. Chapter 167, Falling into a Trap. Seeing Lu Chuan's reaction, Ruan Nan smiled and said, "I'm willing to give this gem to Brother Lu as a reward, and when we find the treasure, we will split it 50-50. Lu Chuan stared at Ruan Nan and said, "You came to me because the place you mentioned is very dangerous, and you can't handle it by yourself. That means I have to solve the problem for you. Although you discovered the place, you don't have to bear the risk. Isn't 50-50 inappropriate?" Ruan Nan's expression froze when he heard this and said, "If I don't tell you the location, you will get nothing. Brother Lu, you should be content." Lu Chuan said lightly, "In that case, you should go find someone else." Ruan Nan frowned when he heard this and then quickly said, "Brother Lu, don't make a fuss. Since you think 50 to 50 is not appropriate, let's give in a little. How about 40 to 60? Lu Chuan said directly. 20, 80, I'm 80, you're 20, otherwise no deal. Ruan Nan was immediately excited when he heard this. "Brother Lu, you are going too far. This is the place I found. You can't give me only 20% anyway, right?" Lu Chuan looked at Ruan Nan and laughed. The reason why he said this was actually to test him. If Ruan Nan agreed easily, then the two of them must be fooling people. But now looking at Ruan Nan like this, it doesn't seem like he is lying. "Then it's 30%. If you can accept it, I can go with you. If you can't accept it, then you can find someone else," Lu Chuan said calmly. Ruan Nan looked heartbroken. After struggling for a long time, he finally sighed helplessly and said, "Okay, 30% is 30%. This is much more than what I can get if I report it to the sect." Seeing Ruan Nan agreed, Lu Chuan asked, "When do you plan to go?" Ruan Nan said, "This matter should be done as soon as possible. If you go too late, it may be snatched away by others. I plan to leave now." Lu Chuan glanced at Kinlan and said, "Take her with you?" Ruan Nan nodded. Lu Chuan asked, "She is powerless, isn't it a burden to take her with her?" Ruan Nan explained, "After getting those secret treasures this time, I plan to leave the sect and take Kinlan away. And don't worry, she will stay in a safe place outside at that time and will not affect us." Lu Chuan thought about it and felt that there was no problem, so he said, "Okay. But I have to go back and make some arrangements first. You wait for me here." Ruan Nan smiled and said, "No problem, we will wait for you to come." Lu Chuan turned and left. Ruan Nan and Kinlan looked at each other and both showed a smile of conspiracy on their faces. Lu Chuan returned to the clinic and told Su Ming, Mu Nanking, Zhao Siming and others that he had to go out for a few days so that they didn't have to worry about him. After making arrangements, he packed up his things and went to where Ruan Nan and Kinlan were. The two had already found an off-road vehicle. Lu Chuan got in the car and Ruan Nan immediately drove towards the suburbs. "Brother Lu, it will probably take us 3 days to get there and we can only drive now. There are mountain roads behind us, so you should be prepared." Ruan Nan was driving in the front, while Lu Chuan and Mu Nanking were sitting in the back. Lu Chuan turned his head to look out the window and suddenly felt a hand touching him. He turned his head and found that it was Kinlan who was secretly touching him. She looked shy and her eyes were full of desire. She seemed to want to reconcile with Lu Chuan very much, so she secretly teased Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan immediately opened Kinlan's hand and asked, "What are you doing?" Kinlan was immediately flustered and quickly said, "No, I didn't do anything." "Then why did you touch my hand?" Lu Chuan did not cover up for Kinlan at all. Ruan Nan, who was driving, glanced at the backseat through the rear view mirror and asked, "Kinlan, what did you do?" Kinlan was extremely nervous and quickly said, "Nothing, nothing. I just saw a spider on Lu Chuan's body and helped him catch it, but he misunderstood." "Oh." Ruan Nan said nothing and continued to drive. Lu Chuan sneered, thinking that you are really a fickle person. You dare to seduce me in front of Ruan Nan. You really don't change your bad habits. If it was a year ago, Kinlan treated Lu Chuan like this, Lu Chuan would be flattered, but unfortunately everything has changed now. Kinlan has become a rag that anyone can sleep with in Lu Chuan's eyes. How could he accept Kinlan's seduction? What's more, Lu Chuan has experienced better women. Compared with them, Kinlan is nothing. Kinlan looked at Lu Chuan with resentment on her face, as if blaming him for not appreciating. But she didn't dare to do anything else later. She sat in the backseat honestly and didn't dare to breathe. Ruan Nan drove the car into the mountainous area, taking the small trails all the way, and stopped only when he could no longer drive forward. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was not suitable to continue the journey. Ruan Nan took the tent from the car and set it up. He brought 2 tents, one for Lu Chuan, and one for him and Kinlan. Lu Chuan did not bother to be polite with them, and went into a tent to rest. In the dead of night, a hand unzipped the zipper on Lu Chuan's tent and walked in. Lu Chuan opened his eyes and saw Kinlan with disheveled hair, blushing face, wearing only a bellyband, kneeling in front of him in an extremely charming manner. Lu Chuan, Ruan Nan said he was hungry and went out to hunt game. He won't be back for a while. Lu Chuan looked at Kinlan's coquettish look and asked, so what do you want to do? Kinlan lowered her head and said with a smile on her face, in fact, I have been regretting breaking up with you all this time. Whenever I think of this, I want to slap myself a few times. And I'm with Ruan Nan because I have no choice. I need to find someone to rely on before I will commit myself to him. In fact, I have always had you in my heart. I can't forget you. I regret betraying you before, especially seeing how powerful you are now. I know you must have me in your heart too, so let's make peace. I just made a mistake that every girl in the world would make. You will definitely forgive me. You are better than Ruan Nan. Even if you snatch me away from him, he will definitely not dare to say anything. Lu Chuan, I miss you very much. I want to be with you, hug you, and kiss you. Didn't you always want to do these things to me? Now I'm here to satisfy you. I'm willing to listen to you. No matter what you ask me to do, I will agree. As she spoke, Kinlan rushed towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan frowned and pushed Kinlan away. Kinlan fell to the side, looking aggrieved, and said, why did you push me away? Don't you want to do that kind of thing with me? Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, in my eyes, you are just a bitch. Even if I have needs, I will never find a bitch like you who is ridden by thousands of people. Get out of here immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. A fierce momentum burst out, frightening Kinlan to tremble. She bit her lip, looked at Lu Chuan angrily, got up and fled the tent. Lu Chuan continued to enter the state of practice, not taking what happened just now to heart at all, and soon became calm and indifferent. The next day, the three people left the off-road vehicle and tent, took only some food, and continued on their way. Kinlan obviously became much more resentful than the first day, and her eyes looking at Lu Chuan were full of resentment. At night, the three people rested directly in the open air. At night, Ruan Nan said that he was hungry and went to the mountains to hunt game. This time, Kinlan did not seduce Lu Chuan again and became much more honest. On the third day, Ruan Nan took Lu Chuan and Kinlan to the depths of the mountains. There were few people here, and from time to time, they could hear the roars of wild beasts. The three of them came to a dense jungle. As they went deeper, a thin mist appeared around them, and the temperature dropped a lot, which made people feel creepy. How long will it take us to get to the place you mentioned? Lu Chuan asked. Ruan Nan smiled and said, we will be there soon. It's estimated to be a few hundred meters away. Lu Chuan frowned and looked into the distance. Although there was fog around, and the vision was not good, he could still see the situation a few hundred meters away. There was nothing there. At this time, Ruan Nan and Kinlan were eating a kind of black sugar beans, and Kinlan's expression was obviously a little wrong. Lu Chuan asked, what are you eating? Ruan Nan smiled and said, chocolate beans. Lu Chuan thought for a moment and said, give me a few too. Ruan Nan quickly stuffed all the black candy beans in his hand into his mouth and said, that won't work. I don't like to share with others. Kinlan saw this and quickly stuffed all the candy beans in her hand into her mouth. Lu Chuan realized that something was wrong and immediately reached out to grab Ruan Nan's hand, wanting to know what they were eating, but the next second, he suddenly felt weak all over, and the spiritual power in his body could not be released at all. He became extremely weak and had to reach out to hold the tree next to him. Is this fog poisonous? Lu Chuan looked at Ruan Nan and Kinlan, who had no reaction, and gritted his teeth and said, did you take the antidote? Ruan Nan laughed and said, not bad. You were deceived by us. In fact, there is no place to hide the secret treasure. The gem was brought out from the sect by me, and this road is actually the road to the Hehuan sect. Lu Chuan felt that his body was getting weaker and weaker, and his consciousness began to become blurred. He quickly took out a beige pill from his clothes and put it in his mouth, but the condition on his body did not get any relief. Ruan Nan smiled and said, don't waste your energy. This fog is not an ordinary poison. There is only one antidote in the world, which is what we just ate. No matter how powerful the other detoxification pills are, they can't solve this poison. Lu Chuan's forehead was covered with cold sweat and asked, what do you want to do? Ruan Nan smiled and said, of course, I will offer you to our sect master and let you become her furnace tripod. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen people in uniform appeared around him. These people were all elites of the Hehuan sect. Ruan went out to hunt game for 2 nights, but it was just a cover. His real purpose was to contact the people of Hehuan sect and discuss his strategy to deal with Luchuan. This poisonous mist was created by the people of Hehuan sect. Is this the furnace tripod you mentioned? Asked a middle-aged man who was a little older. Ruan hurriedly bowed and said, to elder son, it is this person. He is so young, but his strength has reached a very high level. He once resisted the siege of more than a dozen masters of the transformation realm alone, and even killed someone under the nose of the great elder of Xuanzang. He has excellent potential and talent, and is the best choice for the master's furnace. Elder son nodded and said, thank you for your hard work this time. You will be rewarded when you go back. Ruan hurriedly said, thank you, elder son. Elder son glanced at Luchuan and said, take him back and wash him clean. The master is in a critical period of practicing recently. This furnace is extremely important to her. Give him something to nourish his body before sending him to the master's room so that he can last longer. Yes. Luchuan only felt that the world was spinning in front of him and the voices of those people became ethereal. Finally, he couldn't resist the invasion of the poison. He closed his eyes, fell to the ground, and fainted completely. Chapter 168 The Sins of the Hehuan Sect. When he woke up again, Luchuan felt that his head was as heavy as if it was filled with lead. His thinking was slow, and his reaction was like a snail. He vaguely heard a group of women chattering in his ear. The hairstyle should be done like this to be more handsome and energetic. Come on, let me shave his eyebrows and make sword eyebrows. This man looks brave. I really want to try the method of dual cultivation with him. Get out of the way. This is the master's furnace. Elder son has ordered that no one can touch it. Otherwise it will be punished according to the sect rules. TSK, what a pity. I don't know if we will have a chance to use it after the master is done with it. Then you think too much. When he comes out of the master's room, I'm afraid he will be skinny, and you will dislike him, even if I give him to you at that time. That's right. Luchuan finally regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and found that he was sitting on a chair with his hands and feet tied up, surrounded by 7 or 8 women with heavy makeup, and charming and coquettish. The women were fiddling with his face, as if they wanted to make him more handsome. What are you doing? Luchuan said weakly. Hey, this guy's awake, said a woman. Another woman looked at Luchuan with a smile and said, our sect master will enjoy you tonight. Although it is for practicing, the more handsome you are, the better your mood will be when practicing dual cultivation. We are helping you style your face. Luchuan then recalled that he had been fooled by Ruan and Kinlan, and a flash of anger suddenly rose in his heart. Is this the Hehuan sect? Yes, this is the main gate of the Hehuan sect. A woman replied. Luchuan tried to circulate his spiritual power, but found that, no matter how he communicated with his Danshan, there was no reaction, and he couldn't help but get anxious. Damn, I'm not really going to be used as a furnace by the sect master of the Hehuan sect, am I? Ruan and Kinlan, this pair of dogs and bitches, actually came up with such a vicious way to deal with me. I must have been crazy to believe what they said. A woman saw what Luchuan was going to do, and said with a smile, don't waste your energy. The Hehuan sect has captured at least 1,000 people over the years, if not 800. There are many geniuses like you among them. They have long ago developed a method to make you lose your combat effectiveness without losing your ability in that area. If it was so easy to be resolved, the Hehuan sect would have been wiped out long ago. We sisters have the same fate as you. If resistance was really useful, we wouldn't be trapped in this mountain and be the dual cultivation objects of those stinky men. So you'd better accept your fate. Besides, you are the cauldron of the sect master. Although you may die in a few days, at least you will be happy in the last few days of your life. Among those guys who were captured, how many of them wanted to dual cultivate with the sect master, but don't have the qualifications? You are already lucky. Luchuan gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that these women were all captured. It would be fine if these victims didn't unite to resist, but instead they spoke for the beasts of the Hehuan sect. It was really annoying. Tell me how to recover my strength, and I will kill these beasts of the Hehuan sect and take you away from here. Lu Chuan said. Several women laughed. One of them said, "You are not the first one to say this to us. Those who had this idea before did not have a good ending. You'd better be honest. We don't want to be implicated by you." Lu Chuan was speechless, but he could do nothing. His hands and feet were tied to the chair. He was just an ordinary person who could not use his spiritual power. Moreover, he was still weak after waking up, and he could not think of any way to escape. At this time, a woman came to the door and said, "The guy is awake. We have finished cleaning up. You can take him away." Several burly men came in and carried Lu Chuan out with the chair. Lu Chuan then realized that he was in the mountains. It was almost dusk at this time. The sunset in the sky was like fire, which was much more beautiful than in the city. But at this time, he was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. The Hehuan sect covers a large area with many ancient buildings and beautiful scenery. Lu Chuan suspected that the Hehuan sect had specially hired a tourism development company to build houses here. The men took Lu Chuan through many attics, and every few steps, Lu Chuan could hear the music coming from these attics. It is obvious that the people of the Hehuan sect are practicing. Soon, Lu Chuan was taken to a place similar to a dungeon. There were many people imprisoned here. All of them were handsome men and beautiful women, but their faces were full of fear, panic, and anxiety, without any spirit. The men locked Lu Chuan in, and one of them said, "The sect master will practice until the evening. You stay here first." After that, he untied the ropes on Lu Chuan's hands and feet. Then several people left the dungeon, locked the door with a particularly thick iron chain, and left here. Lu Chuan stood up, moved his hands and feet, and then kicked the door of the dungeon. The door didn't move at all. Without being able to use his spiritual power, it was impossible for Lu Chuan to kick the door open. He sighed helplessly, and suddenly felt like he was being teased by God. He had just survived from the hands of the Grand Elder of Xuan sect by chance, and was thinking about practicing hard, so that he could seek revenge on the Grand Elder in the future. As a result, he was tricked by Kinlan and Ruanan into the Hehuan sect. Not only was his life in danger, but he had to become the plaything of the leader of the Hehuan sect before he died. It was really ridiculous. Brother, don't be upset. Actually, being caught here is not necessarily a bad thing. I heard that everyone here knows the secret art of dual cultivation, so the women are all top notch. This place is heaven for us men. A man comforted Lu Chuan. At this time, a girl yelled, "Do you still have a conscience? It's heaven for you, but for us? We will only become toys, to be tortured by them." That's right, I used to have a happy life, and I was thinking about marrying my childhood sweetheart, but I was caught here, and bullied by those stinky men. What kind of heaven is this? A group of girls were excited, and the man who just spoke was ashamed. At this time, a handsome man started crying and said, "I don't think this place is heaven. I just got engaged to my girlfriend, and promised to be together for the rest of my life, but now I have to be forced to become a slave of another woman. Just thinking about this kind of thing makes people despair." Another man pointed to a few people in the corner, who were thin and weak and only had one breath left and said, "And most of us will end up like them. The people here practice evil skills, which can kill people." The more they talked, the more excited they became, and many people who had just been caught started crying. Seeing that everyone looked desperate, Lu Chuan sighed helplessly, and felt more and more that the Hehuan sect was an evil sect. In order to practice dual cultivation and improve their strength, they have captured countless innocent men and women, destroyed countless families, and ruined the beautiful lives of countless young men and women. If there is a chance, he must destroy the Hehuan sect and get rid of this cancer. But does he still have a chance? At this time, he noticed that there was a young girl with short hair and a cute face in the crowd. She was sitting on the ground with a calm face, holding her knees with both hands, staring at the ground, not knowing what she was thinking. The girl's eyes were a little too beautiful. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such bright eyes, and there seemed to be stars and seas hidden in them. Lu Chuan estimated that the girl had just reached adulthood, but she was caught here. The beasts of the Hehuan sect really deserved to die. At this moment, Lu Chuan suddenly thought that, although his dantian was sealed, and he could not mobilize his spiritual power, his consciousness was not sealed. Don't be happy too soon. Things will change, and you will cry when the time comes. Ruan Nan sneered and said, don't dream. Among those who become the sect master's cauldron, few can live healthily in the end. You will soon become a useless person. When the time comes, I will let you experience what despair feels like. I won't waste my time talking to you. I also came to see what you look like now. I have to say, it feels so good to see you being tricked by me like this. After that, he turned and left. Kinlan came over, looked at Lu Chuan fiercely, and said, in fact, I really wanted to reconcile with you that night. If you had agreed to me at that time, I would have told you Ruan Nan's plan, and we could have taken the opportunity to escape. It's a pity that you didn't seize the opportunity. Lu Chuan, this is your retribution. You can regret it. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, even if you told me his plan, I would never reconcile with you. Kinlan, you have no place in my heart for a long time. You are just a fickle bitch. You. Kinlan clenched her fists, her face full of annoyance. Humph, you are just a dead duck mouth stubborn. Let's see if you can still say such words when you are taken by the master. After that, she turned around in a hurry and chased Ruan Nan. Lu Chuan ignored the two people's ridicule and began to think about how he should get out. Night fell. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, several men came to the dungeon door and said to Lu Chuan, who was leaning against the wall thinking, Lu Chuan, the leader has ordered us to take you to her room. Chapter 169. Abnormal sect leader. Lu Chuan said nothing and walked to the door of the dungeon. The men tied Lu Chuan's hands from behind and took him out of the dungeon. Everyone was surprised. One person said, that guy actually wants to practice dual cultivation with the sect master. I heard that no one who entered the sect master's room came out alive. Yes, there was a guy here who claimed to be a genius. He said he was the heir of martial arts family. He was sent to the sect master's room. That guy was lucky and survived. But when he was sent back to the dungeon, he was already dried up. He died a few days later. It's scary to think about it. It's scary, but you forgot that, after being sent back, the guy was still yelling that he wanted to practice dual cultivation with the sect master. It seems that practicing dual cultivation with the sect master is really happy. If there is a chance, I would also like to try it. After all, it's romantic to die under the peony flowers and become a ghost. Everyone cast contemptuous eyes on the person who said this. The man was embarrassed and said, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. After Lu Chuan was taken out of the dungeon, he was taken to a room full of fragrance and a pink heart-shaped soft bed. There were candles in the room. The light was ambiguous, and the unique fragrance made people's desire surge and full of restlessness. Lu Chuan was placed on the bed and his hands and feet were tied in a big letter shape. After doing this, the men left the room. Lu Chuan looked at the ceiling, feeling the atmosphere around him, especially his hands and feet were tied, and his heart became inexplicably nervous. You know, he has only seen similar scenes in small movies, but now it happened to him. It's too exciting. He turned his head and looked at the bedside and found that there was a shelf there on which were placed all kinds of toys, and there were even 2 steel wool balls in it, which made him shiver. This sect leader is too perverted. At this time, the door of the room was pushed open and a charming figure walked in. Lu Chuan quickly looked up and found a beautiful woman with a charming figure, a charming face, and a breath that makes people's hormones soar. The woman was only wearing a thin veil, and the beautiful body inside was looming, which made Lu Chuan's mouth dry and his whole body restless. Stunning. Only this word popped up in Lu Chuan's mind. Apart from this word, he couldn't think of any other words to describe the woman in front of him. The woman came to the bed, smiled and glanced at Lu Chuan, and said, are you my lover today? He looks good. Don't worry, although you are forced to come here, my Hehuan sect has unique skills, and I will let you experience the ultimate happiness. Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly and said, may I ask the name of the sect master? The woman smiled and said, you can call me Xinayang. Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, Xinayang, may I ask what level of strength you are now? Xinayang was stunned for a moment. No furnace cauldron had ever asked her about her strength when seeing her. She smiled and said, you are at the peak of the 5th level of the transformation realm. After we have fun tonight, we should be able to break through to the 6th level of the transformation realm. Why are you asking this? Lu Chuan quickly said, Xinayang, I'm just a small character who has just entered the transformation realm. I know that I can no longer escape, and I can never be your opponent. In order to make our practice more fun, why don't you give me the antidote to restore your strength, so that I can serve you better? Shi Niang chuckled, then walked to a table not far away, opened the drawer, took out a jade bottle from it, and said, "The antidote is here." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Please feed me, Shi Niang, and wait for me to recover my strength, so that I can cooperate with you in a better state. Otherwise, I can only lie here." Shi Niang put the jade bottle on the table, and said with a smile, "Don't have these little ideas. I don't need you to serve me." She returned to Lu Chuan, leaned over and lay on Lu Chuan, and said softly, "I will serve you." Lu Chuan shuddered, and thought to himself that this woman was too scary. Her every frown and smile could steal a person's soul. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have fallen for her by now. He thought about it and said quickly, "Shi Niang, actually you don't have to do this kind of thing to force others. I have a method. Even if you don't do this kind of thing, it can make your strength advance by leaps and bounds. If you can let me go, I will tell you this method. How about it?" Shi Niang smiled jokingly and said, "Who told you that I did this to practice? The focus of this matter should be on coercion." Lu Chuan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Shi Niang smiled and said, "I practice the method of dual cultivation. Improving strength is only secondary. What I really like is to force you men to become my playthings. Watching those men who are either pure or loyal, from resistance at the beginning, to obedience later, and then to being unable to extricate themselves, will make me extremely excited. And I like to see how painful it is when they fall in love with me and are abandoned by me. If they have a family, a wife, or a girlfriend, it will make me happier. I'm obsessed with this way of harming people, but compared with those cruel means, my method is much more advanced. What do you think?" Lu Chuan was speechless, and said what he was thinking directly, "You are really a pervert." Shi Niang licked her lips, and said with a smile, "I'm a pervert, but don't you men like this kind of perversion sometimes?" Lu Chuan said, "But you will eventually kill people. No man will think his life is too long." Shi Niang smiled and said, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that watching those men die painfully after having fun is also a great pleasure for people. Let's not waste time. I'll let you taste what the ultimate happiness is like." After saying that, Shi Niang's hands began to take off Lu Chuan's clothes. Lu Chuan's heartbeat accelerated and released his spiritual consciousness. Then, while Shi Niang was not paying attention, he summoned the flying sword directly from the sword-raising gourd. A cold light appeared, and instantly pierced Shi Niang's eyebrows. Then he cut the ropes on Lu Chuan's hands and feet, and then returned to the sword-raising gourd. Shi Niang was stunned, and didn't react at all. The flying sword was so fast, that it took several seconds for a bloodline to appear between her eyebrows. How could it be?" Shi Niang said in astonishment, and then the aura around her dissipated, and she fell on Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan felt the slightly warm body of Shi Niang, and quickly pushed it away, and rolled off the bed. Fortunately, it's only a 5th level transformation realm, otherwise, at such a close distance, I might be noticed, and I only have one chance. If I fail, I'm afraid I will really become the plaything of this dead pervert. Opening the sword-raising gourd made Lu Chuan fall into a weak state. He gritted his teeth, and crawled to the table, took the bottle of antidote, opened it and ate one. After confirming that his Danshan had recovered, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly sat down to recover. Now people outside must think that their sect leader is practicing, and no one should come in to disturb him for a while. It took almost 2 hours for Lu Chuan to completely recover from his weak state. He stood up, and took out the sword-raising gourd and the array plate of the 5-element thunder array from his clothes. After confirming that the 2 items were intact, he felt more confident. He had been hiding these 2 items in the dark layer of his clothes, so they were not easy to be discovered. Otherwise, they would have been taken away by the people of the Hehuan sect. However, he had just used the sword-raising gourd, and it would be difficult to use it again in a short period of time, unless he risked damaging his spiritual consciousness. Therefore, he could not use the sword-raising gourd again, unless it was absolutely necessary. He turned his head to look at Shi Niang, who was lying on the bed with her eyes wide open. snorted coldly, and turned to leave the room. On a small road in the Hehuan sect, Ruanan and several masters of the Hehuan sect were happily discussing the matter of practicing together. They brought a captured girl with them and planned to share it together. And this girl was the girl with the sea of stars in her eyes. This girl was just captured and no one has ever enjoyed her. This time, we brothers are lucky. Looking at her appearance, she should be only 19 or 20 years old. I like young girls like this. I must practice hard tonight. The girl was full of fear and her body was shaking, but she had no chance of resisting 5 or 6 tall men, not to mention that these men were all martial arts masters. Ruanan was also excited at this moment. Kinlan was sent by him to the foot of the mountain to buy supplies. He could take this opportunity to have sex with his brothers secretly. Lu Chuan should have been tortured to death by the sect master now. I feel refreshed when I think that he will become a monster in the end. No matter how talented and powerful this kid is, he can't escape the fate of being played into a waste by the sect master. This is the fate of offending me, Ruanan. Just as they were thinking happily, a figure suddenly flashed in front of them. Who is it? Several people immediately became alert and looked around. Lu Chuan appeared in front of them like a ghost. He looked at the girl with very beautiful eyes and said coldly, "Let her go." Ruanan's face changed and he exclaimed, "Lu Chuan, why are you here? You shouldn't be with the sect master." Lu Chuan raised a playful smile and said, "Your sect master is too weak and can't stand me at all. I came here to seek revenge on you." Ruanan was full of horror and said quickly, "Brothers, this guy is the sect master's furnace cauldron. I don't know how he ran out. Let's capture him together and hand him over to the sect master." Several people were about to take action immediately. Lu Chuan's figure disappeared in an instant. Swish. The sound of strong wind whistled past, followed by several screams. Ruanan turned his head and looked around, and found that the few people with him had fallen to the ground and there was no movement. He was shocked, and turned around to escape. Lu Chuan appeared in front of him, and said with a smile, "Is it too late to run now?" Chapter 170. No one can escape. Ruanan's face was filled with fear, and he immediately used all his strength to attack Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan grabbed his fist and smashed his arm with his other hand. With a snap, Ruanan's bones broke directly, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Don't you feel good about cheating me? Do you still feel good now?" Lu Chuan stared at Ruanan and asked coldly. Ruanan's face turned pale, his whole body was shaking, and he said with regret, I was wrong." Lu Chuan grabbed his other arm, exerted force suddenly, and with a snap, his arm was completely disabled. "Do you think that, if you apologize to me, this matter will be over?" Ruanan's face was full of despair, and he gritted his teeth and said, Let me go. I can tell you where the treasure house of the Hehuan sect is." Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Where is it?" Ruanan said, "In a cave in the back mountain of the sect, please. Spare my life." Lu Chuan asked again, "Where is Kinlan?" Ruanan said, "She went down the mountain to purchase, and she will not be back until tomorrow." Lu Chuan snorted coldly, thinking that this bitch's luck is really good. She can actually escape this disaster. He didn't say any more nonsense, and grabbed Ruanan's neck. Ruanan's face was full of horror, and he said, "I told you where the sect's treasure house is. You promised to spare me." Lu Chuan sneered and said, "Which ear of yours heard me say that I would spare your life? Not only will I kill you today, I will also destroy your entire Hehuan sect." After that, he suddenly exerted force and broke Ruanan's neck. Throwing Ruanan's body on the ground, Lu Chuan turned his head to look at the girl with very beautiful eyes. After thinking for a while, he said, "I will take you to the dungeon first. I will deal with the people of the Hehuan sect later. After confirming that it is safe, you can leave here with those who have been captured." The girl nodded seriously. The strength shown by Lu Chuan just now made her understand that this is a trustworthy person, so she naturally would not resist. Lu Chuan took the girl to the dungeon, dealt with the guards in the dungeon, and opened the door of the dungeon. It will be very chaotic outside later. It is very likely that you will be in danger if you go out at this time. After I deal with the people of the Hehuan sect, I will come over. You can escape at that time." Lu Chuan said simply, and turned around, and left without explaining too much. Everyone was confused, and didn't understand what was going on. The girl silently picked up the iron chain on the ground and locked the door of the dungeon again. If nothing else, it was to prevent people with brains from running outside, to cause trouble for Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan returned to the master's room, took Shi Niang's body, and quickly went to the martial arts training ground. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Beasts of the Hehuan sect, come to the martial arts training ground to die." He applied spiritual power to his voice, making this sentence resound over the entire Hehuan sect, enough to deafen the eardrums of people 5 miles away. Then he quickly climbed up a flag in the center of the martial arts training ground with Shi Niang's body, hung Shi Niang's body on it, and cast a spell to illuminate Shi Niang's body, so that everyone who came to the martial arts training ground could see clearly who was hanging here. The reason why he did this was that he didn't want to kill the disciples of the Hehuan sect one by one. It was too troublesome to do so. He simply let the people of the Hehuan sect come to him on their own initiative, so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Soon, many disciples of the Hehuan sect ran out. The shout just now really scared them. "Who is going crazy here in the middle of the night? He even told us to die. Don't you want to live? Damn it." I was so excited about practicing dual cultivation that I was scared to death by that shout. If I knew who shouted, I would chop him up today. Look at the martial arts field. There seems to be a person hanging on the flag. Why does he look so much like the sect master? Fuck, that's the sect master. Go to the martial arts field quickly. Something happened to the sect master. In a short while, hundreds of people gathered on the martial arts field. These were the main members of the Hehuan sect. Most of them were only warriors at the internal strength level. Some reached the master level, but the proportion was very small. There were only a dozen people who reached the transformation level. The leader of these people was the elder son who captured Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan observed these people and found that the strongest among them was only at the 3rd level of the transformation level. He breathed a sigh of relief. Shi Niang's strength is only at the 5th level of the transformation realm, so Lu Chuan guessed that the overall strength of the Hehuan sect should not be strong, and the strength of these people in the sect must be inferior to Shi Niang. So he dared to gather all the people of the Hehuan sect on the martial arts training ground, to catch them all in one fell swoop. Elder son stared at Shi Niang hanging on the flagpole, and after confirming that the sect leader had no breath, his face changed wildly, and then stared at Lu Chuan, questioning, "Boy, did you kill our sect leader?" Lu Chuan sneered and said, "Yes, not only will I kill her, but no one present today will be able to escape." Anger appeared on the faces of everyone in the Hehuan sect. It was obvious that Lu Chuan's provocation had completely angered them. Damn, this guy's too arrogant. Kill him and avenge the master. That's right, we must kill him. Otherwise how can our Hehuan sect save its face? Revenge for the master. Elder son narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Chuan and said coldly, "Since the establishment of our Hehuan sect, we have never been provoked like this. You have the ability to kill our master, which shows that you have some ability, but you are only one person. I don't believe you can get any benefit under the siege of everyone in our Hehuan sect. Everyone listen to my order. Attack together and kill this arrogant and ignorant kid to avenge the master." A group of people immediately surrounded Lu Chuan. The one who rushed to the front was elder son and the dozen or so masters of the transformation realm, and the others followed closely behind. Just this scene, even the masters of the 6th and 7th levels of the transformation realm would frown when they saw it. After all, the power of an individual is ultimately limited. Unless the realm is far beyond these people and can achieve absolute crushing. Otherwise, facing the human seed tactics, they will be exhausted to death. However, Lu Chuan looked calm, not afraid of the siege of the people from the Hehuan sect. Seeing that these people were about to rush to him, Lu Chuan quickly took out the array plate of the 5-element divine thunder array and activated the array. Everyone within a radius of 50 meters was covered by the array, and thunders fell from the sky and slammed into the unprepared disciples of the Hehuan sect. There were screams, and in just a blink of an eye, half of the people were killed by thunder. The dozen or so people in the transformation realm reacted the fastest and barely dodged, but they were also scared to death. What the hell is this? Why is it so scary? Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. This guy dares to provoke us like this. He must have enough confidence. This thunder is too terrifying. We are afraid that we will fall into his hands. Run quickly, with these thunders, we have no choice but to die. The thunder raged, and the people of the Hehuan sect were chopped into charcoal one after another. Lu Chuan picked up a dagger, a playful smile appeared on his face, and he said lightly, I said, no one present today can escape. Chapter 171 The Treasure House of the Hehuan Sect. Under the power of the 5-element thunder formation, the people of the Hehuan sect were already in a mess. Lu Chuan took the dagger and turned into the god of death, wantonly harvesting the lives of these people. Not long after, all the masters of the transformation realm, including Elder Sun, died at the hands of Lu Chuan. Without the masters of the transformation realm leading the way, the remaining people of the Hehuan sect became a mob, and Lu Chuan used a little trick to kill them. After taking back the 5-element thunder formation, those who were not originally wrapped in the formation were now scared to death and ran away. Lu Chuan did not intend to let these people go, and quickly chased after them to clean up the trouble. Not long after, Lu Chuan was the only living person left on the martial arts training ground. He looked at the corpses all over the ground, cast a spell, and a flame appeared out of thin air, and a raging fire instantly ignited on the martial arts training ground. After confirming that there was no trouble left, Lu Chuan turned and walked towards the dungeon. He came to the door of the dungeon, broke the iron chain on it, opened the door, looked at the people inside and said, the Hehuan sect has been wiped out by me. From now on, there will be no more evil Hehuan sect in the world. You can leave now. Everyone's face was full of disbelief. However, they all heard the screams coming from outside at that time, and knew that a big battle must have broken out. Now that Lu Chuan is alive, it means that he must have won. One person ran out doubtfully. When he was sure that there were really no people from the Hehuan sect outside, he shouted excitedly, what he said is true. We are free. Hearing this, everyone immediately became excited and ran down the mountain. The girl with beautiful eyes came to Lu Chuan, bowed solemnly to him, and said, thank you. Her Mandarin was not very standard, and she didn't sound like a Chinese. Lu Chuan smiled and said, you're welcome. You should follow them down the mountain. It's night now. It's safer to follow them down the mountain. The girl had a hint of hesitation on her face, as if she wanted to say something to Lu Chuan. When she decided to speak, Lu Chuan had already turned and walked towards the back mountain of Hehuan sect. She hesitated for a while, and finally did not go down the mountain with those people, but walked in the direction that Lu Chuan had just left. Lu Chuan came all the way to the back mountain of Hehuan sect. This time he was tricked by Ruan Nan, and almost lost his life. Although he had already destroyed Hehuan sect to avenge himself, he naturally couldn't come here in vain. He had to find some treasures to bring back to make up for his hurt heart. According to Ruan Nan, the treasure house of Hehuan sect was in a cave in the back mountain. Lu Chuan went to the back mountain to look for a long time, but he didn't find any cave. He even suspected that Ruan Nan was fooling him. Just when he was about to give up, he suddenly noticed a sign not far ahead that said no entry for idle people. He walked to the sign and turned his head to look around. There was a forest on the left and a mountain on the right, but there was no cave on the mountain. There is nothing here. Why is there a sign like this? Could it be that this forest is forbidden to enter casually? Lu Chuan went into the forest again and searched for a long time, but still did not find anything special. Just when he was puzzled, he suddenly remembered that he had opened his spiritual sense. Instead of searching aimlessly, it would be faster to use spiritual sense to find it. Because he had just broken through to the foundation building stage, the range of his spiritual sense was only about 100 meters, but it was enough. Lu Chuan used his spiritual sense to observe the surroundings, and soon he found that the special place was not on the mountain, nor in the forest, but under his feet. 2 meters below where he was standing, it was hollow. So it's underground. Damn Ruan Nan, he told me it was a cave, and made me waste so much time. Lu Chuan complained, and then quickly relied on his spiritual sense to find the entrance to the cellar. After a while, he came to the big tree with a sign saying no entry for idle people, squatted down and touched the ground, removed the soil on top, and saw a locked wooden board. He directly opened the lock on the top, lifted the wooden board, and used magic to illuminate the inside. He saw that the space inside was huge and filled with a dazzling array of things. It should be the treasure house of the Hehuan sect. Although this treasure house is a bit primitive, To be honest, if I didn't have spiritual sense, I might not have thought that the people of the Hehuan sect would hide treasures in such a place. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan jumped into the cellar. The first thing that came into his sight was a pile of books. He picked up a few and took a look. He found that these books were all about the secret method of double cultivation. They explained various postures during double cultivation and even ranked each posture. Other books were the practice notes of the successive leaders of the Hehuan sect. The records were very detailed, and even Lu Chuan, who had read all the short films in the island country, felt a little embarrassed. These books might be treasures for the disciples of the Hehuan sect, but for Lu Chuan, they were no different from those unorthodox readings. He didn't waste time on such things. He turned his head and looked at the side. Soon he saw a lot of medicinal herbs not far away. He walked over and picked up the herbs and took a look. He found that they were all century-old herbs, and there were more than a dozen of them in total. I'm really rich now. These century-old herbs alone are worth a lot of money. He continued to look and saw a box on the other side. He used his spiritual power to break the lock on the box. After opening it, he instantly felt a strong force rushing towards him. When he looked closely, he found that the box was filled with Xuanbing stone. He roughly counted and found that there were a full 20 pieces of Xuanbing stone in the box. The foundation of the Hehuan sect is really rich. 20 pieces of black ice stones are enough for me to refine a high-level comprehensive formation. I have to thank Ruan Nan and Kinlan for tricking me here. Lu Chuan was excited, and he didn't feel angry about being tricked by Ruan Nan. After closing the box containing the black ice stones with satisfaction, Lu Chuan looked around and found that the remaining things were some gold, silver and jewelry, and there were no other special things. Next to the box containing the black ice stones, there was a small wooden sign. On the wooden sign was a tower-shaped building carved, exuding an ancient atmosphere. Apart from these, there was nothing else special. Logically speaking, Xuanbing stone can only be found in places where peerless treasures are born. There are so many Xuanbing stones here, which means that the people of Hehuan sect must have discovered peerless treasures, but there is nothing in this treasure house that looks like a peerless treasure. I also searched Xin Liang's room, but I didn't find anything special. Could it be that this peerless treasure is some kind of spiritual medicine that has been eaten? Lu Chuan released his spiritual sense and searched carefully in the cellar, but he didn't find anything else special. The only thing that was a little special was the wooden sign with a tower carved on it. This wooden sign could actually escape the perception of Lu Chuan's spiritual sense. If Lu Chuan closed his eyes and only used his spiritual sense to observe the surroundings, he would not be able to find the existence of this wooden sign. Could it be that this wooden sign is a treasure? Lu Chuan was very curious and carefully observed the wooden sign for a long time, but he didn't find anything that looked like a treasure. Could it be that it is because of the special material itself that it can block the divine sense? After observing for a long time without any results, Lu Chuan put the wooden sign into his clothes. Even if it was not a treasure, it could block the divine sense, which meant that the material of the wooden sign must be extremely special. There would be no harm in carrying it. He collected all the dozen 100-year-old medicinal herbs and the black ice stone, put them together, and made a bag. Although he also wanted to take away all the gold and silver treasures of the Hehuan sect. After all, there would be a lot of money to spend on cultivation in the future, but the 20 black ice stones were heavy enough, and he couldn't take other things with him to run back across mountains and rivers. Therefore, he could only choose to take these more important things away first. However, before leaving the cellar, he still stuffed a few gold bars into his pocket. Coming out of the cellar, Lu Chuan's face was filled with a satisfied smile. He now understood why there were often big guys in the cultivation world who would destroy those evil sects when they had nothing to do. After all, the rewards that could be obtained by doing so were much faster than accumulating a little bit. I wonder if there are other evil sects like the Hehuan sect nearby. If there are, I will destroy them all. I'm not here to rob people of their treasures. I'm here to uphold justice and enforce justice. Lu Chuan thought secretly and walked towards the direction of the Hehuan sect. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a figure not far away. He stopped immediately and became alert. Could it be the remnants of the Hehuan sect? Lu Chuan walked over there carefully. In his palm, the spiritual power had gathered. But when he got closer, he found that this person was the girl with beautiful eyes. When the girl saw Luchuan coming over, her face was full of joy. She quickly said, "Big brother, I have been looking for you for a long time. I thought you went down the mountain directly." Luchuan was confused and asked, "Why are you looking for me if you don't go down the mountain with those people?" The girl hesitated for a moment, looked at Luchuan sincerely, and then said, "Big brother, I need your help." Chapter 172 Suzumiya. Luchuan looked at the girl suspiciously and asked, "What can I help you with?" The girl opened her mouth for a long time, her face flushed, and she just couldn't successfully express her thoughts. "This, that, it's, anyway, it's a very important favor." Luchuan. "No matter how important the favor is, you have to explain it clearly, before I can decide whether to help or not. You can't just say it's very important, and I have to agree." The girl looked a little anxious, gesticulating, that. Luchuan stared at her, and it seemed that she didn't want to say it, but didn't know how to express it, so he asked, "You are not Chinese, right?" The girl nodded heavily at Luchuan. "Yeah. Where are you from?" "Island country?" Luchuan asked. The girl nodded again. "Yeah. What's your name?" The girl said solemnly, "Suzumiya." Luchuan stared at her, and continued to ask, "Are you in danger?" Suzumiya's eyes were full of excitement, as if she felt that chatting like this was much easier, and then nodded again. Yeah. You want me to protect you?" Luchuan said what was in his mind for Suzumiya. Suzumiya couldn't help but give Luchuan a thumbs up. "Yes." Luchuan said helplessly, "You have to tell me what danger you are in first, then I can consider whether to help you." Suzumiya thought for a while, and said, I'm being chased by someone." Luchuan raised his eyebrows. "Who?" Suzumiya said, "A very bad person." Luchuan was speechless, and said, "Sorry, if this is all you can tell me, I can't help you." Suzumiya's face was full of anxiety, and his speaking speed suddenly became faster. "Brother, I know you are a good person, and you are so powerful. Only you can help me. If you don't help me, I will die. As long as brother helps me, I'm willing. I'm willing to give brother many benefits." Luchuan smiled and asked, "I'm afraid you don't have a penny on you now. What benefits can you give me?" Suzumiya showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and said, "I don't have it now, but it doesn't mean I won't have it in the future. I'm very rich." Luchuan looked at her serious look, sighed helplessly, and said, "I still say the same thing. If you don't tell me what you encountered, and what kind of danger you will encounter, I can't help you." Suzumiya held it in for a long time, and finally told Luchuan some useful information. It turned out that this girl who was not very fluent in Mandarin came from an aristocratic family called the Suzumiya family in the island country. She came from a wealthy family and had no worries about food and clothing since she was a child. She can be said to be a favored daughter of heaven. Just last year, her family held a coming of age ceremony for her. It can be said that half of the upper class people in the island country came to participate, which shows the strength of the Suzumiya family in the island country. However, there was also an old man named Kitahara Sasuke who came to participate in this coming of age ceremony, and he fell in love with Suzumiya at first sight. This man named Kitahara Sasuke is the patriarch of another well-known family in the island country, the Kitahara family. At the same time, he has another identity, the #1 kendo player in the island country. It is rumored that Kitahara Sasuke's sword has reached the extreme, reaching the realm of unity between man and sword. In those days, Kamida Ichiro, who was known as the Immortal of the island country, had a battle with Kitahara Sasuke. That battle was earth-shaking. In the end, the two fought to a draw. At that time, Kamida Ichiro had been famous for decades, and was regarded as a god by many ordinary people. Kitahara Sasuke could tie with him, which was enough to show how powerful he was, so his status in the minds of the people of the island country instantly reached the top, and the Kitahara family became one of the top families in the island country. And such a legendary figure has a special hobby, liking young women, especially those who have just come of age. Kitahara Sasuke was immediately attracted by Suzumiya's eyes, that were as bright as stars. After the coming of age ceremony, he went to Suzumiya's house and gave a letter of engagement to marry Suzumiya Ichi as a concubine. Although Kitahara Sasuke has the title of the first person in kendo, Suzumiya Ichi can't like such an old man no matter what, so he strongly opposes it. Although the strength of the Suzumiya family is not weaker than that of the Kitahara family, they do not want to offend Kitahara Sasuke because of this. Not to mention that Suzumiya Ichi is not the most important descendant in the family, so they acquiesce to this matter. However, Suzumiya Ichi's grandfather, the patriarch of the Suzumiya family, Suzumiya Toru, gave Suzumiya Ichi a tip, asking her to secretly run to China to avoid this matter. At that time, the family will help her cover up, and the Kitahara family can't say anything. Suzumiya Ichi had no choice but to come to China secretly. But the people of the Kitahara family did not want to give up, and they actually sent people to China to catch her. In order to avoid the people of the Kitahara family, she hid from east to west, but she was caught by the people of the Heian sect without paying attention. If it weren't for Luchuan, she would probably have become a plaything by now, and her fate would be even worse than being the concubine of Kitahara Sasuke. After listening to Suzumiya Ichi's story, Luchuan couldn't help but pinched his eyebrows. He originally thought that this girl had encountered something extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be so bloody. Brother, that Kitahara Sasuke has a face full of wrinkles and a beard. I don't want to be the mistress of such a man. Can you help me? Suzumiya looked at Luchuan with pleading eyes, almost about to cry. Luchuan couldn't stand being stared at by such a pair of beautiful eyes, so he could only sigh and say, I can help you, but I have a request. Liang Gongyi saw Luchuan agreed. His face was full of excitement and asked, what request? Luchuan thought for a while and said, if I help you deal with the people of the Kitahara family, will my life be in danger? Liang Gongyi nodded and said, the people of the Kitahara family seem to hate you a little. When I was hiding from them before, I saw someone die at their hands. They are a little unreasonable and very arrogant. Kitahara Sasuke is the same, so I escaped. But big brother, you are so powerful, the people of the Kitahara family will definitely not be able to do anything to you. Luchuan raised his eyebrows, and his impression of the Kitahara family became much worse. He continued, since there is a risk, I can't help you for nothing, and you can't give me anything valuable now, so I have to sign a contract with you. Liang Gongyi widened his eyes and asked, what contract? Luchuan smiled and said, soul trading contract. You need to sell your soul to me before I can help you, but don't worry, this is only temporary. If you can offer enough benefits, I can also sell you my soul. Suzumiya was shocked. Can the soul be sold? Luchuan said seriously, yes, after selling your soul to me, you will be my slave, and everything you have will belong to me, and I will help you through the crisis. When you have enough benefits to impress me, I will sell you my soul. He said this to fool Suzumiya, mainly because he was not sure whether what the girl said was true or false. To be on the safe side, he used this method to test this seemingly innocent girl. The inspiration for buying and selling souls came from Master Yanyu, and he applied it flexibly. Suzumiya was confused for a moment. Luchuan carefully observed her reaction. Finally, Suzumiya took a deep breath and said, okay, I agree. Luchuan smiled. He judged from Suzumiya's expression that the girl was hiding something in her words, but since she was willing to sell her soul in exchange for protection, it meant that she was not fooling anyone. And her beautiful big eyes didn't look like a bad person at first glance, which was one of the reasons why Luchuan agreed. Seeing Suzumiya agreed, Luchuan took out a talisman paper and drew a talisman on it with spiritual power. Because spiritual power is mysterious, there was a golden light flashing when drawing the talisman. Suzumiya stared at this scene with big eyes, and really believed in her heart that Luchuan was a god walking on the earth. Since he is a god, he must be kind. Although I sold my soul to him and became his slave, he will definitely redeem me in the future. Suzumiya thought secretly in his heart. Luchuan drew the talisman, handed it to Suzumiya, and said, eat this. Suzumiya took it, and obediently ate it. At that moment, she felt as if something had been branded on her mind. Is this the feeling of having your soul betrayed? Then don't I have to listen to him in everything in the future? What if he asks me to do that kind of thing? Do I have to do it too? Suzume suddenly widened her eyes, feeling that she had made a mistake. She said a little anxiously, "Big brother, after I sell my soul to you, can you kill my soul, as long as I don't obey?" Luchuan smiled and said, "Yes." Suzume's face turned pale in an instant, thinking that she shouldn't have been so anxious to eat the talisman paper. Wouldn't she be at the mercy of others now? Luchuan saw what she was thinking, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't have any improper thoughts about you, otherwise there wouldn't be so much trouble. You are a weak woman, and if I want to touch you, no one should be able to stop me. I'm a god, and gods have moral integrity, unlike that Katahara Sasuke." In fact, what he gave Suzume to eat was not a soul contract, but a simple talisman to monitor whether Suzume had any evil thoughts in her heart. Once this girl had evil thoughts in her heart, he could sense it instantly. Suzume suddenly realized that she had thought too badly of Luchuan, and her heart was full of guilt. "Big brother, I'm sorry, I have such a dirty mind." Luchuan found the serious look of the girl funny and said, "Don't call me big brother in the future. You are my slave now, call me master." Liangong widened her eyes. Although she always felt that this title was a bit shameful, she still obediently shouted, "Master, master." Luchuan thought that this girl was silly and a little cute. He smiled and handed the things in his hand to her and said, "Help me hold it." Liangong took it and almost fell to the ground. "It's so heavy." Luchuan had no intention of sympathizing with women. It would be a waste if he didn't use a little follower properly. He turned and walked towards the direction of the Hehuan sect. In his heart, he was thinking that it would be great if he could have a space-type magic weapon, so that he could put all the things he carried with him in it, and he wouldn't have to carry so many things every time he went out. Liangong carried those things with great effort. Although he felt wronged, he didn't dare to complain. The two of them came to the gate of the Hehuan sect. Luchuan stopped immediately, found a big rock, and sat cross-legged on it. "Let's rest here for one night, and go down the mountain tomorrow." Liangong was puzzled. Why? Luchuan raised a playful laugh at the corner of his mouth and said, "A bitch tricked me here. If I don't take revenge, I will feel unhappy. I will wait for her to come back here and give her a surprise." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 173 Give you a chance. The next morning, Kinlan and the women who had helped Luchuan with his hairstyle returned to the gate of the Hehuan sect with the supplies they had bought. A group of women chatted and gossiped about some men in the sect. When they walked into the Hehuan sect, they all keenly noticed something unusual. Why is it so quiet? Logically, shouldn't they practice together in the morning? Why does it feel like there's no one in the sect? A woman said in confusion. Another woman looked into the distance and suddenly exclaimed, "Look at the martial arts training ground." Several people hurriedly looked over to the martial arts training ground. They could see the situation of the martial arts training ground clearly from their position. They saw that the martial arts training ground was charred and devastated, as if it had experienced some catastrophic disaster, which was shocking. What's going on? A group of women were shocked by the scene. Could it be that the martial arts training ground caught fire? But there is nothing on the martial arts training ground. It shouldn't burn. How could it burn such a big fire? Another woman said. If you pile up all the people from the Hehuan sect there, it will burn. A voice sounded slowly. A group of women were startled and turned around to look behind them. Luchuan and Liangong walked out one by one with a playful smile on their faces. Kinlan's face changed wildly and she exclaimed, "Luchuan, you, why did you come out?" Luchuan smiled and said, "Why? I have destroyed the Hehuan sect, can't I come out?" Kinlan's pupils shrank suddenly. She knew that Luchuan was not the kind of person who liked to brag. If he said that the Hehuan sect was destroyed, it was very likely true. But didn't he become the furnace of the sect master? He should have been played into a waste. The women around him obviously didn't believe Lu Chuan's words, and a trace of contempt appeared on their faces. Boy, do you know how many people there are in the Hehuan sect? You want to destroy the Hehuan sect by yourself? There should be a limit to bragging. A woman stared at Lu Chuan and said. Lu Chuan smiled and said, if you don't believe it, you can go to the martial arts training ground and take a look. The woman snorted coldly and said, just look, I don't believe you can kill all the people in the Hehuan sect. Then she turned and walked towards the martial arts training ground. Almost 5 minutes later, the woman came back. At this time, she had become pale and terrified, as if she had seen something very scary. When the other women saw her coming back, they hurriedly asked, how is it? Is this guy bragging? The woman glanced at the other women and didn't say anything, but couldn't help it for a while and vomited directly. The other women were all puzzled, and one of them asked, why did you vomit? What did you see? The woman looked at Lu Chuan with horror and said, this guy is a devil, let's run. After that, she ran away without looking back. No matter how stupid the other women were, they could guess why the woman ran away at this time. The Hehuan sect was likely to be destroyed by Lu Chuan. They didn't dare to mock Lu Chuan anymore, turned around and ran, throwing away everything in their hands. Kinlan saw this and ran away. But the next second, Lu Chuan grabbed her arm. He ignored the women who ran away. After all, these people were also captured by the Hehuan sect. In order to save their lives, they had to obey the Hehuan sect. Therefore, there was no need to kill them all. Kinlan's face was pale and full of fear. She looked at Lu Chuan tremblingly and said, Lu Chuan, forgive me, I know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of our past together, let me go. Lu Chuan slapped her on the face and said coldly, why didn't you think of letting me go when you tricked me here? Kinlan fell to the ground, covering her face and said aggrievedly, I wanted to, and I took the initiative to find you to reconcile, but you didn't appreciate my kindness. Lu Chuan was speechless and said, I was really blind at the time to regard someone like you as a pursuit object. But since you also said that we have been together, I'm not a cold-blooded person. For the sake of the past, I can give you a chance. Kinlan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Lu Chuan gratefully and said, really? Lu Chuan, if I could do it again, I swear that I will love you well, and be with you well. I now regret my stupidity. As long as you give me a chance, I will definitely turn over a new leaf, and start a new life. Lu Chuan curled his lips, and said to Liang Yi, go find a rope and tie her hands. Yes, master. Liang Yi immediately ran to find a rope. Not long after, she came back with a rope, and tied Kinlan's hands. Kinlan was puzzled and asked, what is this for? Lu Chuan said, give you a chance to redeem yourself. He looked at Liang Yi again and said, take off her shoes. Liang Yi immediately went over and took off Kinlan's shoes. Lu Chuan said, hold her, let's go. Liang Yi was a little entangled and said, master, our things. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes at her and picked up the bag containing things. I'll take it. Liang Yi showed a happy smile on his face and said, master, you are so nice. Then the three of them walked down the mountain. Kinlan was not wearing shoes, and there were gravels everywhere on the mountain road. After walking for a while, her feet were already cut everywhere, and blood was dripping. She wanted to escape, but Liang Yi held her with a rope, so she had no chance at all. She kept begging, hoping that Lu Chuan would let her go, but Lu Chuan ignored her, and climbed over several mountains in a row. Kinlan was exhausted and dying. Her feet became bloody and kept bleeding, and she could hardly continue to walk. At this time, wolves were howling all around. Lu Chuan stopped and turned to Liang Yi and said, let her go. Kinlan thought that Lu Chuan was finally going to let her go, and she cried excitedly and said, Lu Chuan, I really know I was wrong. I will remember this lesson for the rest of my life. Thank you for letting me go. Lu Chuan grinned at her and said, who said I was going to let you go? Kinlan's heart skipped a beat. Lu Chuan continued, there are wolves on this mountain. You left a lot of blood along the way. The wolves should have smelled the smell. You climbed several mountains barefoot. You should be unable to walk now, right? This is my last chance for you. It will be dark soon, and the wolves will become active. As long as you can walk out of this mountain alive, I will not bother you anymore and our grievances will be written off. After that, he turned his head to look at Liangong Yi and said, let's go. Liangong Yi threw away the rope in his hand and turned away with Lu Chuan. Qinlan fell to the ground and shouted in despair, don't leave. Don't leave me. My feet are useless and I can't walk at all. I will be eaten by wolves. Lu Chuan ignored him and didn't intend to have any sympathy. He quickly disappeared from Qinlan's sight with Liangong Yi. Qinlan broke down and cried, and the fear in her heart reached the extreme. At this time, a wolf howled, and she was so scared that her whole body trembled. Her heart and gallbladder were about to burst, and she even wet her pants. Lu Chuan took Liangong Yi and finally returned to Yancheng after many twists and turns. Although he was tricked by Ruan Nan and Qinlan this time, he turned a disaster into a blessing and brought back more than a dozen 100-year-old medicinal herbs and 20 pieces of black ice stones. The result was still very satisfactory. With these 20 pieces of black ice stones, Lu Chuan can also start to refine a comprehensive formation that can help with cultivation. Xuanhu Medical Clinic. Lu Chuan told Mu Nanking, Su Ming and Zhao Siming about Liangong Yi's origins. Sister-in-law, let her do some odd jobs in the medical clinic in the future. Mu Nanking looked at Liangong Yi with an unhappy face, thinking that Xiao Chuan's peach blossom luck was so rampant, and he brought back a girl every time he went out. If this continues, Fortunately, Liangong Yi is much younger than Lu Chuan, and it is unlikely that anything will happen between the two. She was slightly relieved and took Liangong Yi to familiarize herself with the work in the medical clinic. Su Ming gave Lu Chuan a thumbs up. Brother, it's you who has to win over such a young girl. Write down your experience in picking up girls someday, and I will definitely be your most loyal fan. Lu Chuan raised his hand to hit Su Ming. I'll tear your mouth apart if you say that again. Su Ming was so scared that he quickly dodged, smiled and said, I'm just praising you. Lu Chuan glared at him, then turned around and handed the dozen or so century-old medicinal herbs to Zhao Siming, saying, Mr. Zhao, you have already learned the method of refining the Xuanlong pill, so help me refine these herbs into the Xuanlong pill. The Xuanlong pill is a high-quality elixir, which can improve the cultivation level after taking it. No matter whether it is Lu Chuan or Su Ming, they can get endless benefits after taking it. Not long ago, Lu Chuan taught Zhao Siming the method of refining the Xuanlong pill, which can save him a lot of time. Zhao Siming took it with a smile and said, don't worry, I will complete the task. Lu Chuan nodded and said to Su Ming, I have to retreat for a while. During this time, you keep an eye on the clinic and don't let anything go wrong. Su Ming immediately saluted Lu Chuan. Got it. Lu Chuan didn't say any more nonsense. He went to his own room, set up restrictions to ensure that no one would disturb him, and began to concentrate on refining the formation. That afternoon, Su Ming took Mu Nanking and Liangong out to buy medicinal materials one by one. Zhao Siming used the dozen or so 100-year-old medicinal materials to successfully refine 3 Xuanlong pills. The rich aroma of medicine filled the entire clinic, making the patients who came to see the doctor feel much more refreshed. At this time, a young man walked into the clinic with 2 bodyguards. After smelling the strong medicinal fragrance, he came to Zhao Siming and asked, did you make this medicinal fragrance? Zhao Siming showed a hint of pride on his face and said, yes, it is the medicinal fragrance emitted by the elixir I refined. The young man rolled his eyes and said, can you show me what kind of elixir you refined? Zhao Siming successfully refined such a top-level elixir for the first time. He wanted to show off in his heart, so he handed over the medicine bottle containing 3 Xuanlong pills and said, I'll only show you one look, and give it back to me immediately after you're done. The young man took the jade bottle with a smile, took a look at the elixir inside, his eyes lit up, and said, this elixir is not simple at first glance. Zhao Siming raised his head and said with a smile, this elixir is called Xuanlong pill. It is a real elixir. After eating this one, it can allow a master of the transformation realm to increase his skill by 1 or even 2 levels. Naturally, it is not simple. The young man showed a touch of excitement on his face when he heard the words, so powerful? Zhao Siming said, of course. Well, you've already taken a look. Give the pill back to me. Hearing this, the young man showed a sneer on his face, put the jade bottle directly into his pocket, and said, "What pill? I don't know what you are talking about." Zhao Siming's face changed. He was just busy showing off, and didn't realize that he didn't know the young man at all. He frowned and said, "What do you mean? Give me back the Zuanlong pill." The young man sneered and said, "You are talking about the Zuanlong pill. This is the magic pill that I got with great difficulty. Why should I give it to you? Shameless. Give me back the pill." Zhao Siming was anxious and went straight to the young man's arms to grab the medicine bottle. The young man pushed him away and cursed, "Kaonima, dare to steal my pill. I think you are tired of living." He turned his head and glanced at the two bodyguards and said, "Beat this old guy for me. Let him know the consequences of stealing my Zhu Xiaoming's things." Chapter 174, Zhu family in the provincial capital. The two bodyguards pressed Zhao Siming to the ground without saying a word and beat him up without caring that he was an elderly man. Zhao Siming felt that his body was about to fall apart. He endured the pain and looked at the young man and said, "I made this pill for Lu Chuan. If you are from Yuncheng, you should have heard of Lu Chuan's name. Even Long Xian'er died in his hands. You stole his pills. Aren't you afraid of revenge?" Hearing this, the young man laughed and said, "Lu Chuan? I have indeed heard of this name these days. Isn't it just killing a local snake Long Xian'er? Is this a small thing worth bragging about? But since you said so, then I will tell you. Old man, listen to me. I'm Zhu Xiaoming, the eldest son of the Zhu family in Jiangbai province. In the eyes of my Zhu family, Long Xian'er is not much different from a doorman, so Lu Chuan is even less important in my eyes. Do you understand?" Zhao Siming's face changed. He had heard about the Zhu family a long time ago and knew that this was a big family that could dominate the entire Jiangbai province. Moreover, the main territory of the Zhu family was in Jiangbai City, the capital of Jiangbai province. Compared with Yuncheng and Jiangbai City, it was just a tiny place. The two were not at the same level at all. This showed how terrifying the power of the Zhu family was. He looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that the other party's background was so powerful. He didn't know what to do all of a sudden. Zhu Xiaoming looked at Zhao Siming with a sneer and asked, "Old man, why don't you speak? Are you scared by my identity?" Zhao Siming said with a gloomy face, "Even if you are the eldest son of the Zhu family, you shouldn't do such a thing of robbing. You are discrediting the Zhu family." Zhu Xiaoming slapped Zhao Siming in the face and said with a smile, "Old man, what I like is mine. There is no such thing as robbing. If you don't agree, you can ask that Lu Chuan to come to me. I want to see how capable he, a stinky loser, is." After that, he swaggered out of the clinic. Zhao Siming got up from the ground, sighed helplessly, and regretted it in his heart. If he knew that this would happen, he would not show off casually. What should I do now? After thinking about it, Zhao Siming finally decided not to let Lu Chuan know about this. Although Lu Chuan is now a celebrity in Yuncheng, he is still far behind the Zhu family in the provincial capital. He knew Lu Chuan's character. Once Lu Chuan knew about this, he would definitely seek revenge on Zhu Xiaoming. Then the capital he had accumulated with great difficulty would be gone, and he might even lose his life. It seems that I can only take this matter first. In the evening, Suming, Munenking, and Liang Gangai came back one by one. Suming saw bruises on Zhao Siming's face and asked in confusion, "Mr. Zhao, what's wrong with your face?" Zhao Siming smiled awkwardly and said, "No, nothing. I accidentally fell." Liang Gangai followed and asked, "Grandpa Zhao, you don't seem very happy." Zhao Siming said, I encountered some trouble in refining the elixir today. Well, I'm a little tired. I'll go back to my room to rest first." After that, he hurried back to his room. Suming and the other two felt a little confused, but they didn't think much about it. They just thought that Zhao Siming really encountered problems during the process of refining the elixir, so he was unhappy. 3 days later, Lu Chuan's retreat ended, and he came out of the room. The formation base of the Azure Dragon formation has been refined, but I overestimated the quality of the black ice stone. Using them as the formation base to provide energy is okay, but using the black ice stone as the formation core is still a bit lacking. The Azure Dragon formation is exactly the comprehensive formation that Lu Chuan wants to refine. This formation is considered a relatively powerful comprehensive formation in the foundation building realm and is often used by some small sects as a protective formation. This formation combines the four formations of Killing Formation, Illusion Formation, Maze Formation, and Spirit Gathering Formation into one, which can be said to be the most cost-effective choice among formations. Once this formation is successfully refined, the Xuanhu Medical Clinic will become impregnable. Even if a master of the 9th level of the transformation realm comes, he will definitely not be able to break the defense of the Azure Dragon formation. But Lu Chuan tried to activate the formation several times using the Black Ice Stone as the formation core, but failed. So now he must find a higher quality gem as the formation core of the Azure Dragon formation to successfully refine this comprehensive formation. Top quality gems are hard to come by. Let's go ask Mr. Key if he has any reliable information. If not, we can go to the provincial capital. It's vast and rich, so it should be easy to find a top quality gem. Let's talk about this later. Let's go see how Mr. Zhao's Xuan Long pill is going. Lu Chuan came to the pharmacy and saw Zhao Siming tinkering with the herbs listlessly. He looked like he had no energy at all. Mr. Zhao, how is the pill going? Zhao Siming shuddered when he saw Lu Chuan coming over, and he suddenly became panicked. His eyes flickered, he hesitated, and said, Lu Chuan, your retreat is over so soon. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I ran into some small problems, so I had to stop for now. Zhao Siming was tangled, and finally bowed to Lu Chuan with a face full of shame, saying, Lu Chuan, I'm sorry. Lu Chuan was a little confused, and quickly helped Zhao Siming up, saying, Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? Zhao Siming sighed and said, that Xuan Long pill. I haven't refined any of them. Lu Chuan comforted, I thought it was a big deal. It's just that you didn't refine it. What's the big deal? Don't we have more than a dozen 100-year-old medicinal herbs? We can practice slowly. Zhao Siming said awkwardly, I have used up all those dozen 100-year-old medicinal herbs. Lu Chuan's eyes widened. They are all used up, and not a single one has been refined? Zhao Siming nodded guiltily. Lu Chuan was stunned, and his face showed a bit of confusion. Your refining technique should be fine. I've seen it before. With more than a dozen 100-year-old medicinal herbs, it's no problem to refine 3 or 4 Xuan Long pills. How come you didn't refine any? Zhao Siming said guiltily, maybe I really don't have any talent in alchemy. Lu Chuan, I'm so sorry. I won't make pills in the future. Lu Chuan quickly comforted him and said, Mr. Zhao, don't say that. It's not your fault. The pill I asked you to refine is too difficult. This is my responsibility. And don't blame yourself. It's just a dozen 100-year-old medicinal herbs. If they are gone, you can find them again. It's no big deal. Although he said so, his heart was already bleeding. More than a dozen 100-year-old medicinal herbs. Just gone like that. Zhao Siming felt ashamed and almost told Lu Chuan the truth. But in order to prevent Lu Chuan from getting into trouble, he finally injured it. At this time, Mu Nanking came over and saw that Lu Chuan had come out. He smiled and said, Zhao Chuan, you came out just in time. Mr. Qi is waiting for you outside. He said he has something to talk to you about. Lu Chuan nodded. Okay, I got it. I'll be there soon. He turned his head to look at Zhao Siming, stretched out his hand and patted the old Chinese doctor on the shoulder, and said, Mr. Zhao, think about it, it's nothing. Then he walked towards the lobby. Qi Zhenlan was waiting in the lobby. When he saw Lu Chuan coming, he hurried forward with a smile. Lu Chuan, it's been a long time since we last met. I can't believe that in just a few months, even Long Xian'er died at your hands. Now you are a real big shot in our Yancheng. Lu Chuan smiled and said, Mr. Qi, you are so polite. I wonder what you want to talk to me about. Qi Zhenlan said, it's like this. There is a banquet tonight and many celebrities have been invited. Everyone has been discussing your affairs recently. Among them, many of them applauded you for killing Long Xian'er, so they wanted me to invite you to go together, so that everyone can get to know each other. And the eldest young master of the Zhu family in the provincial capital will also be here tonight. This is a rare opportunity to get in touch with the Zhu family. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. Zhu family? The Zhu family, that is very famous in the entire Jiangbai province? Qizenan nodded. Yes, that's why I thought of asking you to go with me. It's not a bad thing to make friends with the young master of the Zhu family. Lu Chuan smiled and said, since Mr. Qi has said so, I can only obey your orders. Zhao Siming, who was passing by, heard the conversation between the two people and showed a solemn look on his face. He came to Lu Chuan and said, Lu Chuan, why don't you not go tonight and teach me how to make the elixir? Lu Chuan smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, we can talk about making the elixir tomorrow. I really want to meet the eldest son of the Zhu family. Zhao Siming looked anxious and wanted to stop Lu Chuan, but he couldn't think of a suitable reason. Qizenan smiled and said, Mr. Zhao, you should go with us. Okay, that's it. I'll send someone to pick you up in the evening. After that, he turned and left. In the evening, Qizenan asked the driver to drive over to pick up Lu Chuan and Zhao Siming. Zhao Siming was tangled and persuaded Lu Chuan several times, both openly and secretly, not to go to the banquet, but Lu Chuan couldn't refuse Qizenan's face, so he insisted on going and asked Zhao Siming to go with him. Finally, the two of them got into Qizenan's car together. On the way, Zhao Siming was full of anxiety, not knowing what would happen to Lu Chuan after he met Zhu Xiaoming. All he could do now was to pray silently. When they arrived at the venue of the banquet, Qizenan took Lu Chuan and Zhao Siming to the hall, where many people had gathered and were talking in groups of 3 or 5. Seeing Lu Chuan coming, these people rushed over and greeted Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, you are really a young hero. You are so young, but you even killed Long Xian'er. You are really a child of destiny. Yes, Long Xian'er is a big cancer in our Yancheng. You got rid of him, which is simply to eliminate harm for the people. Don't say anything. You must accompany us for a few drinks later. Lu Chuan dealt with these people awkwardly. It was obvious that he was not good at socializing and was a little uncomfortable with this kind of scene. Just when everyone was talking happily, Zhu Xiaoming entered the hall with his bodyguards. He was full of arrogance, looking down on everyone he met, as if he was the only one in a high position and everyone else was trash. He scanned the entire field, then shouted in a contemptuous tone, "Who is Lu Chuan? Get over here." Chapter 175 Swear. Everyone turned their heads. When they saw that it was Zhu Xiaoming coming over, their expressions became more serious. I've heard that the eldest son of the Zhu family is arrogant and domineering, but I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. This is totally disrespectful to Lu Chuan. Yeah, Lu Chuan is also a popular figure in our Yancheng recently. It's too arrogant to tell him to get out of here as soon as he arrives. Many people began to discuss in a low voice. Zhao Siming glanced at Lu Chuan with a worried look and prayed silently in his heart, "Please don't let anything happen." Qizenan frowned when he saw Zhu Xiaoming's attitude and then forced a smile to smooth things over for Zhu Xiaoming. "Zhu Xiao, you are really good at joking. Lu Chuan is now well-known big shot in our Yancheng. The way you greet him is a bit too enthusiastic." Zhu Xiaoming sneered and said, "Big shot? A cowardly coward can also be called a big shot. It seems that your Yancheng is really a rubbish place." Qizenan's face sank. If Zhu Xiaoming's first sentence was a joke, it would be understandable, but after saying this, everyone knew that he was here to cause trouble. Lu Chuan looked at the young master from the provincial capital with some doubts, walked up to him, and asked, "I shouldn't have offended you, right?" Zhu Xiaoming stared at Lu Chuan and asked, "Are you Lu Chuan?" "It's me." Lu Chuan nodded. Zhu Xiaoming laughed and said, "It seems that I was right. You look like a coward. I don't know how someone like you became famous in Yancheng. But then again, your Zuan Long pill is really good. I gave one to my bodyguard, and he was directly promoted from the 2nd level of the transformation realm to the 3rd level of the transformation realm. I have someone take the remaining 2 back to my father. For the sake of these 3 pills, I will reluctantly let you sit at the same table with me for dinner tonight." Lu Chuan frowned. "How do you know about the Zuan Long pill? This kind of pill is only available in the cultivation world. Apart from teaching Zhao Siming the method of refining the Zuan Long pill, he has never mentioned this pill to anyone else." At this time Zhao Siming came over, grabbed Lu Chuan, and said anxiously, "Lu Chuan, let's go first. I forgot to tell you something. Let's talk about it when we go back." Zhu Xiaoming looked at Zhao Siming's appearance, seemed to understand something, and said with a smile, "So the old guy didn't tell you?" Lu Chuan's doubts deepened. He turned his head to look at Zhao Siming and asked, "Mr. Zhao, is there anything you didn't tell me?" Zhao Siming's face was full of urgency, and he said, "Let's go back first and talk about it when we get back." Zhu Xiaoming sneered, looked at Zhao Siming and said, "I didn't expect that you, an old guy, are so responsible. You actually concealed this matter yourself. I was wondering why Lu Chuan didn't come to trouble me." He always thought that Lu Chuan already knew that he had robbed the Zuanlong pill, but he didn't have the courage to trouble himself, so he thought Lu Chuan was a coward. Since he doesn't want to say it, let me say it for him. The 3 Zuanlong pills refined by this old man were snatched away by me. Now you understand what happened, right? Lu Chuan was surprised when he heard this. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Siming. "Mr. Zhao, didn't you say that you didn't succeed in refining anyone?" Zhao Siming looked ashamed and sighed. "Lu Chuan, the eldest son of the Zhu family, has a strong background and we can't afford to offend him. I chose to conceal it because I was afraid that you would be impulsive. You must not be so mean to him. Let's not attend the banquet today and go back." A trace of anger rose in Lu Chuan's heart, and he said, "Mr. Zhao, you should have told me about this earlier." He looked at Zhu Xiaoming and said coldly, "You are really embarrassed to snatch things from an old man." Zhu Xiaoming sneered and said, "I robbed him of his things to give him face. Not only did I snatch the Zuanlong pill, but I also beat him up. What, are you dissatisfied?" Lu Chuan's anger suddenly rose, staring at Zhu Xiaoming and said, "He is an old man who is nearly 70 years old." Zhu Xiaoming curled his lips. "So what? As long as he makes me unhappy, I will beat him, even if he is a 3-year-old child." Lu Chuan was about to attack Zhu Xiaoming immediately. Zhao Siming saw this and quickly stopped him, saying, "Lu Chuan, don't be impulsive. We won't argue with people like him." Qi Zhenlian also hurriedly approached Lu Chuan and whispered, "Although it is indeed wrong for him to do this, you have to consider his background. He is from the Zhu family in the provincial capital. If you offend him, you will be in big trouble." Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, "So what if he is from the Zhu family in the provincial capital? Just because you have a strong background, you have a reason to beat the old man? You can just rob other people's things? If I don't teach him a lesson today, then there will be no point in trying to make myself stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed in front of Zhu Xiaoming and slapped him in the face. Zhao Siming sighed helplessly. He didn't tell Lu Chuan because he was afraid that Lu Chuan would be impulsive, but he didn't expect that it would turn out like this in the end. Qi Zhenlian and other celebrities in Yancheng were also worried about Lu Chuan at this moment. After all, offending the Zhu family in the provincial capital was not a trivial matter. Lu Chuan took action directly without considering the consequences. A bright red slap mark appeared on Zhu Xiaoming's face. He covered his face in disbelief. He never thought that people from a small place like Yancheng would dare to fight with him. He looked at Lu Chuan and said angrily, "You dare to hit me? You are a small place trash, and you dare to hit me?" Lu Chuan slapped Zhu Xiaoming in the face again. "What about a small place? No matter how small Yancheng is, it is not the territory of your Zhu family. You dare to be so arrogant in other people's territory? You really don't know how to write the word death." Zhu Xiaoming was completely stunned. From childhood to adulthood, no matter where he went, people would touch him and worship him, for fear of making him unhappy. This was the first time someone dared to slap him directly, and in front of so many people. He turned his head and looked at his 2 bodyguards, roaring, "Are you blind? Kill him." The 2 bodyguards' auras burst out instantly. One was in the 2nd level of the transformation realm, and the other was in the 3rd level of the transformation realm, and they both attacked Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Lu Chuan also immediately used his spiritual power and fought with the 2. "My 2 bodyguards are both masters of the transformation realm, and their strength is not weaker than that damn Long Shianaya. I wonder how long you can hold on." Zhu Xiaoming gritted his teeth and said. Qi Zhenlian and others saw this and quickly hid aside. Zhao Siming secretly sweated for Lu Chuan and was very worried that Lu Chuan could not resist. In the eyes of warriors, masters of the 2nd and 3rd levels of the transformation realm are already very powerful. If they go to a small city, they can become the most powerful martial artists. However, in the provincial capital of Jianghui province, although masters of the transformation realm are still rare, they are not uncommon. Every family with some strength will find a few masters of the transformation realm as worshippers, and some families even have heads who are martial arts masters who are 1 in a million. And for the Zhu family, the second and third levels of the transformation realm are just bodyguards for Zhu Xiaoming. Of course, this is also because Zhu Xiaoming is the only son of the Zhu family and is deeply loved. If it were someone else today, they might have been subdued by these two bodyguards, but the person they were facing was Lu Chuan. As a practitioner in the early stage of foundation building, Lu Chuan had already deduced that he was invincible below the 4th level of the transformation realm. The three of them fought fiercely, and soon, Lu Chuan slapped the master of the 2nd level of the transformation realm away with one palm. Then he used a few more martial arts moves, and easily knocked down the master of the 3rd level of the transformation realm. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Zhu Xiaoming's bodyguards were not Lu Chuan's opponents at all. Zhu Xiaoming was also shocked. How is this possible? After getting rid of the two bodyguards, Lu Chuan turned his head to look at Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming was so scared that he trembled and turned around to run. Lu Chuan rushed over and kicked Zhu Xiaoming on the back, causing him to fall to the ground and eat shit. He grabbed Zhu Xiaoming's clothes, lifted him up, clenched his other hand into a fist, and smashed it hard on Zhu Xiaoming's face. I told you not to hit the old man. I told you not to run wild in Yancheng. I told you not to steal my Zuanlong pill. Lu Chuan's fists fell on Zhu Xiaoming's face like raindrops, and soon he was beaten into a pig's head. I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Zhu Xiaoming begged for mercy with his dying breath. Lu Chuan stopped, dragged him in front of Zhao Siming and said, apologize. Zhu Xiaoming quickly said, I'm sorry. Lu Chuan shouted, are you so insincere? Kneel down. Zhu Xiaoming was so scared that he knelt on the ground with a plop and said loudly, I'm sorry. Lu Chuan said again, apologize to the people of Yancheng. Zhu Xiaoming did not dare to hesitate and quickly said, I'm sorry. I should look down on the people of Yancheng. Qi Zhenlan and others felt a little unbelievable when they saw the eldest son of the Zhu family apologize so humbly, but they also felt very relieved in their hearts. After all, the eldest son of the Zhu family cursed Yancheng as a garbage place as soon as he arrived, and as people from Yancheng, they naturally felt unhappy. After Zhu Xiaoming apologized, Lu Chuan said, now it's time to settle the account for you stealing my Zuanlong pill. Those 3 Zuanlong pills were made from more than a dozen 100-year-old medicinal herbs. How are you going to compensate? Zhu Xiaoming looked at Lu Chuan anxiously, knowing that if he didn't give an explanation today, it would be difficult for him to leave the hotel. So he said, I'll ask my family to prepare 1500-year-old medicinal herbs and have someone send them to you later. Lu Chuan smiled and said, 15 is not enough. You did something wrong, so you should pay more. Zhu Xiaoming asked, then, how many do you want? Lu Chuan said, 30. Zhu Xiaoming's face changed. 100-year-old medicinal herbs are rare. Even though the Zhu family has a strong financial background and many channels to get 100-year-old medicinal herbs, 30 is still not a small number for them. You don't have to pay. I'll break one of your hands now. You choose. Zhu Xiaoming was shocked. After struggling for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, 30 plants are 30 plants. But with so many 100-year-old herbs, even my Zhu family can't take them out at once. You have to give me time. Lu Chuan nodded and said, write an IOU, and you have to swear in front of everyone that you will give me these 30 100-year-old herbs. Zhu Xiaoming quickly agreed. He just wanted to leave here quickly, so he didn't dare to have any opinions. Soon, Lu Chuan wrote the IOU and asked Zhu Xiaoming to sign and press his fingerprints on it. Then he said, swear. Zhu Xiaoming immediately raised his hand and said, I swear that if I don't give you these 30 100-year-old herbs, I will be punished by God. Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction and said, get up. Zhu Xiaoming quickly got up. No one noticed that when he stood up, a spiritual power in Lu Chuan's hand flew over silently, quickly merged into his body, and disappeared. Can I leave now? Zhu Xiaoming asked humbly. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Why, you don't want to eat?" Zhu Xiaoming smiled awkwardly and said, "No, I don't want to eat anymore." Lu Chuan said, "Then go. Remember what you owe me. If you don't pay it back, I will take the initiative to come to my house to collect the debt." Zhu Xiaoming nodded quickly, "Yes, yes." Then he left here in embarrassment. Qi Zhenliang walked up to Lu Chuan and said, "Lu Chuan, you shouldn't be so impulsive. The Zhu family is powerful. Even if you write an IOU, he won't admit it. And you made him lose face. He will definitely retaliate in the future." Lu Chuan showed a playful smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Besides, he has sworn. If he doesn't pay it back, he will be punished by God." Qi Zhenliang shook his head helplessly, thinking that Lu Chuan was too naive. The oath was just a joke. How could he take it seriously? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.